abuse, and considering the child was clearly around their age, they saw no red flags and agreed to go with him, following the boy to a nearby apartment building, then up 7 flights of stairs and into a dark room. But waiting for them inside that room wasn't some sort of supercharged computer, and it surely wasn't a friend of the boys, and instead, it was a monster in every sense of the word. A depraved soul who, years down the line, would go on to become one of the most notorious predators ever to walk this earth, an entity known only at the time as Mr. Swirl. And these children had just fallen into his trap.
Pedophile who has been the subject of a worldwide manhunt.
Who's now at the heart of a global manhunt.
Repeated abuse of a dozen or more underage computer software to obscure his own face in the pictures.
Hey guys, I just wanted to announce that I'm currently working on 2 collaborative projects with my good friend Nexpo, aka Ryan. Together we made this channel called Nick and Ryan, where we travel to some of the most haunted locations in the United States to try and see if we can go from being skeptics to believers, which we're already 3 episodes in and things have gone completely off the rails, but I can honestly say it's some of the most fun I've ever had creating. So hopefully it'll be just as fun for you guys as well, and a nice break from this disturbing content over here. And also we've been working on an ARG/clothing line called Liminal Land, which has been an amazing passion project for the both of us, and we're already cultivating such a unique and creative fan base over there, which has been super cool and super inspiring. So I'll leave a link below both to liminalland.net as well as the new Nick and Ryan channel. I would love it if you went and gave both of them a try, but if not, absolutely no worries, because this channel is not going anywhere. Okay, back to the disturbing video. It's unclear if they knew what they were looking for, or if they had just happened upon it by pure chance. But in 2004, German police entered a long-forgotten storage unit, where beneath the piles of junk and old appliances, they'd unearth a single hard drive. Once plugged into the computer, the device revealed hundreds of images, some showing various locations, breathtaking scenery, delicious meals, and CP. The images showed scenes of depraved sexual abuse being done to individuals who were clearly minors, with this abuse being far worse than you'd ever imagine. And it wasn't just one child either, as across that hard drive seemed to be evidence of multiple separate instances of abuse, including images of 3 young boys taken in a dark apartment building. The discovery was horrid, though sadly all in a day's work for investigators who encountered things of this nature on a daily basis, and it's a discovery that likely would have never been discussed by the media after that one day had it not been for one unusual detail. Typically, in cases involving CP, those taking the photographs and performing the actual abuse will almost always go out of their way to ensure that they aren't shown on camera. That way, if authorities should stumble upon it, they would essentially be unidentifiable. However, the dozens of photos found on this particular hard drive were different, because rather than hiding just out of frame like all the other predators seemed to do, the man behind these images had instead gone out of his way to ensure he was featured within them, shamelessly inserting himself into every single picture, even posing for them, before, during, and after he had changed the lives of these kids forever. And although his entire body was shown in these photographs, the only thing hiding his identity was the addition of a single effect, one that swirled the man's face into a distorted, pixelated mess, making him completely unrecognizable, and leaving his face to look like this. There was something so disturbingly arrogant about it, a man posing with his victims while destroying their lives, hiding behind only a single swirl of color, almost as if he was taunting any investigators who might eventually find these images. And given the clear indications that this man was obviously a serial abuser, and likely still out there offending, tracking this anonymous figure down became priority 1 for law enforcement in the area. And it's there that he would be given his nickname, Mr. Swirl. And with this swirl being the only thing standing in the way of investigators getting to see his face, most would have assumed that identifying him would be a walk in the park. However, this was far from the case. As the images began to be dissected, it quickly became apparent that deciphering the sensor was going to be far more difficult than initially thought, and potentially even impossible, as the pixels had been scrambled in such a unique way that there wasn't any known method to unscramble it. And quickly, what should have been their most valuable clue, the one that stood so tantalizingly close, became a lost cause, leaving investigators at their first dead end. Realizing that things were about to get much more difficult, the German police enlisted the help of an agency known as Interpol, an international crime-stopping organization with a special unit dedicated to resolving crimes against children. Interpol immediately began to get to work, attempting to decipher the photos in a different way, this time by using context clues in the pictures to track down where exactly they were taken, which in turn could tell them where this man was from and where the abuse was taking place. But this too unearthed yet another problem. The first batch of images was discovered to have come from Cambodia, but the next showed evidence that the man was in Vietnam, and then in Thailand, and potentially even South Korea as well. Rather than gaining clarity, the locations of these images instead made the search even wider, as the man was seemingly traveling from country to country, committing his crimes and then fleeing, thus never staying long enough for law enforcement to catch up with him, making it completely unclear to investigators where he was actually from. And given just how vast his travels were, at this point, it was realized that Mr. Swirl could be anywhere, a moving target so to speak, and an active one as well. During the investigation, which would later be dubbed Operation Vico, in reference to Vietnam and Cambodia, which seemed to be the main sites of his abuse, investigators made a disturbing discovery: that Mr. Swirl's photographs were not exclusive to just that hard drive, as photo after photo began to appear on various online forums, with all of them featuring that disturbed, swirling face. The images were shared across the web seemingly straight from the man himself, and were sent out to various predatory groups that were filled with individuals just as sick as he was. Within these groups, it was considered a badge of honor to show your body and face within the content you made, thus leading to the sender becoming well respected among his peers, which showed us two things. One, that this was likely the reason why Mr. Swirl inserted himself in these photos, as it had led to him becoming a beloved member of their twisted community, in turn granting him access to all the CP he could want. And two, that the images found on the hard drive did not account for his whole body of work, as in these chat rooms and forums, police would find far more photos featuring their suspect, raising the total from a few dozen to nearly 300. By this point, Mr. Swirl had been untraceable. Authorities were essentially searching for a ghost, and though these new images must have felt like a gut punch at first, they would eventually prove to be integral to their investigation, as for the first time in their hunt, Mr. Swirl had made a key error. Within these postings, Mr. Swirl had forgotten to hide his IP address, in turn revealing the general area in which they had been sent, with the location being Vancouver, Canada. This break revealed the key detail that he had some sort of tie to Vancouver, and that he was likely a sex tourist, someone who travels to countries that have loose laws around their age of consent in order to be able to abuse children without any repercussions, with Mr. Swirl clearly doing the same thing, visiting multiple countries in Asia, making his material, coming home and then sharing it with his friends. It certainly didn't solve the case, but it was finally a step in the right direction. And unbeknownst to the team working on Operation Vico, they were quickly approaching an even bigger revelation. As authorities were working hard on pinning down Mr. Swirl's location, some members of the team held on hope that the images themselves could still be unscrambled, and upon digging a bit deeper, one member of the team would actually recognize the swirl as having come from a fairly standard editing program, which revealed something. The swirl effect wasn't like a typical sensor or blur. Those effects completely mask or even remove the pixels from the actual photograph, making them nearly impossible to decipher. But this effect did neither of those things, and instead it simply rearranged the pixels of the man's face into a swirling pattern, meaning that this image still contained all of its original pixels, and Mr. Swirl's face was somewhere in this picture. They just had to piece it together. And so, in what must have felt like a Hail Mary at the time, an investigator put one of the images into that very same editing software, then clicked that very same swirl effect, and simply reversed it. Which in turn led to this. In an investigation that started all the way back in 2004, finally, Mr. Swirl's face was revealed with a single click a whole 3 years later, confirming not only what the man looked like, but also that it was truly just one man behind the swirl. and now, all they had to do was find him. Interpol first started their search by sending this man's image to every single police station the network had access to, asking if anyone across the world had a criminal in their database who might match this photo, but this attempt would fall flat, indicating that whoever this man was, he likely had no prior criminal record. Time was clearly of the essence, and they knew that with every waking moment, Mr. Swirl could be adding to his list of growing victims. And wanting to act fast, Interpol made a fairly unprecedented decision. They reached out to every single major news outlet across the world and asked them to show this man's face on their broadcast to help bring this predator to justice. Additionally, the images of Mr. Swirl's face were also plastered in all corners of the internet, and within just one day, the story was quite literally everywhere. What started as a small search for an anonymous man had become an international manhunt overnight, and within just hours, Mr. Swirl would be anonymous no more.
Our top news story this hour, the worldwide search for a suspected pedophile is concentrated in Thailand this morning. We now know the suspect is a Canadian. The CBC's Michael McAuliffe reports from Bangkok.
This morning, Interpol announced they now believe they know who the man is. He's been identified as a Canadian, 32-year-old Christopher Paul Neal.
His name is Christopher Paul Neal. Not only did Neal's face and body match perfectly with Mr. Swirl, but he also had grown up just outside of Vancouver where the IP was tracked to. And he had moved from country to country across Asia in recent years, countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, and Thailand. The resemblance was so undeniable that even one of his own family members came forward to help identify him. Christopher Neal was in fact Mr. Swirl, a discovery that came with some disturbing revelations. As it turns out, Christopher Neal was actually working as a children's English teacher, a job he had held in each of the countries he was discovered to have abused young boys in, making it likely that he used this position of power to lure in children from his classes to eventually abuse them and share their photos online. Along with this, it was also revealed that he had used his relationships with young boys to help lure in other children for him to assault, as looking back on the story that started this video, he had recruited a clueless child he knew to lure those two brothers back to his apartment. This discovery also shined a spotlight on his social media pages, and specifically his MySpace page, where he chillingly wrote, "Loving Asia, will I ever come back?" while in the midst of his abuse spree. But for me, one of the most shocking revelations was that those images that he had posted during the investigation weren't actually posted to his computer. At some point in the early 2000s, Neal had stopped home for a brief vacation to visit his family, and while there, he decided to upload all of his CP to his internet friends. But rather than using his personal device or a public computer, he instead broke into his own brother's laptop and uploaded his content there. That way, the images would be tracked to his brother and not him, which explained why he never bothered to hide his IP address. The more they learned, the more disturbed the story became, as even at the time they discovered his identity, it was revealed that he had currently been working in South Korea as a teacher. But when the officers arrived to arrest the man, he was already long gone. Having certainly seen his face all over the news, Christopher made the decision to flee the country, being spotted in this image captured at an airport in Thailand, as he had flown to the country likely in an attempt to find refuge. Throughout the following days and weeks, his likeness would turn up time and time again in the country, indicating that he was somewhere in Thailand hiding out, and having cornered him in the region, it wouldn't take long for police to knock on the door of an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere, in which Christopher Neal happened to be hiding, bringing the multi-year search for Mr. Swirl to an end. Following his arrest by Thai police, Neal will be charged for his assault on those 3 young boys from the internet cafe, as it was the only crime they could prove had taken place in their country, and with it carried a prison sentence of 5 years. Admittedly, the sentencing was light, but the plan was to have Neal turned over to Canadian authorities after he did his time in Thailand, where they would also prosecute him all over again, with the hope being that they could do the same thing with countries like Cambodia and Vietnam and essentially force him to live out his life in prison. However, when the sentence was completed in 2012 and Christopher was deported back to Canada, the shocking decision was made to allow Christopher Neal to walk free. When Neal was detained in Canada, authorities let him walk under the condition that he would never own a device that connected to the internet again, as well as the agreement that he would stay away from parks, schools, and also register as a sex offender. I can't for the life of me understand why this decision was made, but from what I could gather, it seemed to center around the fact that his crimes were international, and that none of his other victims had actually come forward, meaning the other countries they had hoped would prosecute never actually bothered to pursue it. And because his crimes didn't happen on Canadian soil, not much could really be done legally speaking. And so in the end, the hunt for Mr. Swirl ended up lasting almost as long as the sentence he served. And even after everything this man did, he was let loose and allowed to assimilate back into society. But this isn't where our story ends. Not even a full year later in 2013, it would be uncovered that Christopher Neal had somehow managed to purchase a computer and also connect it to the internet, a clear violation of his conditions. And though he claimed it was just for writing a book about his life experiences, when investigators seized the device, they would, unsurprisingly, find even more CP, 25 images to be exact, including 2 with his signature swirling face. As it turns out, Christopher had been using the device to contact his fellow pedophile friends, where he would even message one of his disturbed friends right after his release, saying, "The swirl liveth still," proving without a shadow of a doubt that he was remorseless about his crimes, and took pride in his new nickname. And somehow, the discovery got even worse from there, as it was revealed that a friend of his had shown him how to access the deep web, and how to share these photographs in practically an untraceable way, thus allowing him to continue being active in these predatory groups, no matter what restrictions were placed on him. After Canadian police made this discovery, Christopher would yet again be arrested, and this time they had the chance to really send a message and put him away forever, as clearly letting him walk away the first time was a mistake, as he wasn't reformed even in the slightest. And so, to make up for this, the judge would give Christopher Neal the whopping sentence of just 5.5 years, with time served, meaning that he would only end up in jail for a little over 14 months. The prosecution praised the sentence as a win, and Christopher vowed to change his ways, but it just doesn't sit right that as of 2016, Mr. Swirl, the man responsible for dozens and dozens of instances of extreme child abuse, which by the way are just the ones that we know of, is a free man, now living a normal life in Vancouver. And worst of all, he now has access to share this material through untraceable avenues, meaning that there is a good chance that he could still be out there obtaining, sharing, and who knows, maybe even producing his content. The case of Mr. Swirl is such a frustrating one. For once, a case of this nature gained worldwide attention and was pursued by the full extent of the law, with the folks over at Interpol doing a fantastic job with the case, only for it all to be deflated once he was finally captured. And just knowing that he's out there living a normal life after all this, after all the lives that he's forever affected, makes this one of the most disheartening cases were suffering from one of these disabilities. Because of this, disabled family members would be locked away inside of cellars, abandoned in the streets, or hidden away in barns. They were punished for conditions to which they had no control over, and by the 17th century, it was clear that change needed to happen, which brought along an all-new kind of horror. Asylums. Asylums were set up to be safe spaces for the mentally ill to stay and receive treatment, but very quickly, many of them became overstuffed testing grounds for disturbed practices. In the early days, it was believed that internal imbalance was to blame for these illnesses. To combat this, doctors would cut patients open and have them bleed into buckets to restore their balance. And when this didn't work, the treatments would get more and more extreme. Teeth would be pulled, tonsils would be removed, and eventually they even began trying to remove pieces of the stomach, small intestine, and the colon, all because they thought this would restore balance to the body and the mind. However, many of these treatments often led to death, and we know now that they were virtually ineffective. Aside from the unimaginable procedures, patients were kept like prisoners, being trapped in overcrowded dark rooms that were rarely, if ever, cleaned, and if they didn't comply to orders, they would be beaten. It was painfully clear that these asylums just weren't working, and in fact they were doing more harm than good. This inspired famed architects Henry Richardson and Frederick Olmsted to come together to create a facility that was different. An asylum that could heal patients rather than harm them. And with that, the Buffalo State Asylum for the Insane was created. The asylum featured a multitude of different groundbreaking architectural designs that were supposed to help heal the patients. The architects believed that natural sunlight would help to settle the sick and eventually aid in their healing process. Because of this, over 2,000 large windows were installed in the buildings, along with incredibly high ceilings to make the rooms and halls seem even more open. The building also featured many curved walls, which supposedly was done to make it more difficult to place rows of patients on hospital beds throughout the hallways. This discouraged overcrowding, which was a common problem in many asylums at the time. So basically what they did here was they made these almost like cages so that the patients could come out and get fresh air and natural sunlight. Which that was the whole idea of this place when it first started. It was for better care for the mentally ill. And so they gave them outdoor time like this, and they gave them natural lighting with all the windows in there, and they tried to do things better at first. But things changed. Despite its admirable beginnings, the Buffalo Asylum slowly became a notoriously gruesome place to live. A building designed for patients to have space and to avoid overcrowding soon became overrun. In a facility built for just 600 patients, as many as 3,000 ended up being held there at a time. This led to a lack of space, which forced many of the sick to live in the halls or even outside. Because of the influx of patients, the care only got worse, as the hospital had stopped using innovative treatments and instead resorted to the more commonly used, cruel practices. Patients would be tied to their beds and beaten if they misbehaved. Meanwhile, they would be subjected to electroshock therapy as well as hydrotherapy. And the procedures just got worse. Those suffering from schizophrenia would often be given insulin so that the patient would fall into a coma. At the time, it was thought that the patients would wake up with a clearer mind. However, this came with a fatality rate that was estimated to be as high as 10%. The hospital would also use things such as metrazole to induce seizures in patients, and even lobotomies, which were notorious for causing permanent brain damage as well as death. Patients would also be artificially sterilized by doctors as they didn't want them to reproduce. The dream of the Buffalo Asylum ever becoming a place of healing for the mentally ill had faded, and in the end, it became everything that it tried not to be. Over time, the patients would slowly be pulled out of the asylum until the 70s, when operations would be shut down completely, causing the building to become abandoned and to slowly deteriorate. But even before this happened, there were stories of the paranormal inside of this complex, and to this day it's renowned as one of the most haunted places in Buffalo, the city where I grew up. As a kid, I would hear stories of how the ghosts of former patients still roamed the halls of the abandoned building. Lost souls trapped in a place that was likely hell on earth for many of them. It's a building that I've drove by 1,000 times, and it's always left me creeped out whenever I would think of it, just picturing how many people died within those walls, and the tragic ways in which they passed. It always just made sense to me that it was haunted. An abandoned, haunted, insane asylum. It's certainly nightmare fuel, but as it turns out, it's not abandoned anymore.
The complex, built in the 1800s, was an asylum for people who had mental disabilities. The Richardson Complex buildings are currently being transformed into a hotel and conference center.
There is new life in the Richardson Olmsted campus with Hotel Henry.
After $100 million of renovation, the former asylum has now been turned into a luxury hotel, providing it with one of the darkest backstories for any hotel that I've ever heard of. And with all things considered, many believe that this could turn out to be one of the most haunted hotels in the country, given its history alone. And tonight, we'll be staying there.
What's that smell?
This place definitely has an odor to it. I seriously cannot believe this. I think we have this place to ourselves too. Like no one around. It's got a weird feeling to it, just knowing that this used to be a psych ward. Ready? Yeah. Alright. Oh my god, what the hell?
This is amazing.
Obviously all this way is the hotel, right? But as of this fenced area over here, everything that way is abandoned. So there's nothing in there, it's completely run down. When the Buffalo Asylum was renovated into the Hotel Henry, the building was in such disrepair that the $100 million budget only funded 1/3 of the building's renovation, with the rest of the property still being abandoned and sealed off to the public. But it's not just the abandoned parts that are off limits. Because of the current pandemic, the majority of the hotel itself is closed off, making it impossible to fully explore. Normally I would feel totally comfortable exploring all around this hotel, but obviously because of the COVID restrictions, we have to be kind of careful. Despite the limitations, we were able to visit every floor of that particular wing, with each floor proving to be extremely similar, with the exception of 4.
Wait, behind you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What the heck? I can only imagine what is in there. You getting any spooky vibes here?
Very much.
Yeah. There's something about this floor, it feels a lot less welcoming, I guess. There's something very off, you're right. From there, we walked around the perimeter of the complex and realized just how massive it really was, as well as how deteriorated the abandoned sections had become. Look, this is a whole another building to this complex that's also abandoned now. This place, it's huge, this place. Is this just a walkway to nothing?
No, there used to be
Oh my
stairs here.
god. This walkway should lead to stairs, which would go up to that door. But now the door is just kind of floating there. Should I try and open it?
Go off.
I can't reach it. So what happened earlier is we saw a bunch of these things from our window just scattered all throughout the lawns here. And we thought they were some kind of concrete thing, but really they're just tiles from the roof that have fallen off. Because the abandoned part of this hotel is literally falling apart at the seams. Oh my god, look at the pile of these. Look at the pile of them.
The whole damn roof's here. Come on, sweetie, go pose with the roof. Come on.
I'll be an Instagram girl with her balloons on her birthday.
Yeah, balloons on her birthday, except it's molded ceiling tile. I can't wrap my head around how big this is. Think about all the rooms in here. And you know the craziest part about it? We've seen how big this is. It was completely filled. In fact, it was so filled that they were overrun completely. And that's why the care here got so bad. And you think about all that, all the mistreatment that they had here, all the people who were so sick. I can't even imagine how many people died here. All the whilst, we are sleeping in this building, and it is now a luxury hotel. All right, so like we just scaled all across this whole entire building. I'm thinking we're done right here. No. It keeps going all the way down there. Okay, so you know how you said earlier that this is like the perfect place for a horror movie?
Yeah.
Well, it was the inspiration of some horror content. One of my all-time favorites, actually.
In 2013, one of my favorite horror games of all time, Outlast, was released. The game takes place in the fictional asylum known as Mount Massive, which as it turns out was modeled off of the Buffalo Asylum, which is now Hotel Henry, which just adds to the already terrifying building.
Dude, there's just people going around like...
Let's see, what is your Outlast impression?
They're just like...
What
did you say to me?
The f*** you say to me, you little shit!
So I've stayed at quite a few haunted hotels in my life, but I feel like this is different. Like, don't you think this is like...
Yeah, definitely.
It's different because at those other haunted hotels, they were just hotel rooms, and that's typically what they always were. But here, a room like this was probably used to keep patients in.
Which is horrifying to think of.
It is horrifying to think of. We're gonna be sleeping on this bed in a luxury room now. Meanwhile, people were chained to beds in this room. I feel like there's a really good possibility that somebody passed away in this very room. Basically, I feel like out of all the places I've stayed, this room probably has the best possibility of being haunted. Basically, all I'm gonna do right now is ask some questions, see if there's any spirits around. Hopefully they can give us a sign, maybe that they hear us. Is there anyone here who would like to communicate? Are there any former patients of the Buffalo Asylum in here with us? We are inviting you in.
We?
Yeah, we, all right. We're all on this together. Trademarked song. Banger. Sorry. Can you move something? Did you hear that?
Mariah and I both heard a noise coming from the bathroom that the microphone just barely picked up. And honestly, it wasn't anything too crazy or convincing, but it is relevant to what transpires next.
It sounded like it came from the bathroom. I wasn't even f***ing around, like...
Come in here. We're gonna shut the door. Are you trying to communicate with us? Alright, this is your last chance and then we're gonna go. If you want to communicate with us, if you want to speak with us, then please let your presence be known. Okay, I think we're good. Alrighty, so we did get the one little noise there, but you know... Yeah, we got one little spook, alright? But not enough to really convince me.
Not enough to keep us up at night.
Yeah. But there's more.
As Mariah and I were talking on the bed, I heard what sounded like a whisper, followed by obvious movement. At the time, I couldn't make out what I heard, but when I listened back, it sounds like something is softly saying hello. This whisper was followed by loud thuds that to me sounds like footsteps walking away from us. The strange noises continued, as this time an obvious tapping noise could be heard coming from the bathroom, a noise that seems unlikely to have been caused by any sort of natural creaking. That was tapping coming from the bathroom. Is there someone here with us? Is there someone here? So we heard the first noise. It was definitely different. It wasn't a tapping. It was more of a thud. Then it was just all this weird tapping, but you could hear it, and it was definitely coming from the bathroom. And in case you didn't realize, we are alone in this hotel room, obviously, but there's also no one else in this hotel right now. Like, it is...
We haven't seen anyone.
We haven't seen anybody. It's... Alright, well...
Time to drink.
You know, we are so dumb for saying anything. We should have just kept our mouths shut.
You should have kept your mouth shut.
It's shut. Hey, it's Depressed Editing Nick here. So nothing new. I had the rest of the footage for that night on a separate SD card, and now this is saying it's corrupted, it's unreadable. I basically lost all of that footage. It's unusable. It literally worked fine yesterday. I should have downloaded all the clips. I caught some great stuff that night. I was excited to show you guys. And now I just really don't know what to do. So it kind of sucks. Pretty devastating. And now I'm kind of scrambling. So I'm going to sleep on it and come up with a plan tomorrow. After taking the night to mull over my options, I decided that my best bet was to just go back to the hotel and spend another night, which was expensive, but it also allowed for us to investigate even further. Hey, we're back, buddy. Definitely a different layout in here. So unfortunately, we weren't able to get the same room that we were at last time, which does suck because I feel like we were actually onto something. I mean, we captured a lot of crazy shit that night, but it does give us the chance to explore another room to see if maybe this one is haunted as well. So we're gonna run a similar session in this room. So all in all, it should be another spooky night here. Okay, so we're gonna kind of run back the same test that we did at the other room to see if there's anything spooky going on here, because after all, each room is gonna be different. It's gonna tell a different story because different patients stayed in each one of these. So it's possible that one room's haunted here and the other isn't. Are there any spirits in this room that would like to make contact with us? Are there any patients here from the Buffalo Asylum whose spirits are still trapped in this building? As we were waiting for some kind of response, we did hear some strange noises, seemingly coming from all directions. Was that you that just made that noise? Is it hard for you having all these people come into this building, the building where you once suffered so much and now people are just living lavishly? Okay, so in the last room, weirdly enough, the bathroom seemed to be like a real hotspot for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I think we should go to the bathroom. All right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Is there anyone in here that would like to communicate with us? All right, so this is your last chance. If you want to say anything, if you want to make your presence known, this is it, and then we're going to be leaving the room.
So nothing really convincing. Kind of like last time the first session went, we didn't catch anything. And then it was kind of after that everything started to happen. I don't know, I'm just not feeling anything that paranormal in here yet, you know?
Yes.
Yes. I was gonna say, we got a long night ahead of us though.
After failing to get any solid results from the session, we decided to visit another wing of the hotel, a wing that we hadn't yet explored. Okay, so this is actually the other wing of this building, and we're not sure if anyone's actually staying in here or not. We're about to find out though. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is that they're not putting people in this wing at all. You could tell there's no AC. It would definitely have AC just like the other wing if there were people up here, because it feels like it's 100 degrees in here, and it's not just because of the hoodie, you know?
Bro. Like,
man's be sweating over here.
We were shooting a scene talking about how hot it was in this wing, and honestly, it was a scene that I was right about to delete. But then I noticed something when I played it through for the final time. Another voice. While I'm talking, a clear whisper can be heard as soon as I finished speaking.
It feels like it's 100 degrees in here, and it's not just because of the hoodie, you know?
bro.
You know?
And to me, it sounds like something is saying, don't speak.
It feels like it's 100 degrees in here, and it's not just because of the hoodie, you know? The hoodie, you know?
Bro.
So I'm assuming that means that we have this wing of the building to ourselves. In the moment, Mariah and I were so shocked to find this random cradle in the seemingly empty building that we didn't even notice the sound of footsteps. It sounded like someone was running away from the area. Even if people were staying in this wing, why the f would this be in the middle of the hallway? I just don't get it. Why would this be kept here?
Right, come here. Am I crazy, or does that look like the silhouette of a person?
Yeah, that definitely does.
What the absolute... What the fuck, man? It literally looks like there's a person just standing there watching us.
Should we go check it out?
Bro, what?
Okay, so I'm assuming it was just this pillar. And that makes me feel a little bit better.
Are you sure? Why is the ear splitting noise getting louder? No.
Is there someone in there?
The noise went away.
In the moment, this was one of the scariest things I've encountered. It sounded exactly like someone was pounding on the door, and the high-pitched noise just made it even more off-putting.
Why is the ear splitting noise getting louder?
But looking back, my assumption is that there was likely machinery in that room, potentially connected to the elevator. But it was impossible to say for sure, and whatever it really was, it terrified us both. The issue is I don't know what's behind that door, so I don't know if it's anything paranormal, but it sounded literally like pounding against that door. The fuck is this? I have no idea. Okay, it doesn't go far.
goes all the way up. Does it actually? Look at that. All the way.
After exploring for a while, we ended up going back to the room and doing one more session to see if we could capture anything else before we went to bed. After this, we're gonna go to bed, we're gonna leave, and we will be gone. So this is your last chance to interact with us, to let your presence be known. Can you move something? Can you say something? Can you give me a sign that you hear me? Alright, we're gonna leave, so I'm gonna ask one more time. Can you give me a sign that you hear me? So, kind of a disappointing way to end the night. I have a feeling that maybe this hotel room isn't haunted, at least not as much as the last one was, but the night's not over yet, because we still have to sleep here, you know? I'm gonna keep the camera by the bedside, and if anything happens, I'll turn it on and I'll let you guys know, and if not, I'll talk to you guys in the morning. I woke up the next morning to loud banging noises, seemingly coming from our door. I checked the peephole and I saw nothing. Given the daylight and the time that it happened, I'm more inclined to believe that this wasn't paranormal. But then again, I didn't see anyone in the hallway. Alright, so we officially made it through the night last night. Nothing crazy happened. I actually slept really well. And this morning, I was woken up by some banging noises. It was pretty creepy, I'm not gonna lie, but there's no way to really tell if that's paranormal. It was probably just somebody maybe in the hallway moving something around, so I can't say for sure what it was, but other than that, it was actually a really normal and relaxed and comfortable night. We survived, buddy.
The second time.
Yeah. Throughout our time at Hotel Henry, we managed to capture quite a few strange moments, with the most convincing to me being the whispers. Strange sounds can always be blamed on a creaky building or someone in the halls, but hearing actual voices saying actual words, I can't find an explanation for it. Because of the hoodie, you know? Throughout the past year, I found myself believing less and less in the paranormal, but these visits have actually made me change my perspective, and I truly believe that the Hotel Henry is in fact haunted. But of course, I'm not an expert, and that's ultimately left for the individual to decide. It's all made me question the decision to turn this former asylum into a hotel. Something about staying in a fancy, expensive suite, all the while knowing that people suffered in that exact room, it just didn't sit right with me. And though it may be an incredible found its place in the hearts of viewers, with kids immediately connecting with the quirky characters and silly games, their Christian parents too found solace in the show's themes and non-offensive stories, creating a program that could be experienced together as a whole family. From that day on, families all across Florida and eventually across the entire United States came to enjoy the program, which continued on for a run of over 20 long years, until one Saturday morning at 8 a.m. sharp, when, without explanation, the show came to an unceremonious end and was never broadcast again. Today, the show and all official records of it have been scrubbed from the internet, with the companies behind its creation and the networks that aired it acting as if it never even existed, some allegedly going as far as to destroy any remaining copies, thanks solely to the heinous events that transpired during and after its television run. This is the story of Joy Junction, the children's TV show with an unimaginably dark secret.
We'll return after these messages.
One of the most frustrating things to me is spam phone calls and spam texts. There was a point in my life where I swear every single day I was getting these texts from random numbers that were all trying to get me to click on sketchy links that if I clicked on them likely would have hacked my entire existence. And I know the main reason why I used to get so many texts like this was because these huge companies can't keep our data safe. Recently, Ticketmaster was hacked and the data of over 560 million users was stolen and sold onto the dark web. That data includes full names, addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and credit card data. At absolute best, this is going to lead to so much more spam, and at worst, it could lead to fraud. So what is Ticketmaster doing about this? Well, nothing. They said they didn't think the hack would have a material impact on their overall business. I swear, so many of these big businesses will happily take our data, but then do absolutely nothing to protect it, which is exactly why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura alerts me when my data has been part of a data breach or if it's been leaked onto the dark web. It also gives me fast fraud alerts if anyone tries to use that data to hack into my credit or bank accounts. And it removes my information from data broker websites so I get less spam. I also get things like transaction monitoring, a VPN, antivirus, a password manager, parental controls, and identity theft insurance. And best of all, I get it in one convenient app at one affordable price. So if my info had been compromised in that Ticketmaster leak, I wouldn't have much to worry about because Aura is always on and always working hard to keep me safe. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, then go on over to aura.com/NeoCrowley where you can try your first 2 weeks absolutely free, just by following that link down below.
Come and join us for a half hour of fun and games at Joy Junction. Now here's Sheriff Don.
Thank you, and welcome to this fun little town of Joy Junction.
Joy Junction was both the name of the show and the name of the fictional town in which it was focused. A town where numerous characters converged to tell stories, play games, and answer questions, all of which pertaining to Christianity. Each episode followed the same basic structure. They were 30 minutes long and would tackle one general lesson taught in the Bible and tell it through an acted out story. This was then interspersed with various games and audience participation, as the show heavily leaned on including its young fan base and immersing them in the world of Joy Junction. They even had a live studio audience for every episode, comprised of kids ages 3 to 13, with the participants and crowd genuinely seeming excited to be there, which was largely due to its lovable cast of characters. The most prevalent of these was Sheriff Don, who was actually played by the creator of the show itself, Don McAllister.
And the whole gang is here, so we're going to have us a good time today. Glad you could join us for the next 30 minutes.
He guided the show from segment to segment and often focused on the Bible while driving home the episode's central theme, while also being the one who most often interacted with the children who participated in the show. Then there was Forrest Padley, a soft-spoken professor who, ironically, often had lessons taught to him due to his obvious clueless nature.
Mr. Bubble, he'll even help when you did wrong.
Well, I'm not a pope, but how about he'll even help when you're in trouble?
Hey, Sheriff Don, you're a poet too.
And of course, the fan favorite, Whittler Dan, a caricature of a southern farmer known as the goofy storyteller of the group.
Oh, hi. I'm just sitting here reading some of the mail from Joy Junction and some of the jokes in here. Would you like me to read some more? Oh, okay. That's good, yeah. Oh, you want me to read it? Yeah.
But of all the characters to come from Joy Junction, there was one, or two, who were by far the most popular, yet polarizing. Ron and Marty. Played by professional ventriloquist Ronald Williams, Ron and Marty were far and away the most memorable characters for those who watched the show, and for obvious reasons too. Many children watching at home found the duo, and Marty specifically, to be off-putting, even horrifying, with some claiming that the doll gave them nightmares and was just too creepy to look at, causing many to stop watching the show altogether. But despite this, others found the duo to be hilarious and entertaining, tuning in week after week just to see them perform. For the viewers, it was a love or hate relationship with Ron and Marty, but even so, it was impossible to dismiss their impact on the show. They appear in every single episode that we have available today, and they were often tasked with teaching the children some of the series' most important lessons. Lessons like not to cuss.
Things like I'm hearing a lot of swear words. All the kids are using swear words these days, and I'm afraid one of them's going to slip out of my mouth. First of all, why don't you try immediately praying and asking the Lord to take those bad words and thoughts out of your mind? Say, that's a good idea.
Practicing self-control.
Self-control? Oh, Well, I don't think my self-control works. It must be broken. Well, no, Marty. I don't think anybody can practice self-control all by themselves, but if you'll just ask the Lord to help you, He will.
Defeating bad thoughts.
Hearts will cause good words and thoughts to come out of our mouths. It's almost so, Marty, as if our mouths will overflow with the thoughts and the ideas that are inside of us. You know, we need to be very careful about what we put in our minds and our hearts, Marty. That's for sure.
And most controversially,
Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too. Well, Marty, what did you do? Well, I said, look, guys, I like you a lot and I want to play with you, but I can't look at those pictures. I just can't do it.
Whether it was the lessons they taught, or Marty's blatant uncanniness, these two characters were the most vividly remembered part of the show. And this is important as these memories are essentially all we've been left with.
We are still covered with that darkness and with that sin. And when we say He'll wash us as white as snow, that's referring to the sin that's within us.
Joy Junction is classified today mainly as lost media. No official copies of the show have ever been published by its creators or the networks that owned it. It just kind of ended one day and was never talked about again by those involved with the project. And this lack of archiving stretches past just the media itself. If you were to look online for information on the show today, you would find next to nothing. There's no Wikipedia page, no actors, producers, or directors mentioning it in their work history or on their resumes. There's no official website. There's essentially nothing. Not even so much as an official date in which the show started and ended, despite the fact that the show apparently ran for 20 long years. We know for sure that the show aired on CTN in the 1980s, specifically in the Tampa Bay area, before it was later syndicated and broadcast across the country on channels such as TBN and Smile of a Child. But today, none of these networks mention the show having ever aired in their lineups, and none of them have ever provided an explanation as to why the show was pulled from the air. The only reason we even know anything about it is thanks to old recordings and VHS tapes captured by those who once enjoyed the show. With a few dozen episodes and some short clips from the series having made their way to YouTube in recent years, essentially serving as the only surviving relics of Joy Junction. Because of this, the show is largely a mystery, and information is incredibly scarce and hard to come by. But after doing some digging, I was able to find some mentions of it in old newspapers printed nearly 45 years ago that did shed a bit of light on the context surrounding its creation. The first mention of Joy Junction came in 1978 within the Evening Independent, though at this point it was not even a television show yet. Instead, advertisements were placed in the paper weekly for the Faith Community Church in Largo, Texas, that mentioned including some sort of in-person act specifically for children, called Joy Junction. It's unclear what this performance actually entailed, but coincidentally, just 1 year later, the show Joy Junction would begin filming in Largo, Florida, with these original performances likely serving as the inspiration and the basis for the show itself. Following this trail of newspapers, I also found that the show was created by a company called WCLF, which began broadcasting back in October of 1979, with the founder of the company vaguely mentioning Joy Junction as an upcoming project. And sure enough, 1 week later, that same paper included a television guide that mentioned Joy Junction showing on TV for the very first time, giving us its likely premiere date of November 10th, 1979. Aside from this, I was able to confirm that the show did in fact play all across the United States and wasn't limited to just Florida, which might be why finding an exact date on when the show ended has proven essentially impossible. But the most common belief across the internet is that the show lasted until somewhere around 2004, putting its lifespan at a surprising 25 years, which makes it all the more unusual that there's hardly any mention of it online, and that there was seemingly no attempt to ever even archive it. It seemed as if the parties involved didn't just drop the show and forget about it. They completely washed their hands of it and tried their best to bury it. There are even rumors circulating that CTN themselves had all their remaining copies set on fire and destroyed so that the show would forever be forgotten. And when you consider everything that happened, this isn't really all that surprising. But what is surprising is the extent of the unraveling and the way in which it began, as it all started with a simple water bottle. It's unknown when exactly the discovery was made, just that it was a terrible one. Police arrest a man under the suspicion of distributing CP, only to find numerous images depicting it on his hard drive, with the vast majority of the victims involved being impossible to identify, except for one. Within the background of one of the images lay a hidden clue, a water bottle displaying the name of a swim and scuba school in Johnson County, Kansas City. police did a search of the area, asking for help identifying the victim, which led them to a young child who swiftly pointed out their abuser as being a man named Michael Arnett. Michael was immediately arrested, after which the true extent of his crime would be uncovered on his home computers. They contained countless photographs and videos depicting the same disturbing material, including a great deal that was produced by Michael himself. The contents of these images are genuinely some of the most appalling I've ever heard described, though we'll get more into that later, because there is something more relevant to this video that they found on his device. It was a lengthy online chat history with a man named Ronald Brown.
And Ron, you're not one to talk. You're always on the telephone too. Well, I guess you've got a point there, Marty.
Ronald's life was centered around three things: ventriloquism, Christianity, and children. His primary job was working as a traveling puppeteer with a show called Puppets Plus, working school events, birthday parties, and at local malls. He also hosted a weekly puppet show for his local congregation that he billed as being specifically for children. And of course, he had his role on Joy Junction. Every aspect of his life brought him in close proximity to children. And as it turns out, there were several undisclosed incidents that raised serious red flags about this. The first incident occurred in 1998, at a time when Joy Junction was still believed to be in circulation across TV stations. Brown was driving home late one evening when a police officer pulled him over for speeding. The officer shined his light in the car as Ronald reached for his documents, only for his light to catch something unusual stuck between the seat cushions. It was underwear. Children's underwear. Despite the alarming nature of this, Ronald would end up convincing the officer that nothing strange was going on, claiming that the old pair of briefs merely belonged to his puppet, Marty. That night, Ronald was allowed to drive away without further questioning. Though things get stranger from here. Around the time of this encounter, Ronald had been living in a home conveniently located less than a block away from a popular playground, and upon moving into this home, neighbors began to complain of Ronald's relationship with young children in the area. Every Wednesday, kids from around the block would ride their scooters and their bikes over to his house for free pizza. The group would eventually emerge from the home, and Ronald would drive them in his van to a nearby church, where he would supposedly perform his ventriloquism. These weekly meetups were strange to say the least, especially because they were allegedly fairly secretive, with some children even sneaking off to meet the man without telling their parents. There were even other allegations that Ronald himself had hid their bikes underneath his home, almost as if he was trying to avoid any suspicion. And although I couldn't find concrete proof of this, it was rumored that when neighbors checked underneath his home, they reported not only finding these bikes, but used sex toys as well, which were stashed there for unknown reasons. There were never any sort of allegations made against Ron, legal or otherwise, but the red flags here are glaring. Red flags that seemingly went ignored, as people bought into Ronald's act as a God-fearing, silly ventriloquist. Though in reality, the chats found on the computer of Michael Arnett shattered this perception in the most dramatic way imaginable. Though even so, these chats aren't what you would expect. No, somehow they are much, much worse.
From the inside out, God's looking at me. Hoping like bloody seas from me outside, I might not so good, but your mind, change your mind. If only you could see me from the inside out.
Within their conversations were numerous messages between the two men, fantasizing about not only killing children, but eating them as well, with most of the messages being far too vile to discuss or even show in this video. And this wasn't just fascination, it was obsession. Ronald had even found a child at his church that he frequently discussed wanting to eat, mentioning that he would be the perfect feast for Easter, describing what it would be like to end his life and to consume his body. And this went far past just talking, as Brown had taken photos of the child from afar and had actually been formulating a plan to kidnap him. He had even sent a photo of the child with black lines drawn over it to show the various spots in which Ronald wanted to butcher him. This was all supported by his friend Michael too, who himself claimed to have eaten multiple children, with a man even sending a photo of a 2-year-old girl that was seen inside of a pot inside of an oven. And this wasn't the end of the shocking discoveries either, as things were made even worse upon investigators searching into Ronald's username, UE-Lime. In doing so, they discovered an account on a website called cutedeadguys.net, which was and is a forum for sharing images of the dead between those who fetishize corpses. And within his account, Ronald stated that he was one of these people too, admitting that he loved the sight of dead boys ever since he was a young man. And he wasn't lying either. Upon these revelations, Ronald's home was raided, where police would find over 200 images containing CP, which didn't even include the hundreds of others showing tied up children, children being abused, and children that appeared to be dead. Along with this, police also found a blow-up sex doll in the home that was dressed in little boy's clothing, and inside one of his sock drawers was another hard drive with images of countless dead children, as well as a single flyer for a missing child in the area. He also had hundreds of images of a young boy named Andrew, who had attended Brown's church and youth group, with the boy having died of a brain tumor years before. Photos that showed the boy's slow physical decline, all the way until his memorial service.
You know, Ron, you have to invite Jesus Christ to come into your heart and ask Him to forgive you of your sin.
Upon his arrest, Ronald Brown admitted to everything. He truly did want to eat the child he had been eyeing up at his church, along with many others over the years. Though after saying this, he claimed that he would never actually have carried through with it, and that Michael and him were merely role-playing. This is heavily debated to this day, as technically there isn't proof that any of these delusions spilled over to the real world. But that's only what we know of, and considering the large quantity of CP in his home, the self-admitted obsession with dead little boys, and the actual plans he had to kidnap and eat a child, it seemed clear that it was only a matter of time before he finally followed through with his desires. For Ronald, there was no defense, and because of this, the judge handed down a sentence of 20 years in 2014, which would wind up becoming a life sentence, as it appears he passed away sometime in 2020, well before his scheduled release. This discovery changed the entire context surrounding Joy Junction, the wholesome TV show beloved by children all across the country, only for one of its main stars to be outed as a predator of the most disturbing caliber. But there was one last discovery made by law enforcement in Ronald's case that makes the show that much more chilling. During the raid on Ronald's home, officers found a collection of journals that Ronald wrote in daily, where he obsessively discussed young boys that he had been coming into contact with, highlighting his desire to know what it was like to kill them, and to know how they taste. These journals, to my knowledge, have never been released to the public, but the thing I find most interesting about this is the date at which these journals started. 1978, meaning that this disturbing desire had been brewing inside of him for decades, and coincidentally, Joy Junction just so happened to start 1 year later, in 1979, meaning that many of the kids seen on this program were likely the very same ones that Ronald wanted to eat. Given this context, it's no wonder why all parties involved with Joy Junction cut ties with it completely. It just changes the entire feeling of the show. From the moment that one simple water bottle was identified, Joy Junction's fate was sealed, and so was Ronald Brown's. Still though, I'm left with many questions after reviewing this case. Was there anything more to that traffic stop in 1998, or those pizza parties with the kids? And how serious was Ronald about following through with his plans to kill C, with the answer to these questions likely being taken to the grave along with him? But what I find so fascinating about this case is that the fallout of the raid on Michael Arnett's home is still being felt to this very day. On his devices weren't just chats from Ronald Brown. In fact, there were hundreds of other predators, with officers going on to arrest many of them, some of whom are still in the process of being tried and sentenced. And when reading into some of these other cases involving Michael, it's evident just how serious these people were about their dark cravings. One of these men was even recently caught having built an entire bunker equipped with torture tools in preparation for his first victim, which he planned to share with Michael. On top of all the CP distribution, these fantasies about killing children weren't just roleplay. These were very real thoughts and very real plans. But the one small bright spot of this case is that the 2-year-old girl that Michael had photographed in his oven, thankfully was found alive and well, and he too never got to carry through with eating a child, at least that we know. But his physical abuse against them was in fact very real, and as were his desires that him and Ronald likely would have acted on had this entire ring never been exposed. When it was conceived, Joy Junction was meant to teach children morals, right from wrong, but ironically, many of these lessons just so happened to be taught by a man who was actively engaging in the very behaviors that were condemned by Joy Junction.
Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too. As your companions, you should have friends who have pure and clean thoughts and will only give you good ideas.
With his actions forever tainting the show and condemning it to a lifetime of obscurity, remembered only for the man and his puppet who brought the whole thing down.
As a matter of fact, there's something I want to share right now. Really?
And was twisted, showing a man stalking women in their sleep while prying their eyes open, touching and in some cases even licking them. And according to his own words, these girls were often passed out drunk. It was very clear in every single one of these videos he posted that none of these women could have possibly given consent to the dark things he was doing to them. In fact, they likely had no idea it was being done at all. A note that was especially important as our investigation revealed that this was some kind of sexual fetish for the man behind the camera. And he wasn't alone. He had a multitude of die-hard supporters and those who watched from a distance, enjoying this content as if it was pornography. And despite the clear lack of consent involved, they didn't seem to care. In fact, for many, this is what they seem to love so much about this content, leading to one of the more sickening comment sections I've ever seen. And these revelations made it all the more twisted that in at least one of his videos was an actual child who he had claimed to be his sister. As far as internet investigations go, it was perhaps one of the darkest that I've ever been a part of. But even in just the past few weeks since my video on this topic released, there has already been a few major developments that make this whole rabbit hole even deeper, which include the discovery of other channels that may be even worse than what we've seen. During my investigation into Mr. Sleepy People, I knew one of the biggest challenges would be convincing people that this wasn't an ARG. And despite all the evidence that I laid out in the first video, there were still many that doubted the validity of Mr. Sleepy People and his community. And so I decided to set up a little trap. One that would not only prove that this community is legitimate, but that they are actively trading videos behind the scenes as well. To start, my friend Alex and I set up multiple fake email addresses and left them in the comments of these iCheck videos, offering to trade personal clips to anyone who was interested. We also reached out to those who left their own email addresses in the comments. And after about a week, some people began to take the bait. All in all, we engaged in 3 separate conversations with people wishing to obtain iCheck videos and pictures. There was no monetary incentive offered. These were people who only wanted iCheck content. And they were extremely careful with how they spoke to me, with 2 of the 3 asking me to send my videos first, likely so that either they wouldn't get scammed or so they could scam me. And the way they spoke showed me that this was likely not their first time trading videos. I mean, their messages gave me a sense that they were seasoned pros. And that wasn't all. When asked what these videos were and who they were of, one of these people responded with, "Hey, no problem, I understand. I have eye checks and feet play, snoring, hand play, and some nudes as well. Some are of my cousin, which she was drunk, and the other is of my GF and friends from parties. So if you have videos like those that you can send, then I'll send you what I have. Thanks." Now, this undercover work isn't really something that's in my wheelhouse, but I felt like this information should be enough to prove that this is all legitimate. These people really crave these videos, and this community is anything but fake. Now, I also want to say shout out to you guys for actually finding my email address in these comment sections and proceeding to sign them up for a bunch of spam sites, thinking that I was actually one of them. That was honestly really funny, although someone supposedly found my IP address and reported it to the police. But as for Mr. Sleepy People, the biggest update comes in the form of a response to my video. But this response wasn't written or spoken. Rather, he responded with a simple action
That, in my opinion, further solidifies his guilt. Because following the posting of my video on November 12th, Mr. Sleepy People deleted his entire channel. 9 years of getting off scot-free, and he is finally now off the platform. The man behind this channel knew that he was exposed, so he fled. And just to double down again, if this truly was an ARG, then me covering it would be the peak for this channel, making it totally unlikely that he would delete it in response to my video, especially after 9 years of work. Okay, I actually have a quick update here. There was an anonymous source on Instagram who actually ran Mr. Sleepy People's channel into the Wayback Machine, which revealed a comment he had left 3 months before his channel was deleted. And in this comment he says, "Nope, more like friends come over to get drunk as f*** with me, and at the end of the night I check them when they fall asleep." So not only is this channel real, but we now have even more proof that he was doing this non-consensually. Mr. Sleepy People is, for now, totally removed from YouTube, and in my opinion I think that is a huge win for this platform in general, because what he was doing has no place here, or anywhere for that matter. However, he still is out there. In fact, a quick Google search reveals that he is actually on a number of other adult sites posting this same content, something that is fairly disheartening, but there is some good news. Just looking at the viewership of his pages across other sites, none of them even come close to the numbers he put up on YouTube, and he hardly seems to use those other accounts to begin with. So this YouTube channel was his main way of sharing these videos, and it's gone now. It's not privated, it's deleted, gone forever. So though he's not off the entire internet, we did massively interfere with his distribution of these videos, and I will certainly be keeping an eye out for any new channels that he might start up here. And I won't be the only one, as all of his accounts have now been reported to the FBI, who I'm hoping will take this seriously and pursue action further than I can. And in other good news, the channel REM Sleeper, which I had briefly mentioned in that last video, has totally privatized all of their videos, which is a huge development considering the fact that they had posted over 20 times in just 3 weeks of existence. So with all of this being said, it seems that YouTube is finally free of these twisted fetish videos. Well, not exactly. Though YouTube may be free of Mr. Sleepy People, it is still home to the community he left behind. A community filled with those whose sole fetish is based around a woman's inability to consent. And it's made up of people who have now dispersed to new dark corners of the internet. And to find them, I had to go deeper, leading to the discovery of new channels that have put their own sickening twist on this genre of content. It was April 25th, 2019, when a new channel was created, simply by the name of Girls, a channel who was specifically dedicated to sleep fetishes, posting a variety of clips from across the internet that range from just women sleeping, to eye checks, mouth play, and more. It's a channel that does feature many differences from the previously mentioned Mr. Sleepy People, as it doesn't appear that the owner of this account is the one actually filming these girls. Instead, many of these clips appear to be screen recordings from other videos posted by other people on YouTube. And this account seems to be dedicated to finding the quote-unquote best videos for this fetish and re-uploading them to this one channel, likely to make it more convenient for the viewers, so they can just go to one channel to find a variety of videos, as opposed to searching all across the site. But the fact that he's not the one filming actually doesn't make this content any less sickening, as these videos that he's using to fetishize are highly concerning, because mixed in with the eye checks and the other videos of sleeping women posted for people to watch in a sexual manner, are yet again more videos of children. Now, I noted that this was an issue in the last video, that Mr. Sleepy People had one video of a clearly underaged girl, and that there were a multitude of other similar videos that could be found in this community. But this channel reaches a whole different kind of level. We aren't talking about 1 or 2 videos. In fact, it's not even 10 or 20. In just a year and a half of posting these fetish videos, this channel has uploaded 57 videos of clearly underage girls. It is sickening, given that these videos are all being sexualized. Now, I mentioned how this person running the account isn't the one actually filming these videos, which, at first, I thought made this channel a tiny bit less dark. But in actuality, what this person is doing may be even more screwed up, because many of the videos he's used from these underage girls were not initially posted in a sexual way at all, as some show kids falling asleep on the school bus, to which their friends film and mess around with them as a joke, while others show parents filming their sleeping children, and were then posted to YouTube because it's cute and it's funny. It was never meant to be something sexual. It's not something sexual, but not to the person running this girl's channel. To them, this is fetish gold. So whoever runs this account is trolling all throughout YouTube, finding any videos he can of little girls sleeping, and then saving them to his phone, because in his mind, it's a turn on. Which is so hard to say and so disgusting, but it's the truth. And from there, he posts these screen recordings onto a channel dedicated to this fetish, with no remorse for their age. In fact, these 57 videos shows us that rather than deterring him, the fact that these girls are so young clearly attracts him. He likes that they are underaged, and so do the people who are watching these videos. And I can't show you exactly what I'm seeing with these clips because, again, they are children. But you would not believe how young these kids are that these people are fetishizing. Like, so many of them are shown sleeping in car seats. And if you thought all that was bad, well, here's the most sickening video of them all. It's called Emily Sleeping with Her Mouth Open, and it doesn't show a preteen or a child. No. This video is legitimately of a sleeping newborn baby. The sexualization of a baby on an account used to distribute sleep fetish videos. This is as real as it gets, and much like Mr. Sleepy People, this channel has amassed a ton of views, as well as nearly a 100% like to dislike ratio on every single video, and they are still posting constantly to this day. Now, as far as I'm concerned, taking videos from little girls' YouTube channels that show underage children sleeping and then stealing those clips to use on your fetish channel is about as low as it gets. And the exploitation of children throughout this genre is by far the most concerning part. However, I found another channel that even further hits home how morally skewed these people are. The channel's name is A51, and they've been posting videos to YouTube since January of 2017. And this channel does feature a major variation from all the other channels that we've discussed, because all of their videos are centered around sleeping men. Now, this is a small section of this fetish that I've only recently discovered, as there are only a few other channels that post sleeping men content. Not that gender means much of anything, as either way this is still equally as vile, because again, these men are in a position where they can't consent to sexual advances. But it is an interesting variation that I only just realized even existed. But the fact that this A51 channel is filming primarily men is not the part that I find so messed up. It's who these men actually are. Yes, these men are sleeping, but not in beds, not on a couch, not even on a floor. They are sleeping on the street. That's right, this A51 channel is filming homeless people for their fetish YouTube channel, posting videos such as hot male feet and hot legs and tattoo. It is just something that has left me completely and utterly speechless. Exploiting people who are sleeping and can't consent for your own sexual gain is already bad enough. but doing it with homeless people, people who have nowhere to sleep but the ground outside, people whose lives are so hard as it is. These are the people that the man behind A51 is exploiting, all for his and his followers' sexual gain. And to make it all worse, one of them seems to be a homeless veteran. I mean, this account is honestly just pathetic. Now, before I close the video, I just want to remind you guys of all the different things that this group has sexualized within this fetish. They have sexualized and groped drunk or drugged women, as well as men, touching their eyes, mouths, and other areas of their bodies. They have sexualized, hypnotized women, as well as homeless people sleeping on the streets. They have sexualized young children, and babies as young as 6 weeks old. Not to mention the sexualization of a woman who was having a severe seizure, and the actual body of a murdered girl, plus the video showing the aftermath of an actual genocide, and dead women from Auschwitz, whose bodies were stacked on top of each other. This is what this community is. People want to chalk this up to one specific type of fetish, but in reality it's a combination of so many, each of which being more wrong and sickening than the next. But they don't see it like that. They don't see it as wrong, as proof by an account like John Worthy, which is yet another channel dedicated to posting eye check and sleep videos. And just looking at his comment sections offer an insight into the mind of those who make and consume this content, as someone asks if these women knew what he was doing to them, to which he simply responds by saying, "No, lol." Meanwhile, someone else asks him why he's doing this non-consensually, and to this he says, "It's better this way." This is what this community is all about, and it's a major issue. And I mention this John Worthy specifically because this is a channel that is especially concerning. On the day of Mr. Sleepy People's deletion, someone left him a comment saying, "You got more content from that channel? It sucks big time that it's all deleted now." John replies by saying, "For sure, I'll be the takeover of his account." Now, though it's nothing concrete, just based off the timeline, this appears to be a comment in reference to the channel where this whole investigation began. So it is entirely possible that this John Worthy is going to be taking over for Mr. Sleepy People, which is extremely concerning and something that I'll be monitoring from here on. Now, unfortunately, this twisted fetish is clearly still here, and in many ways it may be even worse than ever. But we were able to take out its biggest player, and I have a feeling that these accounts will go running as well after we post this video, especially given the fact that they have all been reported to the FBI, which hopefully will lead to some justice for the women and men that they prey on. But until it does, this will remain as one of YouTube's most disturbing communities. Thank you so much to my gold tier patrons, as well as my god tier. State of the system. Okay, so what the fuck? So if you didn't understand any of this, you're not alone. I am right there with you. So let me try and put this in simpler terms. The butterfly effect is the idea that the smallest actions can have non-linear impacts on our world. And the name itself came from the idea that a butterfly flapping its wings here in the United States could eventually cause a typhoon over in China. Now, although that example may be hyperbolic, the theory itself actually makes a lot of sense. Every action you make has a reaction, which has another reaction, which has another reaction, and so on until the reaction gets so big that it causes a change in the whole world. So if you're confused, here's an example. Let's say you wake up in the morning and decide to sleep in an extra 5 minutes, which is something I often do, but because you slept an extra 5 minutes, you're now running late to work. And because you're running late to work, you decide to drive a little bit faster than usual on your way there. And this causes you to get into an accident, which affects your life, and it affects the person you got in a crash with and all the people surrounding that person. So already we're branching out here. And maybe because of this accident, the state decides that the speed limit is too high on this one particular road, and they lower the speed limit. And the effects from that are limitless. Maybe it reduces the amount of accidents, saves more lives, or maybe it has the opposite effect and causes more accidents. I mean, who knows? But all of this stemmed from the fact that you decided to sleep in just an extra 5 minutes. So when you put it in a way like that, it's crazy to think that every decision you make could have such a long-term effect that you would have no idea of at the time of making that decision. Now, this theory has always been really interesting to me, and one of the most interesting parts of it is the effects it would have on time travel. Because if every action has a reaction that shapes the future, then this would make traveling back in time extremely dangerous. Because if you were to go back and change just one thing, then that would have a lasting effect on the future you came from. So something as small as moving one blade of grass or stepping on a bug would shape the place that you came from, the future. And that one little change maybe could lead to you never have been being born. So basically you would be in a state where you don't even exist. Or maybe when you would go back to the future, you would realize everything was different. Your whole life had been changed just because you stepped on one little bug. It's crazy. I mean, the thought of that is terrifying. And obviously we don't have this technology yet, but someday, way down the line, we probably will. And thinking about this theory, we should really consider whether it should be used or not. Because who knows what effects it would have on our world. Okay, so back to the present time now. It is obvious that our world was shaped by the actions of those who came before us. And some of the smallest decisions have created this world that we live in today. And these decisions have become some of the most famous examples of the butterfly effect. In the 80s, a contract worker laid pipes in Guadalajara, Mexico. The worker had laid the sewer pipes in the same trenches dug for gasoline lines. The water pipes were made of zinc-coated iron, and the gas pipes were made of steel, a combination that leads to corrosion, thus creating gas leaks. And these gas leaks caused a series of explosions that destroyed the city and were felt hundreds of miles away. Okay, so because of the poor decision of one contract worker, it literally caused a whole city to explode. I'm just imagining being that worker. That's tough. I'm assuming this guy probably got sued. I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. Like, I almost feel bad for him, but at the same time, you gotta know. So obviously the effect of that had a huge impact on that specific area and probably eventually in the world, but not quite in the way that these next two have. Plans to assassinate the Archduke Franz Ferdinand by the Black Hand terrorist group had so far been unsuccessful. A grenade lobbed at the Archduke's motorcade during a visit had missed and hit another car. The Archduke was determined to visit the injured, so he traveled to the hospital, but during the journey he noticed that the driver was not going down the altered route that they had previously decided. As the driver began to back out, one of the men assigned to assassinate him, Gavrilo Princip, happened to be buying a sandwich at the corner where the car carrying the Archduke conveniently stopped right outside. Princip shot the Archduke and his wife, which plunged the world into a 4-year war with millions of casualties. This is a double whammy right here. Because first of all, the driver took the wrong road. You got one job, dude. I'm sorry, you gotta do it right. But because of this, the vehicle had stopped right outside a sandwich shop, which one of these terrorists was just chilling at eating a sandwich. And then that throws us into World War I. That literally, World War I was literally caused because of a sandwich. Henry Tandy was in France in 1918 fighting for the British Army when he decided to spare one German's life. Tandy was fighting to gain control of Mercoing and saw one injured German soldier trying to flee. Because he was injured, Tandy couldn't bear to kill him, so he let him go. The German soldier nodded and went on his way. And that German soldier was Adolf Hitler. You want to talk about a butterfly effect? This man decided to be a good human. He decided to be a good person and spare an injured man's life. And this man turns around and kills millions of people later on in his life. I can't fault the guy for not shooting him. Like, that's a respectable move, and there's no way he would have known the events that would eventually follow. But damn, that is just so unfortunate. I mean, think about how different our world would have been if he would have just pulled the trigger. So I think looking at these historical stories, it really shows us how real the butterfly effect is. And with the infinite number of decisions and actions being made every single day, I mean, there's no limit on the examples of these butterfly effects. And some people who have experienced this phenomenon firsthand have gone on to Reddit to share them with the world. I drunkenly agreed at a party the night before to go visit my friend's parents with him the next day in a city 200 miles away. It turned out another friend lived close by, so we all met for drinks, and that other friend's sister happened to be visiting him for the weekend. She came to meet us, and she'd not seen me for a few years. We got drunk, a friend left early because he had to work the next day, and 9 years later, we are married with 2 kids. A series of events which had one of any part not happened would have significantly altered the course of my life. This story is so crazy because you think about every single decision that had gone into it. I mean, initially getting drunk and initially agreeing to even go in the first place. This world is such a random place, but it's not random because our decisions go into making our outcomes, but it's still so random. I need help. This is consuming my life. I dropped dead at work 15 minutes after arriving. That's a good start. I was given CPR by coworkers, and the paramedics got my heart working again. 3 weeks later, I'm out of the hospital and making a full recovery. Had this happened 15 minutes earlier, I'd have been in my car and possibly killed someone. 15 minutes later, I might be walking to get coffee and drop dead in the middle of the street. This was a job I had not planned on keeping very long, as I freelance and was in the midst of a slow season. This job is also the first job to give me health insurance in 15 years. Every single thing I did in my life up until that point, every alcoholic drink, every cigarette in college, every toke of pot, and night shift, and every cheeseburger got my heart to stop at the best possible moment, surrounded by the best possible people. I can't do this anymore. This is freaking me out. I've officially... Every single thing that she did, every decision that she made in her life led her to that moment, led her to literally dying, but dying at the best time possible. I didn't know that that was a thing. What a great outlook on life that is. I had a crush on a guy when I was in 5th grade. He was a grade ahead of me. I finally told my parents about the crush. They ended up befriending the crush's parents, and my dad started working for the crush's dad. My dad borrowed the crush's dad's work van for a job and went to return it and then ride his bike home. He fell off his bike during that ride and died 2 weeks later. My mom, a few months later, started having an affair with the crush's dad, who was still and still is married. That was 16 years ago. And it's still going on. Okay, what the fuck? What? Excuse me? The last one was so positive and uplifting. And then we get this? We get this? What the hell even? I'm not even sure that's the butterfly effect. That's just morbid. Talk about a lot of dark stuff on this channel. That might have been the darkest thing I ever read in my life. It's like a Stephen King novel. I probably should have screened that one before I read it, but you know what? Now it's out there. The world knows now. Okay, so we've heard some famous examples of the butterfly effect. We've heard some interesting Reddit examples, and now it's time for, well, the only examples that really matter. My own, because I'm all that matters here on this channel. It's a dictatorial state over here. No, it's not. It is not. I love the people. Okay, let's get into the stories. So in my junior year of high school, my mom signed me up for a photo class. And right away I wanted to drop this class. Now around the same time, my friend decided to drop the class that he was taking at the same time of this photo class. And I eventually convinced him to take that photo class with me. And had he not, I would have immediately dropped it. So after a while, I met a girl who I became friends with in that class. And by the end of the year, I asked her out to go to a concert with me. And she said no. Now fast forward almost a year from now, and the same girl becomes a co-manager of the swim team that I was on. And because of this, we kind of reconnected a little bit, and eventually we started dating. And we've been dating ever since, which has been now 3.5 years, which is crazy. And it's crazy for a couple reasons. One of which being, had I just dropped that photo class, there is no way we would have been dating now. And also, had she said yes to going to that concert with me, our relationship, first of all, might not even be a thing right now, and things would have played out totally different. But it's also crazy because she was the one who actually convinced me to start this YouTube channel. She was kind of my motivation in a way. So had I dropped that photo class, I wouldn't be here right now making this video for you. So it's changing all our lives now. And my last story is actually about this video that you're watching right now. Honestly, I never would have made this video had it not been for those 2 comments that I got suggesting it. So if they hadn't taken the time out of their day and had this idea and requested this idea, then you wouldn't be watching this right now, meaning your life would have been just a little bit different. So because of the decisions made by those 2 people that had commented these requests, your lives would be a little bit different right now. And I'm not saying I had that much power over you guys, in which I clearly don't, but I'm just saying there would be slight differences made in your lives, which could eventually have led to other big outcomes and big changes and big events happening. And maybe they were all avoided because you guys were watching this video and because 2 people decided to request this.
And do an EVP here and there. I'm not sure where I'm gonna end up, but again, I'm looking for dark locations in the hotel, which shouldn't be too hard considering it's 3 a.m. Indoor palm trees. Nice. Actually, I don't think I've been out this way before. I don't know how I missed this place, but I guess here we are. Oh wow, that's beautiful. No idea where this leads. There's a staff guy right out there, so I don't want to do an EVP right in front of him. Fook, man. Abort. This is a little creepy back here. Did you hear that? That wasn't just me, right? I'm out. Wow, this really just caught my attention, and I have no idea why. Maybe it's because it's a creepy sculpture, but yeah.
Kodak moment. You're doing great, sweetie.
Okay, so I took 1 wrong turn so far, but other than that, I think I'm starting to find my way a little bit better around here. It is so weird that for just a couple hours here, I have Opryland all to myself. This is the weirdest thing, I swear to God. So I'm gonna go back to that bench that I was sitting in earlier when I felt something push me on the back. Okay, make that 2 wrong turns. Okay, we're back at the spot. You guys know I have to run an EVP here. Is there anyone here? What is your name? Are you the woman in black? So freaking creepy, man. Yep, this was supposed to be spooky. I'm just having too much fun walking around here with the whole place to myself. Have you seen a woman in black? Asshole. not sure how this will all show up on camera, but this place is seriously like something to behold, and I don't even know what that expression means. You know what, I'm struggling to find some spooks here, so I have an idea. You know, your boy always has an idea. We're ripping a little Ghost Radar classic. You know how I do it. Only the best ghost hunting techniques here. It's hitting me with ads. It is 3 a.m. at the Opryland, and it's hitting me with ads. Oh my God, right in front of me. Wait, there's two in front of me? Shook. Alright, well, it's saying there's something directly in front of me, and all I'm seeing is a lamp. So unless we're talking moths here, I don't think that's an actual spirit. Come on, lead me in the right direction. Alright, down here. We're going. Conversation. Do you want to have a conversation? Oh, I did not go the right way. I've had enough of that for one day. For one lifetime, actually, if I'm being real. This is definitely not right. It's getting rough out here. I'm starting to get even more tired.
It pays to be sanitary.
I'm so cringe. Oh my God, what do I do with this? It burns. Let's see if we're alone in this elevator. Oh, shit. Ooh, this mirror is creepy. Holy cow. And so is this person. Sorted. Oh my God. My reflection just scared the shit out of me. This seems like an appropriate place to rip a quick EVP. Is there anyone here who wishes to communicate? Is the woman in black here? If there's anyone here who wants to communicate, please make a sign that you hear me. Who is with me? Alright. Bye, spirit, ghost, goblin, thing. Comedy. We had a long walk back. Okay guys, so I'm still searching for some spooks. So I decided that I'm gonna do a little bit of an EVP session here in the room to finish off the video. Hopefully we'll catch something. If not, you know what? I won't really be complaining too much. Right now, I just wanna sleep. But we're gonna rip an EVP real quick. Oh Jesus. Is there anyone here that wants to communicate? What is your name? Is a lady who dresses in black in this room with me? Is this hotel haunted by spirits? If there's someone in this hotel room with me, give me a sign. Can any spirits hear me right now? What is your name? Can you move something?
I don't want to go. I just want to stay here forever. We got 10 minutes till checkout, and it sucks. That being said, this was an amazing trip, and I'm so glad that I did it. I'm so sad though.
I went down to Nashville to see for myself if Opryland was really haunted or not, and after hours of exploring and ghost hunting, I can say with some certainty that I don't believe Opryland is haunted. Sure, some parts were creepy, but for the most part, I just didn't see enough to really make me believe that this place was haunted. That being said, I am just a boy with little to no subscribers, so me saying that really doesn't mean much, I guess. That being said, it was an amazing trip, but you know what? I was excited to get back home and see my dog.
Wonderful night.
I missed you so much. Yes. Winston? I missed you, Winnie Doggo.
Die.
I'm hungry. I went on a ghost tour yesterday, and our tour guide told me that 75% of the buildings in Charleston are haunted. So, is the hotel that I'm staying at tonight haunted? Let's find out. Patrick, I'm going to explore the hotel by myself. Actually, do you want to come? You seem ready to go.
Nick, you can't.
Why not? Tell me why. What do you know?
You're waiting.
Okay. Well, bye then. Bye. Oh, you want all the lights off? Have fun with the goblords. No. Goodbye, Patrick. Here we go. It is definitely quiet in here. Holy cow. I'm not used to doing this stuff by myself. It's a little bit lonely out here. And I gotta say, the stairwell is a little creepy, but not bad compared to what I'm used to. I'm not getting creepy vibes from this place, which is actually saying something, because most of Charleston kind of gives me creepy vibes because it's a very haunted city. But here I actually feel kind of comfortable. I don't know. That's creepy. Let's take a deeper look into the room and see if we can't find anything spooky in there. Hello. Oh my lord. Hello. Alright, so my first test, this is horrible lighting. My first test is going to be just asking some basic questions. Patrick, do you have any questions to ask before you fall asleep?
Okay, I have a question.
Let's hear your question. Alright, so I'm just gonna ask some basic one.
Okay,
oh my lord. Son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Now you're pressuring me and I can't.
You stupid son of a bitch. Right, let me ask the first one then.
What's your name?
You freak of nature. What is your name?
Hey, don't get a tone.
Is there any spirits here that would like to communicate with us? What is your favorite number?
allergies while you're alive, do you still have them in the afterlife?
Okay, so that's where I'm gonna draw the line. How did you die?
Was it allergies?
Oh my god, what is with you and the allergies? How did you die? Do you want us here? What was that? Stop it. Oh. I think it's pretty safe to say that there is definitely something here that's trying to communicate with us. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I feel it.
Me and Patty, Rick, and the boys, that's him right there. We visited a extremely haunted graveyard along with a church that was on there, and we heard something absolutely horrifying. Back in the day, a lot of churches were built in a circular manner. That's the correct terminology, right? And that was because apparently demons like to hide in corners, and if you build a building without corners, then that gives the demons no place to hide. Well, guess where I am right now? In a corner. And as always, I'm reaching for content. So I'm going to get right up in this little corner here and ask some more hard-pressing questions. I felt the sneeze coming.
Oh my.
Sorry, that was a ghost. Oh, we're allergies.
I told you.
Oh my. Is there anyone here?
Give me an allergen if you're here. Do you remember? 21st September.
You have to do that every time I do a seance. I got one very hard pressing question to ask. Would you consider yourself more of a, what is your thoughts on, do you have any questions? This is big, alright? I want you to ask the last question of the night.
I got a really good one.
Let's hear it.
Did you die a virgin?
Oh my god. I am sorry, ghosts. I'm sorry, all you ghosts and goblins. You are good people. This has been a very disappointing session, and I'm starting to believe that maybe this hotel room isn't haunted. But I'm not giving up just yet. You thought that was it, didn't you? You thought the night was over there. You thought you were about to go to bed, didn't you? It's so bright. Oh, really? I don't really give an F. I'm sure it's bright in H-word where a lot of these people are from.
What do you want?
I'll tell you what I want. I have a little trick up my sleeve, like always, that will help us catch ghosts.
You have so many things up your butt, like why do you even keep talking about it?
Right up the keister. Remember we tried those stupid apps down in Florida, and we caught that one goblin on film?
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm glad you're really getting into this, because I downloaded another app, and it's called Ghost Sensor. So I'm not sure what this is. So I guess this is to detect ghosts. I'm going to turn my light off. I would appreciate silence out of you, Patrick. Please. Goodbye. Is this on? It must only be used by skilled ghost busters. Fuck that, man. Okay, so far so good. Let's go into the corner where the demons are said to be. Oh my god, I'm tripping. What the heck is that? Hello, Patrick? That was just wrong. That was just wrong on many levels. So I don't think this ghost sensor works. This is some BS. Luckily, I have another app that we can try out. Oh, it's this stupid thing again. Look at this. What? Okay. Let's translate the freaking message. Age 102. Okay, these ghost apps suck. So after all the evidence that we compiled, after all the spooky events that happened today, Patrick, what do you think? Is this place haunted or not? Okay, all right. I can say pretty clearly without a shadow of a doubt that I don't think this hotel is haunted. at all, like even in the slightest. There's no energy, there was no goblin sightings, there was no ghouls. So I think we can sleep easy for tonight. Or can we? 10-part series coming soon. Good night.
Legends that are kind of rooted in the area. And one in particular has captivated my attention for the past few years, and that being the Indian Lake Project. Now, this is a story that could be just that, a story. But if true, it could potentially be one of the most disturbing things that I have ever covered on this channel. Now, going back to our story, this man opened up this metal container, and what he found inside was shocking. 21 photos, 3 rolls of film, and a number of classified documents. And the contents of these photos and documents painted a disturbing picture of what may have happened in the area that this man was hiking. Now, terrified, this man shut the box and took it home with him, and he tried to forget about it. But after his death in 2002, the box was then passed on to his nephew, John. Now, it became John's mission to discover the truth behind what his uncle had found in the woods that day. And in his pursuit to find the truth, he would go on to share his story with the internet. And he shared it in real time as he was discovering new things. Now, the majority of this video is going to be me recapping John's findings and also sharing his story along the way. And because this is a story that developed in real time, parts of it are going to be confusing, but by the end I assure you that there will be a clear picture painted as to what may have happened in this Indian Lake project. Now, John's blog is where the story was told, with his first post explaining how he had come into contact and possession with the box. And from there, he went on to post 2 photos of the actual box itself, and he left a caption alongside this saying that he would scan the contents of the box and post as many of them as he could in the future. And sure enough, he followed through on his word. He posted 2 photos of what he claimed to show a military base that had once been stationed in Indian Lake. And he would go on to call this the Indian Lake Project Military Base. Very original name, I must say. Now, according to some of the documents that John had, this was supposedly a top secret temporary military base that ran in the area from 1952 to 1955. The base was hidden deep in the woods of Indian Lake, New York. And just looking at a map of the area, I mean, this seems like the perfect place to hide a military base. It is in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and it's surrounded by woods on every side. So the idea that the military could have been hiding a base in the area honestly doesn't seem that far-fetched. But even if there was a secret military base there, why does it matter so much? What were they doing in this base that makes it so interesting and so terrifying? Well, based off of the documents and the photos that John had, he quickly became convinced that the Indian Lake Project was a set of experiments done on humans. And most disturbingly, these experiments seem to have been done primarily on children. But at this point, he wasn't sure of what these experiments actually were and what exactly they were testing in the first place. However, based off of the information that he had, he could tell that it was something sinister. Now, John later went on to show 3 photos, each depicting 3 individual children. Each photo contained the name that was potentially given to the child, along with a number and a strange symbol. These pictures were posted with the caption, "Roger, Sam, and Sally are the quoted names, along with numbers, printed on the face of these photos. These are obviously not the children's real names, but assigned names. As I looked at the names and numbers the first time my uncle had showed them to me, I didn't quite grasp what it meant. I remember that my uncle had told me Roger was probably one child out of 837, based on his number, kept at the camp. His word kept struck me as both eerie and accurate." So at this point, things are getting really sketchy. I mean, these photos are clearly not normal. And with the knowledge that we have up until this point, one could assume that maybe these children were being held kind of like as guinea pigs. And if Roger really was one child out of 837, then this was clearly a huge experiment. Like, that means there could have been upwards of 1,000 children in this remote area, in this remote military base, being tested on. And whether these kids were consenting to these experiments or not is still unclear, but it's very strange nonetheless. And that brings up the question, could a child really consent to human experimentation? I mean, in my opinion, I really don't think so. So yeah, things are sketchy, things are strange, and they're about to get a lot stranger. Another photo was posted with what appeared to be a blurred out face of a military member. This photo was posted with the caption, "I think this photo is very telling," and was included in the box for a reason. It shows two men, one civilian and one military. The civilian man, perhaps one of the scientists or project directors, is recognizable. The second man has purposely had his face obscured. It looks as if the photo is telling us that this civilian is important to the ILP while trying to protect the identity of the officer he is shown with. Could that officer be the man whose box it was? Was he trying to shed light on the subject without exposing himself? Maybe the civilian is a key figure in the tragic Indian Lake Project experiments. Look closely in between the two men, and you can see one of the ILP children. Now this leaves the mind to wander to very dark places as to the type of experiments that they were doing at this base. And honestly, John's posts up until this point have just left us with questions after questions after question with not much answers, but the potential breakthrough was coming. Now left out of these original posts was one piece of key evidence, the film rolls. Now lucky for us, John actually decided to develop some stills from these rolls of film, though he apparently was never actually able to view the films in whole because he was afraid that it would damage them because there had been so much water damage in the box, and he didn't want to permanently ruin the little pieces of evidence that he actually had. But nonetheless, the stills provided from this film roll were still enough to kind of paint a picture as to what was happening there. Shown in one of the films was a group of 4 children stuck in cages as they receive a meal, and these kids appear to be there against their will. And the fact that they're locked in cages implies that they were clearly mistreated. But what for? I mean, what experiments would entail kids being locked up in cages? Like, where is this whole thing leading us? Now, another film was later analyzed, and again, some stills were posted from it. And this is kind of the point in our story where John begins to develop somewhat of a theory. John writes, "Above are 3 frames from the second of the 3 movie reels. It shows children listening to what I believe to be high-frequency sounds. Perhaps these sounds were used to stimulate programmed responses or used in conditioning, as shown. These clips only show the controller's hands and never their face. The children all have a slightly apprehensive look on their face, yet they never look upset. I feel this work was done on the children's own level, perhaps as part of a game. Once the children's trust was built, the cornerstone of the conditioning process was in place." Okay, so again, I have questions. Why were these children listening to high-frequency sounds, and also what programmed responses would they be trying to stimulate? Plus, the fact that John had just kind of jumped to these conclusions means the man is either crazy, or maybe he knows more than he's saying. And it turns out I think both were kind of true. John's next post laid out his theory in full detail, and as crazy as it sounds, it actually might be somewhat realistic. The post read, "Project Artichoke was a CIA project that researched interrogation methods and arose from Project Bluebird in 1951. The project studied hypnosis, among other methods, to produce amnesia in subjects. Project Artichoke was an offensive program of mind control that gathered together the intelligence divisions of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and FBI. I believe the ILP, Indian Lake Project, was a part of Project Artichoke. The scope of the project was outlined in a memo dated January 1952 that stated, 'Can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation?' Project Artichoke was renamed MK Ultra in 1953 and was first brought to wide public attention by the US Congress in the form of the Church Committee and a presidential commission known as the Rockefeller Commission. CIA documents suggest that the agency considered and explored uses of radiation for the purpose of mind control as part of MKUltra. Other early efforts focused on LSD, which appeared to have formed the majority of research as time went on. Experiments included dosing CIA employees, military personnel, other government agents, prostitutes, mental patients, and members of the general public with LSD to study their reaction, usually without the subject's knowledge. When Project Artichoke became MKUltra, the ILP's role was reduced and then eliminated. There are many declassified documents from the congressional hearings. None, however, mentioned very young children, 12 or younger, being used in MKUltra experiments. I think by then, the ILP was buried, both literally and figuratively. So in this post, John claims that the ILP may have actually been part of MKUltra's focus on mind control, and specifically the mind control of children. And for those of you who don't know, MKUltra is more than just some crazy conspiracy theory. This was a legitimate US government program that ran from 1953 to 1973, and it was top secret until the year 1975. Throughout these years and throughout these experiments, the US government would run tests on unwitting subjects in order to kind of test the effects of mind control. And by the program's end, over 150 tests were ran on live human beings. Some of these tests included psychedelic drugs, paralytics, and electroshock therapy. Now, as I mentioned before, the US government did eventually come clean about these experiments, but John believes that the ILP was part of them. A part that the government tried to bury. I mean, experimenting on unwitting and unwilling adults is horrifying and terrible in so many ways. But you do that same thing to children and it kind of takes it up a notch. So of course the government wouldn't want people to know that they had done this to little children. So after all these early posts, we finally had a legitimate theory as to what the contents of these boxes could have been for. But the idea was far from proven and John knew it. To support his case, John decided to take a trip to the area where his uncle had found this container all those years ago. Now, while on this trip, John actually ended up discovering parts of a structure that used to stand there. And whatever these structures may be is really anyone's guess, but they have no business being out there in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Well, perhaps these structures were all that remains of the military base that may have once stood there. So the ball was really rolling on this case, and John's blog was killing it at the time. And within just a few weeks, it really seemed like John was inching closer to discovering and proving what had really happened in the ILP. But on October 26th, 2005, the whole case took a dramatic turn. John updated his blog by saying, "Since my last post, a lot of things have happened to me, which make me believe that posting any more items from the box would not be in my best interest. I have had numerous phone calls only to hear silence on the other end, as many as 20 times a day. My house was broken into and searched, but nothing was taken. The box and its contents had been securely hidden outside of my home. I did this shortly after the phone calls began. It is obvious to me that I hit a nerve when I mentioned the documents I have, and that I was considering perhaps posting them at some point. I am no longer going to post anything. I am done. I hope anyone who stumbles onto this site will read it from the beginning and continue to stay interested in this story. For those of you who had followed this blog, I am sorry, but my family and their peace of mind comes first. As disturbing as these photos and documents are, the last few days for me and my family have been even more so, which is why I am saying goodbye." So the fact that John was discussing perhaps one of the most secretive US government programs ever clearly seemed to rub some people the wrong way. And it appeared that John was being intimidated to kind of keep his mouth shut. And with a story this big about the government, honestly, it makes sense that John would have a target on his back. But who these people actually were and how far they were willing to take their harassment was still unclear. But John was obviously fearing for him and his family's safety, so honestly, that's respectable and it makes sense why he would stop posting. And so with that, all updates stopped for many months, and it appeared that the ILP investigation was just kind of dead in the water. But John wasn't quite finished yet. 8 months later, he returned to his blog and stated that he had recently gotten a divorce and now he could again fully focus his attention on the case. And that's because he no longer had to worry about his wife's safety. So tough scenes for John, if I'm gonna be honest here. I mean, he took an L in his relationship, but he was back to posting about this incredibly interesting case, which is really good for us. Is that selfish? And John's commitment to the case appeared to be at an all-time high, as he even mentioned that he had moved to New York State to be closer to Indian Lake. Now from here, John's blog began to get stranger and stranger. John's posts became more and more random, and they slowly started to make less and less sense. Like, I'm not even gonna bother sharing a lot of what John had posted after this, cause the mans was really on one. But through all this madness, John was actually able to post some key pieces to the story. This strange and disturbing picture was posted with the caption, "This is not part of the metal box content I have in my possession. However, I wanted to share with you a picture that I found on the web. I don't know the origin of this picture, but the date indicated with the picture is 1961. The typed paper on the center of the photo reads, unidentified white female between the age 8 and 10 years old. Subject underwent 6 months of treatment using heavy doses of LSD, electroshock, and sensory deprivation. Experiments under codename MK Ultra about early 60s. Subject's memory was erased, and her brain is that of a newborn baby. This is one of the few connections between MK Ultra and children that I have found other than what I have. The MK Ultra experiments are usually associated with adults, but there seems to be other confirmations to what my uncle discovered in the metal box near Indian Lake. So this photo seems to suggest that children were actually experimented on as part of MK Ultra, meaning that the ILP theory could actually be true. I mean, it certainly doesn't prove his theory, but it also doesn't hurt it nonetheless. But what I find most disturbing about this photo and the caption along with it is the fact that it shows the horrific nature of what these experiments could have really been like. I mean, they fried this poor girl's brain until she was basically brain dead. And if the ILP was truly a thing, then you know this stuff was happening all the time there. I mean, that's really messed up and really disturbing in so many ways, obviously. Now after this, John posted stills from the final film rolls that he had in his possession. One of the films I have shows several interior and exterior clips of the military base that was home to the Indian Lake project. In these few still frames, you can see that the base was equipped with the means to house several children. I also have pictures of a bed, see October 7th, 2005, not a cot as shown in the film, perhaps suggesting that there could have been different areas to deal with the different stages of the child's life inside the base. And this was the last that John had mentioned the films he had, which is a little bit upsetting that he was never actually able to post them or supposedly even view them in the first place. And I think if he were actually able to have posted these films, then it would have been huge for the case. But John did end up posting a video on his blog, just not of any of the films. The video was taken in the woods near Indian Lake by John himself, and shows a broken down shack of some sort that he believes to have been part of the ILP. Now, many people viewed this video as a huge revelation for the case because it proved that people were in fact in the woods in this remote area, and the fact that it's a structure could prove that people were actually living there. But this video ended up being nothing compared to what John would post next. The post reads as follows: "If any of you are fans of the show Lost, this should look eerily familiar. While I was in the woods back in November, I found an underground complex. It is what I believe to be the heart of the Indian Lake Project base. This was probably where the children were housed and the MK Ultra type of experiments were conducted. I have been holding off posting this picture for a while because I wanted the chance to fully explore the structure before anyone sealed it shut. I have explored it a total of 4 times and have drawn a map to the best of my abilities of the interior rooms, halls, etc. This is not the main entrance into the complex, but it was the first and only other one that I had found. I will post the map and the interior pictures in the future, but I just wanted all of you to know that there have been some very interesting developments and give you a little taste of what I've been really up to. I'm sorry I did not share this sooner. There have been several times that I have been afraid since my uncle gave me the metal box, but going down those stairs with only a flashlight was without a doubt the scariest thing that I had ever done." Now, John claims to have found this entrance with a metal detector, and he fully believes that this underground base is where all these experiments were conducted. This was obviously a huge revelation for the case, but from here, things really started to go downhill. It was clear that John was becoming very paranoid with all this work that he had been doing, and honestly rightfully so. But all this paranoia finally seemed to have made John start to unravel. He claimed that a van was following his every movement, and that hunters had followed him into the woods with guns, despite the fact that it wasn't even hunting season. He even posted a photo of a helicopter at one point and claimed that it was spying on him. Now, during this time of paranoia, John also posted this photo from the woods. And honestly, this is just random to begin with, and it doesn't really prove or help his case in any way. But worst of all, it was later discovered that this is a stock photo, meaning that John himself didn't take it and that he had lied about taking it himself. He also posted a photo of a dead bird that he had found outside his house, and he said either a bird died in front of my house or someone put it there for intimidation. But I mean, it's just a dead bird. Like, not the prettiest sight, but I mean, come on, dude, that is just nature. And to make matters worse, this photo of the dead bird was apparently also a stock photo. It seemed that either John had gotten lazy with his lies up until this point, or he had just kind of lost his mind. And after multiple updates and paranoid postings, 5 years had gone by without any forward movement to this case. For whatever reason, John's postings had become extremely infrequent, and his post really didn't push the case forward anymore. And in February of 2003, John posted his final messages to the blog. One read, "Thank you for your interest, concerns, and kind words of support over the past several years." And the other read, "I would begin posting updates to the new Indian Lake Project Twitter account soon. Please follow @Indian Lake Project to stay connected to the latest information." Those updates never came. Only one tweet was ever posted, and the blog was never updated. Now, if you were to believe John's story about his home invasion, his chilling phone calls, and the fact that he was followed, then you might believe that something sinister may have happened to John. Perhaps he was on the verge of revealing some huge information about the case, and he was silenced before he could do it. I mean, you had a man who is that obsessed with this case, and he just randomly stops posting for no apparent reason. I mean, do you really think he could have just walked away from his work? I don't know, it just seems so strange to me that a man so obsessed could just stop. So for those reasons, if John's story was actually true, then I believe maybe he was intimidated to stop posting. Or maybe he was even taken out. I mean, it's such a terrifying thought, but again, it all hinges on the idea of whether or not this was real or not. Because at the end of the day, this all could have just been a hoax or a story, and maybe John just ran out of materials. And quite honestly, I have my suspicions. Like, for starters, let's talk about the original story. It seems incredibly unlikely that someone would just happen to stumble on a half-buried box in the middle of absolutely nowhere, not near any marked trails whatsoever. Like, the chances of him actually stumbling over this box, they gotta be 1 in a billion. Plus, if he was really just hiking, then why was he so far off any other trail? Why would you do that? If you're alone too, like, first of all, buddy system. Oh my god, I've become my mother. And also, if the information in this box was so top secret and so important and so damning to the United States government, why wasn't it just burned? I mean, think about how easily they could have just burned all this information and it would have been done with, and they never would have had to worry about it. And the structures that John found in the woods are sketchy too, because first of all, no one else has been able to find them. And also, if this really was a top secret government program, they would have destroyed the entire structure. They would have left no trace for certain. Like, why would they even risk it? Like, I get it's an isolated area, but why would they run the risk of anyone finding that out? Like, it just doesn't really make sense. And also, why wouldn't they have sealed that damn bunker up? I mean, potentially that was the most damning part of all of this. They could have just welded the thing shut and they would have been fine. Or maybe buried it a little more. It just doesn't really make sense. Like, the government would not just risk this stuff by just leaving it out, you know? And if they did, shit, man, that is not great work on their part. And I'll be honest, I look at some of these pictures and they don't necessarily look real? Like, it's almost like these ones have sort of a filter over them or something. I don't know, they just look a little off to me. But then again, I'm no expert. And not to mention, they all have differences in their wear and tear. I mean, if they were all locked in the same box for all these years and they all received water damage like he said, then wouldn't there be more consistency between the damage that they received? I mean, at least that's what I would assume, but clearly there are differences between most of the photos. And then there's the fact that John used stock photos in his blog posts, and that he had tried to pass them off as his own. I mean, are you guys kind of seeing the red flags here? And that also includes the fact that none of the documents or films were ever posted on his blog. Like, I get why he had some reason to keep those a secret, but the fact that he never showed us them really doesn't help his case at all. So do all these red flags really disprove the Indian Lake Project theory? Well, ultimately that's left for you to decide for yourself. I mean, personally, I'm skeptical about the situation, but I'm still intrigued. I mean, up until this point, there's been no evidence that completely proves the theory or completely disproves the theory. So for that reason, I'm kind of keeping an open mind about it. Now, there's been a few more bits of terrifying information that I had to include somewhere in here, so I'm just going to kind of throw them at the end, and they might actually help the case for the Indian Lake Project. A key piece of evidence that I discovered afterwards was the fact that in the general area that the Indian Lake Project would have been was an orphanage. So perhaps this is where this base was getting all these children from, and maybe that's why they never got caught. Because they didn't have to kidnap them or steal them from somewhere, they had a steady supply of them right at this orphanage. Which that adds a whole nother dark layer to an already dark situation. But it does kind of tie things together if this project was actually real. Now, this last bit of information may be unrelated, but it's one of those things that I gotta talk about. In the span of about 2 years in John's investigation, 3 separate people had gone into the woods near Indian Lake, and they all disappeared. And these people literally vanished without a trace. And it got to the point that local officials were starting to call the area the Indian Lake Triangle. And as far as I'm concerned, the 3 men were never found. Now, this definitely adds to the creepiness of the area, and it might point to the fact that maybe these 3 men discovered something out in the woods that they weren't supposed to see. Maybe something related to the Indian Lake Project. And this honestly just makes me realize how much danger John might have been in when he was out there in the woods. At the end of the day, whether John was telling the truth or not, he still told an incredible story. And honestly, this urban legend is one that I will probably never forget. Maybe someday John will post again and finish his research into the case that once consumed his life. Or perhaps he's already satisfied with the story he's told. Either way, I hope the man's is still alive, because I'm starting to get a little worried. Around us can glitch. Maybe so can we. It's an idea that we've touched on before in my Backrooms video. You're going about living your daily life when suddenly the world around you changes until it's not even your world anymore. Glitching out of reality is something that most find to simply be the work of fiction, but on some occasions, these real-world malfunctions may have actually happened, with some stories going past any rational explanation. And James Tedford is about to become our first example.
It's such a comfort to take the bus.
And the man who keeps his eyes closed. Mystery? There's really no mystery.
It was a snowy day in St. Albans, Vermont, in the winter of 1949, as people piled onto the public bus headed for the town of Bennington. On board, the bus was nearly filled with people, with one being a man named James Tedford. It should have been an 8-hour bus ride, and it was one that Tedford had done numerous times before. After a recent stint in World War II, Tedford found himself living in the Bennington Soldiers' Home, which, as you might have guessed, was located in Bennington. But with many of his relatives living in St. Albans, he would frequently make the long trip out to see them. But as the snow began to pile higher and higher that day, the bus ride began to drag, and it was estimated that its route was delayed by hours. As the long day of traveling went on, Tedford found himself dozing off, and by the last stretch of his trip, he had fallen asleep completely. As the bus stopped at the final station before Bennington, Tedford remained in his seat, fast asleep, as the door shut and they headed towards their final stop. The bus would arrive in Bennington shortly after, but Tedford never would. As the bus neared the last stop, some noticed that Tedford was no longer sleeping in his seat. In fact, he was nowhere to be seen. Tedford's luggage was left in the luggage rack, and his bus timetable was still lying open in the seat where he had just been sleeping, yet there was no sign of him. But the issue was that the bus hadn't stopped since the previous station, the station that Tedford was seen on board sleeping soundly through. This is something that all 14 passengers and the bus rider told to authorities. Tedford was still on board that bus when it was heading for its last stop, but when they arrived at that next stop, he was nowhere to be found. So while the bus was moving along its last route of the day, James Tedford had vanished into thin air. But how could it be possible? If the bus hadn't stopped, then there would have been no way for him to possibly leave. James Tedford would never end up coming back to retrieve his belongings, and in fact, no one would ever hear from him after this. And despite an investigation and an extensive search by authorities, the last time that he would ever be seen was sleeping on that bus. It's a disappearance that seems to be completely impossible. How does one disappear from a moving public bus? How can you vanish before someone's eyes? It has caused people to wonder if, perhaps, at some point throughout that last leg of the trip, our world experienced an error. An error that removed Tedford from our reality. It's an improbable occurrence. How can our reality experience a glitch like this? And how can it even glitch in general? Well, there isn't really a concrete answer to this currently, and there likely never will be. But a theory has been proposed that could explain everything. It's a theory called the simulation theory, which explores the idea that we are currently living within a simulation, one that faces malfunctions just like any other simulation would. And yes, I understand how crazy it sounds, but with some background information, it actually might make sense.
Okay, Atari, let's see your best pitch.
Don't just watch television tonight, play it.
40 years ago, look back and see what our video games used to look like, and now compare them to what we have today. The growth in our computing technology has happened at such an incredibly high rate, and from this point on, technology will only grow more and more. We went from hitting a ball back and forth to simulating our own little worlds within less than 50 years. And on the timeline of our existence, that's such a minuscule bit of time. So assuming that humans will remain living for thousands and thousands of more years, then let's imagine how advanced the technology will become. I mean, at some point, our technology will get so advanced that our computers and games might be able to replicate free will, which means the non-player characters within a game will be so advanced that they can make their own decisions, have emotions, and be able to touch and feel things. This would be the equivalent of them having their own mind and gives them the ability to think for themselves. Once that happens, then the game or simulation is their reality. That's all they would know. So they would have no way of knowing that they are actually just a simulated being, unknowingly living in a world that, on a physical level, doesn't even exist. And with the way our technology has been advancing and is projected to continue to advance, it seems that there's a good chance that this could be possible in the future. But this is where the theory gets a lot deeper. Once we have the ability to create a simulation where the characters truly think they're real, then those sims will start to advance. In that simulation, the idea of a simulated world wouldn't be invented yet, so eventually they would invent it for themselves. And when they do, they would run it and create another simulated world. And then that world would do the same thing, and it would keep going and going and going.
Someone programs a universe, and in there they gain maturity and technology, and then they program a universe. and then they program a universe. So you can have nested, simulated universes all the way down, but there's only one real universe.
And each time that simulation is run, it'll lead to millions of more simulated worlds, all filled with Sims who have no idea that their world doesn't physically exist. So basically what I'm saying is that once one of these simulated worlds is created, then it opens the door for billions and billions and trillions of other simulated worlds to come after it. So let's look at that from our perspective. Where does that leave us? Does that make us the one true reality that hasn't created simulations yet? Or are we one of the trillions of simulations that were created after its invention? I mean, it's crazy, but really think about it. If you believe that this level of simulation is going to be possible in the future, that means that the chances of us living in the one true reality right now would be 1 in billions. This is a point that people like Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson have even showed support for in the past.
So given that we're clearly on a trajectory to have games that are indistinguishable from reality, and those games could be played on any set-top box or on a PC or whatever, and there would probably be, billions of such, computers or set-top boxes, it would seem to follow that the odds that we're in base reality is 1 in billions.
I mean, not that that proves anything, but they're a lot smarter than I am, and that lends some credibility to this theory. And though this sounds like a wild conspiracy, this actually is a fairly well-researched scientific theory that many scientists are unironically exploring at the moment. Now, truthfully, there is so much more to this topic that it would just take hours and hours to fully explain it, so I'll just leave it at that. But hopefully that at least made some sense, because it seems to be the basis for understanding how these real-world malfunctions could be possible, because every game and every simulation has glitches along the way, and some are worse than others. Some are worse than just the removal of one person. People disappear quite frequently within our world, and though most turn up a short time later, sometimes people really do vanish without a trace. And while it's difficult enough to understand how this could be possible, what is even more confusing are cases of mass disappearances. Cases where rather than just one person vanishing, it's a whole group. It's not something that commonly happens, but when it does, it often defies all logical explanation, with perhaps one of the earliest recorded examples of this being the Roanoke colony. It happened all the way back in 1585, when European settlers established a colony on the island of Roanoke, but almost instantly, the settlement began running into issues. For starters, they failed to ever gain peaceful relations with the Native Americans in the area. Plus, the resources there were not plentiful enough to fully support the colony. Because of this, a supply ship was sent back to Europe to restock and bring goods back to the already struggling colony. When the supply ship left Roanoke in 1587, its captain estimated that they would be back within a year to give fresh goods to the settlers. However, upon the ship's arrival back in Europe, a war broke out, pushing back the ship's return voyage. It wouldn't be until 1590 that the ship would make it back to Roanoke, but there was no one to go back to. They arrived to find the settlement looking perfectly preserved, but totally abandoned. There was no signs of a struggle, and all the settlers' belongings were left behind. The only clue that the settlers left was the word Croatoan, which had been carved into a palisade. This may have been an indication that the settlers had moved to a nearby island by that name, but unfortunately, the supply ship was never able to search that island due to poor weather conditions. There was estimated to have been around 120 settlers living at the outpost at the time, and they all had seemingly vanished into thin air, and none were ever seen again. And despite the immense popularity that this case now has, and the modern technology that has been used to try and figure it out, the mystery has never been solved. Researchers have searched for the remains of the settlers to try and determine if they were attacked by Native Americans, but remains of the settlers were never found in Roanoke, making it almost impossible that they had been killed there by Native Americans. Plus, there was no sign of a struggle, which would have been highly unlikely if the group were actually attacked. Researchers have also searched the area of Croatoan, but again, no remains or even any artifacts were found that could have proved that the Roanoke colony had actually moved there. There are currently companies set up entirely to help in solving this case, yet nothing has come of it. And based off of what I've read, it doesn't appear that they have discovered a single piece of conclusive physical evidence. It's really like this group just dropped off the face of the earth. To this day, there remains dozens of theories to try and explain this event, but no one has pieced it together. With this in mind, many have come to the conclusion that this was another example of a major reality glitch. Maybe some kind of error within our simulation caused the colony to be wiped from existence. And though one might think that something like this could never happen in this day and age, that's actually far from the case.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9, good night.
We're seamlessly connected than ever to every corner of the world.
It's estimated that over 44,000 flights take off and land each day throughout the world, delivering in total roughly 2.7 million passengers. And typically, these flights go off without a hitch, as the vast majority of them make it back safely. And when the passengers boarded Malaysian Flight 370 on March 8th of 2014, they would have had no clue that they were about to become the exception.
Breaking news tonight, a Malaysia Airlines flight with 239 people on board, including 4 Americans, has gone missing.
Flight 370 took off from Kuala Lumpur at 12:41 a.m. and was headed for Beijing. 227 passengers were on board, as well as 12 crew members. As the flight entered Vietnamese airspace, the plane's pilot radioed in to air traffic control with these chilling words. That would be the final message sent out from Flight 370. The plane would go on to disappear, along with all 239 people on board. To this day, neither the plane or its complete wreckage has ever been found. And despite there being many theories on what may have happened, there remains no solid conclusion as to where the plane went. Part of what makes this story so terrifying to me, as well as many others, is how a full-size Boeing airplane could just disappear. With the technology that this world has, I would have never imagined anything like this happening in a million years. And even after this became one of the biggest news stories of the decade, we still have yet to find any real evidence, any proof as to where this plane went. All eyes were on this topic. Everyone was searching for this plane, and yet it never turned up.
34 helicopters, 40 ships, even submarines, desperately looking for clues.
With all the resources that were used to search for it, something would have surely been discovered. And yet here we are years later with nothing but scraps of evidence. Because of this, there are many theories out there that have tried to explain how a plane like this could just vanish. And it's within these countless theories that we find one related to this video. Maybe the plane encountered a reality glitch. A glitch much like James Tedford and the entire Roanoke colony might have faced many years ago. A glitch that removed the plane from our world. Now I'm left with a ton of questions after exploring the world of reality glitches. But one question still burns in my mind. If all this is true,
and people and things can really glitch out of our world, then where do they go? Would that person just cease to exist? Or would people survive the glitch and find themselves in some sort of other reality? Perhaps they glitch into an area outside of the map, an area that wouldn't be rendered by the simulation. If it truly wasn't rendered, then maybe the area would just be a void, an endless plane of darkness and nothingness, an area that you would be permanently stuck in, surrounded by nothing, alone.
Imperative for the country to gain superior knowledge on the subject than the Russians. Because of this, the United States was constantly building and experimenting on all things nuclear. Over the course of the Cold War, over 1,000 nuclear devices were fired as part of US government experiments, with few being as controversial as the experiments conducted in Operation Argus. The main goal of Argus was to test the effects that nuclear weapons had in colder, high-altitude regions. With these experiments, an estimated 3 nuclear missiles were fired in the vicinity of Antarctica. However, the results of this experiment were never finalized, and the whereabouts of the location in which the missiles hit is still very much a mystery. Following this test, the task force in charge of the program was quickly dissolved, and the majority of the documents associated with the project were destroyed. Included in these documents was also the film reel that would have shown actual footage of the tests. So this alone is pretty sketchy. The destruction of evidence, the hiding of evidence as to what happened there, is something that definitely raises some red flags, but it's also something that's not too surprising for that time period. But where this whole situation gets very strange is when you take a look at a previous mission that took place in Antarctica that has confused the public to this day. In 1946, the United States Navy sent troops to Antarctica to supposedly set up a military base and to train them for cold weather conditions as part of Operation High Jump. Now this wasn't a small convoy or anything like that. All in all, 4,700 troops were sent up to the frigid landscape in December of that year. The operation lasted just barely a few months as the weather conditions supposedly got too severe. Which, I'm not sure what they were expecting there, if we're being honest. It's Antarctica. In total, it was reported that 4 men lost their lives in the short expedition. However, some believe that the number is actually much higher than that, and that in their time up there, the United States Navy was attacked. It is theorized that upon the trip through the harsh landscape of Antarctica, the brigade was attacked by unknown crafts which forced them to retreat out of the area. The attack was highlighted in a now leaked Soviet report where KGB agents had gained knowledge from US soldiers present at the site of the attack. The US soldiers claimed that while they were being attacked by these hostile forces, they reportedly opened fire on the crafts, ultimately shooting one down into the water below. However, the advanced technology of these crafts proved way too much for the fleet to handle, and they were forced to retreat after losing several aircrafts and men in the attack. After the fleet returned back to the United States, one of the leaders of the expedition, Admiral Byrd, began discussing with the media that the United States should set up defense bases in the polar regions, and that flying crafts from the area posed a serious threat to the United States. After these shocking and controversial statements, Byrd was thrown into a mental institution and never heard from again. Piecing together the alleged attack on Operation High Jump with the subsequent bombing of the region with Operation Argus, the whole situation leaves a dark theory. Some believe that Operation High Jump was actually an invasion of Antarctica in order to fight off some mysterious force. Why else would they send that many soldiers there? Do you really need 5,000 men to set up a research base? And maybe when this operation failed, and when the United States Navy realized that they were no match for this advanced weaponry, perhaps they fired those nuclear weapons to take care of the enemy once and for all. Now, I feel like this theory is definitely out there, but the fact that it was in an actual Soviet report, and the fact that Byrd was speaking out about this enemy and was quickly silenced, makes it still intriguing to me. Plus, I can't get over why they would send that many people up there to set up a base, and I can't get over why they would fire those nuclear weapons in Antarctica for research when they didn't even end up posting any actual research from their findings. And what about the tapes? Okay, you know what? Let me chill real quick. So obviously I have a lot of questions about this theory that I wish I could have answered, and perhaps the biggest one to me is what actually was this unknown force that may or may not have attacked the Navy that day. And the theories into this are just flat out crazy. Many of the most popular conspiracy theories surrounding the region of Antarctica deal with alien life. Its vast and unexplored landscape makes it one of the only places on Earth that could really hold alien life that would go completely undetected. Like, aliens could just be chilling up there right now, and guess what? We'd have no idea. I mean, I'm not saying they are, but we really can't say that they aren't, right? Now, throughout the years, many have pointed to things like these pyramid structures throughout the region and claim that they are bases of aliens. They think that aliens actually created these things. And further structures have also been spotted on things like Google Earth that seem to look like man-made or alien-made buildings or layers. And due to our inability to explore these regions and confirm or deny whether these are structures or not, it causes our imagination to kind of run wild with what could have made them and what could be living in there. Now, me personally, I tend to view these structures as just kind of weird-shaped rocks, but I will give some credit that quite a few of them do look pretty convincing. Now, just recently, a photo from Google Earth went viral of what appears to be a spaceship crashed in the snow on an island just outside of Antarctica. With this photo, you see a definite trail behind a large tube-like object, making it appear that whatever this thing was, it had just crash landed. Now, this photo has quickly become synonymous with alien life in the region, though some experts are quick to dismiss it as a rock that simply slid down a mountain via avalanche. It's a really interesting photo that has many who believe that aliens are truly out there excited. And there's no shortage of other photos like this that supposedly show crashed UFOs in the snowy Arctic. Many believe that these crafts are the work of alien life forms thriving in this desolate region. These people also tend to believe that these aliens were also responsible for the attack on the US Navy. It's a frightening concept, thinking that hostile alien life forms may be living in Antarctica, and the idea that they have attacked before may also mean that they may attack again, and with no defense bases anywhere in the region, nothing would be stopping them from attacking, let's say, a research team of ours in the area. But to me, the idea of aliens being responsible for these mysterious crafts is not even close to being the most interesting theory.
Für richtig hältst, ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe.
Bro, okay, this shit goes crazy. Let me just start by introducing the theory, and then I'm gonna backtrack and explain how it could be possible, so stick with me here. So the theory here is that members of the Nazi Party were able to escape to Antarctica after World War II. It's said that the Nazis also took with them advanced weaponry from the war, weaponry like flying saucers that were responsible for the attack on Operation High Jump. Okay, so confusing and weird, I know, but let's unpack this for a minute. Even before the start of World War II, Hitler had a fascination with Antarctica. There, he sent multiple fleets to survey the landscape and supposedly look for margarine fat due to the fact that the country's supply would soon be cut off during the war. On these missions, it is theorized that Hitler saw an opportunity, as the vast continent provided the perfect conditions for a hideout should things go wrong. Now, fast forwarding a bit here to the actual war, it is no secret that Nazis were innovators and they were obsessed with creating new and crazy technology. These technologies included things like wonder weapons and all sorts of other shocking and disturbing things. And it is believed that at one point the Nazis set their sights on creating an advanced aircraft that would be ultra powerful and especially difficult to bring down. These crafts would have been something completely new to our world if they were actually able to create them. And in this theory, believers claim that they actually did. They believe that the Nazis were able to build these flying saucers in secret and use their overpowered weaponry to defeat their enemies. And looking at all the other crazy stuff that they were able to invent, I mean, it's still improbable, but it's definitely not impossible that they were actually able to accomplish something like this. Okay, so if they had this advanced weaponry, how did they end up in Antarctica? Well, perhaps after World War II had ended, the remaining Nazis fled their homeland to avoid persecution and landed in Antarctica, where they likely would have never been found. And the idea of Nazi soldiers and officials escaping Germany after World War II is something that is definitely not outlandish. So many of them have been reported dead, and yet very few bodies were actually ever discovered from the high-ranking Nazi officials. Which that's a whole conspiracy theory of its own, whether these people are still alive or not. But if they are, maybe they fled to Antarctica. And maybe they took their advanced aircrafts with them to A, escape undetected, and to B, keep their technology a secret to possibly use at a later date. I mean, this kind of makes sense because, as I mentioned before, the Nazis had more information on Antarctica than probably any other country at the time. Because remember, they had sent crews there on multiple occasions. Also, in 2016, Russians actually discovered a legitimate abandoned Nazi base in Antarctica. So they had at least one legitimate settlement there, and it might not be too far-fetched to believe that maybe they had more that just haven't been discovered yet. So perhaps when the US Navy was visiting the area way back in 1946, they stumbled a little too close to the Nazis' secret base. And the Nazis used their advanced aircrafts to fire at the crews and deter them from coming any closer and truly discovering their hideout. And stretching it even further, maybe the US retaliated by shooting those missile tests in the area in order to secretly and quietly kill off the remaining Nazi troops. It is so crazy to think about, it is so weird, it is so probably not true, but it's so really, really sad, so strap in for this. So many years ago, there was a slave named Daniel. Now, Daniel was an incredible painter, and his owner noticed this. So one day, his owner came up to him and said, "Can you paint a portrait of my daughter?" Now, obviously, Daniel agreed to do this, but it turned out to be a huge mistake. Not because he messed up the painting, not because he tried to escape or anything even remotely close to that, but because he fell in love with the daughter. Now, obviously, once Daniel's owner found out about this, he wasn't happy, obviously. So his owner got so mad that he formed a mob armed with pitchforks and angry dogs, and they chased Daniel out of town. And Daniel ran, and he ran some more until he couldn't run anymore. So Daniel collapsed right near a barn, and the mob caught up to him. They dragged him into the barn and found an old rusty saw. And they proceeded to saw his hand off. Now, that is horrible, that's disturbing, it's sickening, but it gets even worse. They decided to cover Daniel in honey and throw him next to a huge beehive. Now, obviously, the bees stung him up, and the pain was too much to handle. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. And as he was passing away, he cursed the owner that did this to him, and he vowed that one day he would be back to kill him. Now, it's said that Daniel's spirit cannot rest, and that's why he appears whenever you call his name. Because obviously he has so much unfinished business left here on Earth. And that's also why he's constantly looking for revenge. Now, the story is, like I said before, disturbing, but at the same time, it's sad because it's believable. Even if it's not true, it's very believable. But in terms of the game, for me, obviously, the game is not as believable. For starters, if the game had ever worked, I'm sure we would have heard about it on the news, because the game ends with murder, right? But you know what? I am not one to judge. You guys know that about me, and if you don't, subscribe and maybe you'll learn. And because of that, I am going to try to play this game. Now let's see if I can summon the Candyman. Okay guys, so I'm all ready to go with this. The only thing that I needed, like I said before, is a piece of candy, so I brought this little guy. I just hope he doesn't eat it, because I'm really hungry, and I've really been looking forward to eating this, so, okay. I'm gonna leave this on. It didn't say that it had to be completely dark or anything, so I think that should be fine. And I'm gonna shut the lights off, and we are going to see if the Candyman is here with us. You know what, even if I don't believe it, even if I'm 99.9999999% sure that this is fake,
I'm still scared. I don't care. I'm still gonna get scared. The toilet's making a noise. The toilet is making a noise. Candyman? Huh. I got my candy here. Let's do it. Candyman. 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 I'm gonna hate this now. What if I opened this door and he was just standing there? Oh my god. Alright guys, so the Candyman was an absolute no-show tonight, which, you know what? Thank God, am I right? Like, that's a good thing. I'm glad that he did not show up, because, well, this video would never be posted. And that would be bad for all of us, right? Because this is such good content. No, okay. I'll stop. So do I think that the Candyman is real? Well, I think that the story might actually be real. And if not that same exact story, then I'm sure there are similar ones out there. But in terms of the game, I can say for sure that I am not a believer. But as always, I'm going to say be careful if you're playing it. Always follow the rules. Alright guys, so that's it for this video. Good night. I hope you all sleep well. And I hope the Candyman for getting his victims is pretty unique, and it's definitely different than most mainstream urban legend monsters out there. What Slenderman does is he kind of stands off and stalks his victims, just far enough so that they can still see him, but just out of reach too. Now he doesn't just stalk his victims for a few days and strikes. Sometimes he can stalk them for months, and even years. Now during this time, it's said that this stalking drives the victims mad and puts them in a state of constant paranoia and constant fear, because they know the Slenderman is just right there watching. Now it's said that Slenderman finally attacks when you eventually let your guard down, and this might be after a whole year of you being stalked, and at that point it's said that some people are just too tired to even fight it. They completely lose their will and they just let Slenderman take them. And what Slenderman does with you is, it's kind of an unknown, but one of the most popular theories out there is that Slenderman takes you into the woods and impales you onto a tree and pulls out your organs. Now there are many differing opinions as to what Slenderman can actually do, what supernatural abilities he actually has. But here are just a few common ones that most people tend to agree on. Number one is tentacles. Yes, as I said before, he can sprout out long black tentacles from his back. I'm not sure what he uses these tentacles for, but honestly, I don't really want to know. Number two, invisibility. And it's not just invisibility where, oh, he disappears, you can't see where he is. It's more of a selective invisibility, meaning only his victims can see him, which just adds to the madness and to the paranoia that is being a victim of Slenderman. Number three is camouflage, and not like camouflage like hunters wear. It said he can actually shift into a normal looking person to fit his surroundings. Number four is contagion, and this is kind of a two-part thing, but it's said that Slenderman is almost like a disease, so if one person is seeing him, then friends of that person might start seeing him as well, and it kind of spreads like that. And not only that, Slenderman can make you actually very sick, apparently, with excessive coughing and even bleeding out of your nose, ears, and mouth. And even your eyes, which is so disturbing. And the fifth supernatural ability that he has is teleportation. And when people talk about Slenderman, they rarely describe him as something that moves, something that walks. He more so just stands there. And when you turn away and look back, he teleports closer. So you never really see him walking, or at least that's what people claim online. Now, back in 2009, the first pictures of Slenderman were posted onto a small photography forum with the caption, "We didn't want to go, we didn't want to kill them, but its persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comfort us at the same time." Now, from there on, speculation about this supernatural being spread all across the internet, and all across forums and YouTubes, and a lot of people seem to be talking about it, with one of the most popular forums obviously being creepypasta. Now from there, it just kept gaining more and more traction, and it probably hit its peak popularity in 2012 with the release of Slender, the 8 Pages. Now this video game was downloaded over 2 million times, and it was crazy popular. Everyone was playing it at the time. Now over the next 2 years, Slenderman would be in more video games, more movies, more YouTube videos, and the popularity kind of held out, and people were still very interested. But in 2014, the urban legend took an incredibly dark turn into real life.
Breaking news, a 12-year-old girl is stabbed. The girl was lured to the area by 2 of her classmates who allegedly stabbed her 19 times.
The girls had hoped the attack would earn them a home in Slender Man's mansion. Slender Man is a fictional horror character.
2 12-year-old girls lured their friend into the woods, pinned her down, and stabbed her over 19 times. Now, when questioned about why they did this, they claimed it was to impress Slenderman. And they said they were so afraid that Slenderman was going to kill their family, them and their family actually, that they felt like they had to do this. Now, miraculously, the girl who was stabbed 19 times somehow managed to survive. But this was definitely still one of the darkest days in the Slenderman urban legends history. After all this, is Slenderman real? Well, the answer is no. The original form where the first pictures of Slenderman originated from was actually a Photoshop form. Now, the man who posted this picture's name is Eric Knudsen. Sorry, I pronounced it wrong, I'm sorry. And he actually admitted that the picture was photoshopped. And not only was it photoshopped, it was actually photoshopped for a Photoshop contest. So the original picture that this whole legend is based off of is fake. Now, how do you explain the stabbing? What else could have drove those 2 12-year-old girls to actually commit such a horrible crime and blame it on Slenderman? Well, it was actually discovered that the 2 young girls who committed this crime were schizophrenic. And that's the whole...
It didn't take a trained eye to notice that something appeared very wrong with this account and its owner. But just how wrong it really was is something that maybe I wasn't prepared to discover, because the Piper Rocks channel was really just a scratch on the surface of a decades-old internet mystery and the beginning of a rabbit hole that takes us deeper than we've ever gone before. Before we dive into this, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Hunt a Killer. Now that life is heading back to somewhat normalcy, and we're finally starting to be able to see our friends again, Hunt a Killer is the perfect option for your next group hangout, as it's easily become my favorite game night option. Hunt a Killer is a murder mystery game, where you're mailed a box full of evidence and clues of a fictional case that needs solving. It is incredibly interactive, and based off of my own experiences, it has a very similar vibe to what you would expect from an escape room. Only with this, you never even have to leave your home. As a longtime user of the service myself, I typically will break it out for date nights or having friends over for a few drinks, often leading to us taking it way too seriously, but that's the fun of it. So I do highly recommend heading over to huntakiller.com/Nick to browse their selection of themed boxes, and if you use the code NICK at checkout, then you'll be given 20% off your purchase. The original Reddit post didn't offer much in the way of context to this mysterious channel, but in the comments beneath it, a user would share that they had found a similar account that was associated with Piper Rocks, as it featured the same distinct style of editing, along with the pages literally linking to each other. The second channel was called Isabel Piper, and in the year 2018, the young girl would post interchangeably across both accounts, and she did so at a very consistent rate until 2019, when she would abandon the 2 pages. Not much was known about the supposed girl running the channel, but throughout her uploads she would sprinkle in minor details about herself, at one point saying, "Please sub, I'm 10 years old and I make special effects," something she was very adamant about across her page, as she was never trying to hide the fact that she was just a kid, essentially using the page to practice with her video editing, which would usually be something that's far from noteworthy, had it not been for the actual contents of her videos.
channel. I would love it if you subscribe to my channel and give this video a big thumbs up for more awesome videos just like this one.
The videos unfold in a meme-like format, with clips being thrown together in jarring and odd ways, and with each video bearing little similarity to the next. That is, minus the appearance of Piper herself, as well as a constant and disturbing air of sexualization. Some videos showcase crude humor that you would expect from a fully grown adult, and others feature much more disturbing edits.
Would sing about, so put your hands down my pants.
It was strange to say the least, but to solidify the feeling that something was in fact very wrong with this channel, one could simply look at the outro that she had adopted not long after starting her uploads. It's something that I'm choosing not to show you, and something that I don't suggest you seek out either, as essentially it's a revealing upward shot of a young girl wearing a small skirt, and though it doesn't quite qualify as CP, the suggestiveness of it is undeniable, as clearly it was meant to be sexual. And that is exactly how Piper's audience would perceive it. Commenters would say things like, "I love you, what's your Snapchat? LOL, you did it. You need some more booty shaking, but it was still good." And estoy enamorado, contactimonos, which although I definitely butchered, translates to, "I'm in love, let's get in touch." And it's this comment that to me proved to be the most concerning, as Piper would actually respond by saying, "Thank you for watching, how old are you?" To which the man simply says, 19, and you? Piper then says, "I am 11, leading to the conversation's end, with the commenter stating, "En el amor no hay edad," or, "In love, there is no age." The comments were few and far between on both of Piper's channels, though nearly every single one was flirtatious, despite Piper being 10 years old at the time of making the account. Whether she knew it or not, this little girl was making content catered to some of the worst people that this planet has to offer, and it's likely that she had no idea she was doing so. I mean, how could she? She was just a kid, right? Understandably, people began to wonder who this girl actually was, along with what her story is, as if she genuinely was just a kid, then being in contact with people like this would clearly be a danger to her. But it didn't take long for the cracks to start emerging. For starters, across Piper's videos, it's blatantly obvious that different girls are shown in many uploads, sometimes famous actresses, often from clips taken from The Amanda Show, as well as Lazy Town, while others are of child YouTube stars, typically taken from their older uploads when they were at their youngest. And most strangely of all, Piper used a similar picture across the Isabel Piper and Piper Rocks account, with this girl being shown in a good chunk of uploads, and Piper herself claims that this is in fact her. This is Piper, though in reality it appears to be yet another child actress, and one who looks nothing like other videos that Piper also claimed to be of her. It didn't add up, as not only did these girls clearly differ from each video, but most of these girls were easily identifiable as other people clearly not named Piper. The hole in these channels were undeniable. Piper could not have been who she claimed to be, but that didn't prove anything, as maybe Piper was just pretending to be these young girls, and using the clips just to practice her editing, or even fantasizing of being famous. However, any hope of that being a possibility seemed to end on March 25th, 2018, when she would upload the video, "In the Woods Editing My Video," which was the first time that Piper would reveal her voice.
Hi guys! Well, I was editing some of my videos, and I forgot and left the camera on, so thought I'd upload it and show you guys. Hope you like it. See you later, baby. Yeah.
Piper's voice was an obvious fake, and was clearly just someone making their voice sound higher, and then pitching it up in post-production. It sounded completely unnatural, and nothing like what you would expect from a 10-year-old girl. In fact, just pitching down the voiceover exactly 2 notches makes it sound much more realistic.
Well, I was editing some of my videos and I forgot and left the camera on.
And you can start to tell that it's seemingly a more mature and masculine sounding voice, clearly of someone attempting to sound childish and like a little girl. Between the lies told about who she actually was and the jarring fake voiceovers, which would end up being used multiple times,
I thought you were the Candyman.
It left many questions, but one resounding truth, that Piper was not who she claimed to be, and in all likelihood she wasn't even a child. So essentially what we have here is a person making hypersexual edits from clips of girls no older than 12 years old, while pretending to be a young girl themselves. All the while creeps are flocking to the channel to hit on this person who they believe is a kid. The whole thing is a confusing mess of darkness that leaves no clear answers as to what is actually happening here. It was initially theorized that this could be some kind of catfish scam, potentially made so that the owner of the account could solicit relations with the people watching these videos, believing that this person was in fact a little girl. Or perhaps even more likely, these pages were set up to catch predators in the act, using these channels as their in to expose those actively pursuing relations with minors, which was honestly what I hoped this was all about, as it seemed like the best case scenario. But with no leads and no mention of the channels across the web, it was really anyone's guess. However, upon finding the channel back in December, another mysterious set of channels had been gaining traction in the early months of 2021, and much to my surprise, the channels looked a lot like Piper's. In total, as many as 6 to 8 other channels were found, posting the same style of content, with the main ones being Piper Bynes, along with Christina Black and Nicole W., each of which featured the same distinctly crude style of editing and sexual content. And from the eye test alone, these channels were clearly related in some way to Isabel Piper and Piper Rocks, as they featured practically identical videos and subject matter, with the Piper Bynes channel having been active as recently as 3 months ago, while the Nicole W channel was active as far back as 10 years ago, further adding proof that Piper could not have been a child, as the whole timeline of this rabbit hole is older than a decade, and is still active as of 2021, so in all likelihood she could not have been 10 years old just a few years ago as she claimed. To me, this longevity totally removes any thoughts of this being some kind of ARG, and it also casts doubt on the page having been made to catch predators, as typically those operations wouldn't stretch out as long as this one had. Plus, I don't think this would really be the most effective way to do so to begin with. But if it all was real, if someone really was just making this content, then its true purpose must be something of great concern, a concern that had been felt far before me. Though I first became aware of this mystery back in December of this year, in reality it had been investigated nearly since its inception, making the rounds across Spanish YouTube, as well as being posted to various forum sites here and there, with many concerned about its deeper meaning. And out of all the sites that would host discussions about this ring of channels, the one that would take it most seriously would wind up being 4chan. There, interest would grow so large that a group would be set up solely for the purpose of investigating the matter, in what they dubbed as Pipergate, with their research being cultivated into a 33-page report published back in August of 2020, where the true identity of Piper would be revealed. In the report, the investigators would outline how they found the email associated with the Piper Bynes YouTube channel, along with a few other accounts under the same name on both Twitter and Facebook, both of which having since been deleted. The group would then perform a reverse search on the email, leading them to a man named William Glenn Whitaker, who, with some more digging, was found to have a plethora of other emails, with those being directly affiliated to the Nicole W and Christina Black channels, along with the Isabel Piper and Piper Rocks channels as well, the channels where I began to fall down this rabbit hole. Our suspicions were correct. These pages were not run by a 10-year-old girl. They were not run by Piper, and instead they were run by William Whitaker, a 65-year-old man. He was behind these sexualized videos. He was the one taking clips from little girls' YouTube channels and using them for his disturbing edits and pretending to be them. And somehow, it only gets worse from here, as William wasn't just your typical old man making memes on the internet for fun. In fact, he was a felon, having been arrested back in 2002 after being caught with CP. William Glenn Whitaker was a registered sex offender, and he still is to this day. But the story doesn't end there, as this wouldn't be the end of William's legal troubles. Upon his release in the Tampa area, William would stay local and pick up a new line of work, as he started his own talent agency that went by the name of Wizard Productions Modeling Agency, with his specialization being in child stars. He would lure in families with the promise of stardom and connections to the music industry, something that would both excite parents and children alike. With this, he would then bring the children to his home and record them singing and dancing, with the promise that the tapes would then be sent to higher-ups in the music industry. But in reality, William had no connections. All he was a sex offender, and given his status, the business was completely unlicensed, a total scam, and was 100% illegal. He had set the whole thing up to obtain these tapes. What he did with those recordings is something that is still unknown to this day, though it has been theorized that he likely used them for his own personal use, as well as potentially having sold them to other people in the area, as well as across the web, an idea that seemed to have been insinuated in the news report. The lies would eventually catch up to William in 2005, as the police busted the operation and forced him to close his doors on Wizard Productions, though oddly enough, it never seemed like he was given any jail time for this, and it seemed his only real legal repercussion was having to close the business, despite his literal history with CP. Because of this, William was released to the public, having been practically unheard of since. Well, that would be until he'd make his start on YouTube, with the bizarre set of channels that we know today. The report was scathing, and most importantly, accurate, as I performed a background search on William myself, and the emails matched exactly. I mean, one of his was literally called Piper Rocks Hard, clearly in reference to the account he had made. With that in mind, perhaps the most worrying part of these channels is the fact that many of the girls that William has been showcasing most recently are YouTubers, most of which with minimal subscribers, and the vast majority, if not all of them, have their channels centered around music, with them all appearing to have dreams of making it big in the industry. Which is worrisome, as this just so happens to be the same industry that William had preyed on before. Plus, to make the whole situation just that much worse, a decent amount of William's videos have made it onto YouTube Kids, literally putting William in front of both predators and children alike. But even after all this, and through all the twists and turns, there is still one glaring question. Why? Why was William doing this? What was he gaining from making these videos? That, for now, is the question that has yet to have a definite answer. In the 4chan report, it was theorized that this whole thing was a front for distributing CP, something that, given William's history, is definitely possible. The investigators claim that this was done using a series of links posted within the description of the channel's uploads, while using the comment section to initiate the transaction, in which the predators would be invited into a mega chat room dedicated to sharing CP. And that was just half the operation. The rest would take place on Twitter, where William too had fake Piper accounts, only these ones were far more suggestive than any of his videos. On these accounts, commenters would flock to leave their flirtatious messages behind, a few of whom the 4chan report had proven to be predators. Because of this, it was again theorized that CP was somehow being distributed throughout these social media outlets, as both clearly housed numerous creeps, But for me, this is far from a solidified conclusion, as the links supposedly used in the description of the video are no longer there, potentially having been removed after the report was released. Though despite this, William continued posting his usual content for nearly a year after, without the use of this apparent elaborate system, which does cast doubt on this theory, as what would his incentive be to keep posting? And unfortunately, no tangible proof was offered showing any one of these alleged chat rooms. And along with this, the Twitter accounts that William used are long gone, having been suspended around the time of the report. But through the screenshots that are shown, it honestly just seems like a bunch of predators trying to hit on a child, with the investigators themselves stating that they're not sure how this system works. And with the accounts now gone, at the moment it's unfortunately impossible to verify its true purpose. For those reasons, it's a theory that I can't fully buy into, and not to mention the unfortunate truth that there are much easier and far less obvious ways of sharing CP. And though it's horrible to think about, it's no secret that CP is easier than ever to both send and receive through countless means across the web. But at the moment, I'm also struggling to buy this theory for the reason that despite the whole cover being supposedly blown, and the system on YouTube being quote-unquote figured out, William just kept making these videos. He never missed a beat. And with that system of links being no longer used, at least as of this year, well, that points to the idea that William isn't doing this for other people, but rather he's doing it for himself. That makes me wonder if perhaps this is all just a kink for him, a disgusting, sickening, vile fetish, where he gets off to pretending to be a little girl, almost like a twisted form of roleplay. Or maybe he just likes the thought of a little girl acting this way, the way that he'd most likely want them to act towards him. It's also been proposed that there could be a grooming scheme involved, potentially with the content being made to draw in both predators and children alike, which it has done a good job of doing so. But there is yet to be any actual evidence of this, and though it may seem plausible, there's at the moment nothing substantial to back it up. The truth is that we don't know what compelled William to make these channels and start posting this concerning content over 10 years ago. His motives are to this day a mystery. And it's a mystery that might just last forever, as William has taken it to his grave. According to the offender registry site in Mississippi, the state where he has lived in now for years, William Glenn Whitaker has passed away, with it likely having happened in just the last 3 months, something that is backed by the fact that he hasn't uploaded since March of 2021. The registry doesn't say what happened or how, but what is certain is that William is gone, and thankfully he is never coming back. The Piper channels were concerning from the jump, and made even more worrisome given the revelation of who created them. William and his channel should have never had a place on YouTube, especially not kids' YouTube. Yet William went practically unchecked, and it's strange because we may never know the true danger that these channels posed, if they posed any at all. But it's still a disturbing situation nonetheless, and it's at least a relief that these channels will now lie abandoned until their inevitable removal. But in terms of the whole scope of this investigation, I would say that it's far from over, as there are other players discussed in the 4chan reports, along with the whole Twitter side of this, that I will cover at a later date, and hopefully with some more digging we can finally determine once and for all what William's true intentions were. But until then, Pipergate will remain one of YouTube's strangest rabbit holes. Big thank you to my gold tier patrons and my god tier for the due date, when all of a sudden her belly started to shrink. And it turns out the baby was never born. This was actually one of the first known cases of what's called phantom pregnancy, but I'm not gonna get into that. And after this, she even tried again, and she got pregnant again, and the same thing ended up happening. So in the end, she ended up dying without ever having a child, which was her one and only dream in life. It's pretty heavy stuff, honestly. And because of this, people often play the game by not just saying Bloody Mary, but saying, "I killed your baby, Mary," which is totally fucked up and just, wow, I would never do that. So the term Bloody Mary is actually apparently kind of an insult towards her, and this Mary is who appears in the mirror, and she's obviously, understandably, a little pissed off. So there are many variations to this game, but what appears to be the most classic
goes as follows. Step 1, find a mirror. Step 2, light a candle. Step 3, turn all the lights off. Step 4, run water. I'm not really sure why, but that's kind of like a... Not everyone does that apparently, but that's just something I heard. Step 5, spin around 3 times. Step 6, stare into the mirror. Step 7, call Bloody Mary 3 times. And the final step is wait for her to appear. Now, it said that if she does appear, what you should do is not run, because if you run, apparently she can escape the mirror, and I don't think you want that for obvious reasons. But apparently what you're supposed to do is blow out the candle, turn the lights on, and you should be safe. So this legend and this game are definitely a little creepy when I'm saying it and when I'm hearing about it. But does it actually work? Well, according to one story on the internet, it worked all too well. So a young couple had plans to hang out one night, and unfortunately in their situation, the boyfriend was moving away just the next day. Now, they were very young at the time, so they wanted to have their final night together to be special. And they were very young, so not what you're thinking. They decided to play Bloody Mary. And the joke was going to be that the next day she would go in and tell their classmates that Bloody Mary took him away. Just a prank, bro, you know what I mean? So they followed the instructions of the game, and they stood in front of the mirror with all the lights off. And after spinning around, they stared, and he began to chant, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. They waited, and they waited, and nothing happened. So the two were obviously a little relieved, but still a little bit on edge, understandably. So as a joke, she decided to jump out at him and yell, boo. When she yelled boo, he ended up slipping and crashing out the window. Now, she obviously freaked out, and she thought, oh my gosh, he's gonna have a broken leg, a broken back, I don't know, a concussion, something. So she ran down the stairs, and she ran to see if he was okay. And when she got down there, she saw what had happened. His head had gotten impaled by a stake of what used to be a fence, and he was dead. As she stood there staring at his body, she knew that Mary had gotten them in the end. Okay, so that story is creepy as hell, obviously. And it kind of makes me never want to play this game ever, but you know what? I feel a little bit deprived, because as a child, I never got to play this game, and I never thought I ever would. And so I really don't know, like, is it real or is it not? Like, I have to form my own opinion on it. And in order to form that opinion, well, I think you guys know where this is going. Okay, so I am in the bathroom where this is all about to go down. I'm getting a little bit nervous, but other than that, I have everything ready. But there's just one problem. I don't have any candles, so in place I'm gonna use this. We win some, we lose some. Okay, I'm gonna turn the lights off now. Okay, this is actually terrifying, guys. I'm starting to get freaked out. You know what? We're just gonna do it, okay? So first I'm gonna spin around 3 times. 2, 3. Here we go. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. Okay, so as you saw, nothing really happened, nothing spooky happened, but that being said, I am 19 years old, and that still completely freaked me out. Maybe it's because I've never done it before, and I've always heard terrifying things about that. It's still, nonetheless, a fun game to play every once in a while if you're looking for a good spooking. But is it real? I'm gonna say no. I think this is just an urban legend. I think it's just a game. The story that I told you guys before that I'd read online, I'm pretty sure it's fake. But that being said, I'm not gonna advise anyone to do this. If you do it, be careful. Follow the rules exactly, and I don't know, guys. If you guys wanna see me do more creepy games like this, I am. I'm so cold. Please help me. I'm lost."
Those are the first words Dakota James said when he called his friend Shelley on the evening of December 15th, 2016. Terrified, Shelley got in her car and headed towards where James said he would be. It was late at this point, and it was another cold night in the city of Pittsburgh. As she headed in the direction of North Pittsburgh, where James claimed to be, Shelley checked his location on her phone and realized that he was nowhere near there. James was actually in South Pittsburgh. James was clearly not in the right headspace as he continued to plead with Shelley to find him. He kept saying that he was cold and scared, and that he had no idea how he even ended up alone, walking in the middle of the street. Shelley would get to his location in 10 minutes, only to find James stumbling out of a hotel and heading in the direction of a black SUV. The SUV was facing the wrong way in the wrong lane. As James walked closer to the vehicle, Shelley pulled up and screamed his name. He stopped in his tracks and turned to her. He walked to her car and got in as the SUV sped off into the night. James was confused, crying, and overwhelmed with everything that was going on. He said that he had gone out to the bars at 7:15 p.m. with some coworkers, but remembered nothing after that. His words were clear, and Shelley noticed that when he walked to the car, he walked in a straight line. He had blanked for 4 hours, but it was clear to Shelley that he was not drunk. Rather, it appeared that Dakota James had been drugged. Relieved to be in the car and safe, James didn't wish to talk about the situation anymore, and the conversation with Shelley was over. 5 weeks later, Dakota James would disappear after a similar night of bar hopping with the same coworkers. It would be 40 days before his body was found in the Ohio River. In his bloodstream was GHB, also known as the date rape drug. His body seemed to be in a good condition, despite it being found in the water. Marks were also found on his neck that seemed consistent with strangulation. Officials later determined that James's death was an accidental drowning, and that he had simply fallen off the Roberto Clement Bridge on his way home from the bar. 11 smiley faces had been graffitied onto that very bridge. It's clear why this conclusion rubbed many the wrong way. From the drugs in his system to the previous story told by Shelley, things definitely seemed sketchy, but as it turns out, there was even more evidence to suggest that an accidental drowning could not have been possible. For starters, a transaction was made on his credit card that was supposedly found on his body. The transaction was made 2 days after he had disappeared and supposedly fallen into the water. Also, as I mentioned before, his body was in pristine condition, which would not have been possible if he had really been in the water for 40 days. This shocking case seems to many like a clear-cut murder, and many view this as a rare mistake by officials. But the truth is that this case is similar to hundreds of others. All across the United States, cases that appeared to be clear-cut murders have been dismissed and blamed on accidental drownings by authorities. 2 retired New York detectives by the name of Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte discovered this disturbing trend many years ago. And it is worth noting that together they have more than 40 years experience, and they were extremely well-respected detectives throughout their career. Together, they have theorized that all of these strange accidental drownings may be connected. In many of these questionable cases, the victims are almost always males, they are always white, they're college-aged, athletic, intelligent, and popular. They disappear from bars or parties, and typically the victim acts drunk despite only having a few drinks or none at all. Many show evidence of drugging, with at least 30 testing positive for GHB. All were found dead in a body of water days, weeks, or months later. Most had injuries that were not consistent with drowning, and their bodies were found in conditions unnatural for drowning victims. And all were found with graffiti smiley faces at the location that they would have entered the water or where their body was found. Detective Kevin Gannon first recognized this trend in 1997, when on April 7th, 21-year-old Patrick McNeil was found off of a pier in the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn, New York. Marks were found on his neck, along with charring on his hands and torso. his body position in the water was labeled as being unnatural for a typical drowning. Weeks before, McNeil was seen leaving a bar appearing to be heavily intoxicated. As he began to walk out of view of the bar, some patrons noticed a car driving slowly behind him, but no one paid it too much attention. Despite the obvious signs of foul play, this case was quickly labeled as yet another accidental drowning spurred by excessive drinking. And since this case, it's estimated that potentially 300 other cases like this have been reported across the United States, which shows just how severe this disturbing trend is. Cases have appeared in over 25 separate cities, mainly on the East Coast, and they typically appear in clusters in a close period of time. But what does all this actually mean? How could such a wide range of deaths be occurring in such similar circumstances? And if these college students aren't actually dying due to drowning, then what is killing them? As mentioned before, Kevin Gannon was the one who recognized this trend, and he's also the one who proposed this theory. Gannon believes that these victims were being drugged when they would go out and visit a bar or stop at a party. They would then leave the bar drugged, unaware of what was going on, which to onlookers, the victims would likely just appear intoxicated, so it really wouldn't raise many red flags. Once outside of the bar, they would then be abducted and thrown into a car, and then held for a period of time, potentially be tortured, before they were killed and dumped into a nearby body of water. But one serial killer being responsible for so many potential murders seems nearly impossible. So Gannon suggests that potentially this is a group of serial killers. A lot of these deaths occur in major cities, and it is believed that groups of these killers have cells in all these cities. Having such a spread out and vast organization would make it much easier for these murderers to get away with their crimes, because they can spread out the murders and make it seem natural to authorities. And committing murders in multiple jurisdictions makes it extremely difficult for police and investigators to really do anything about it. Also, the fact that smiley face graffiti has been found at nearly all of these crime scenes is another point that Gannon states favors his theory. It is believed that these smiley faces are the mark of the killers, and it is potentially done so that the organization can mark their crime scenes. This is a common trait among serial killers, so the idea that this graffiti is being used as kind of a tag for their murders seems somewhat likely. And truthfully, looking at this theory as a whole, it does seem somewhat possible. But if this is truly the case, then why haven't the police caught on yet? This could be for a few reasons. Either they are fully convinced that there is nothing going on here, or they're covering something up. And truthfully, it would make a lot of sense for them to want to keep this on the down low. If police had admitted that a large group of murderers had been killing people for this many years, it would be a very bad look for them. I mean, admitting that this group is out there or even entertaining the idea would practically equate to them admitting that they got hundreds of cases wrong in the past. And along with this, if officials began to investigate these alleged murders now, a panic would surely ensue as people would begin to believe that serial killers are executing people all across the United States. So there is a logical reason why the police and other authorities would not even want to entertain this theory. Now, to date, one of the biggest flaws with the smiley face murder theory is motive. Every murder has a motive, but in a case like this, the murderers seem motiveless. Why would a group of killers target white college students and kill them in such a particular way? It has been theorized that these were envy killings because the victims were smart and athletic and by many accounts popular. But to know a victim is popular, you would really have to live in the area and be familiar with its social structure, which honestly seems unlikely in this case. So that would mean that they would be killing these victims simply because they are athletic and smart, which really doesn't make any sense. The clear lack of motive has forever been something that has hindered this case, but a chilling thought remains. Maybe these killers don't need a motive, and maybe they just want to kill for the sport of it. I mean, who knows what the culture would be like within an organization like this, but you would clearly have to really enjoy murdering people to be a part of it. So maybe they really are just going out there and killing people for fun. Another flaw with this theory has always been the smiley face graffiti itself. Smiley faces are typically one of the most common forms of graffiti, and they are almost always present wherever graffiti is. Also, there was never any rules for how close the smiley face has to be to the spot that the victim was found. Because of this, Gannon could have found a smiley face a good distance away from the crime scene and just claim that it was connected, despite the fact that it really had nothing to do with it. There's just too much gray area here for them to manipulate the facts. The idea of a serial killer tagging its crime scene with a smiley face is one of the reasons that this whole situation and this whole case has become so popular. I mean, it's really creepy and just adds a whole level of intrigue to this case. But ironically, this is also one of the very factors that is holding this all back. Because smiley faces aside, from an outside perspective, it seems very clear that a defector by the name of Lim Ji Hwan would manage to escape its boundaries, fleeing the country she had claimed to be hell on earth to start her new life in South Korea. But how could she have known that this would be where her true nightmare would begin? Before we get too far into this, I want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Blinkist. As many of you know by now, I love stories, and not just telling them, but hearing them too. But I've never been much of a book reader because I really don't have a lot of time throughout my day, and that's where Blinkist comes in. Blinkist takes full-length books and essentially highlights their stories into a 15-minute summary, which you can then read yourself or have it read to you. So when I'm driving or cooking, I can literally hear what would equate to a full book in just a matter of minutes. Recently, I just started listening through Chernobyl, the history of nuclear catastrophe, which was actually written by a Chernobyl survivor who recounted his experience surviving the disaster. But with thousands of titles to choose from, there really is something for everyone. So make sure you visit Blinkist.com/NickCrowley, and the first 100 people to sign up will receive unlimited access to the whole library for 1 week completely free. So make sure to visit that link in the description to sign up today. Lim Ji Hwan was born in April of 1990 during a peak of economic freefall in North Korea. Citizens were left to starve, living their lives in devastating levels of poverty. These conditions made Lim's childhood anything but ideal, as her and her family would often go days on end without eating. But as she would grow older, these experiences would prove to be far from the most traumatic that she would face, with many of her most mentally taxing moments having come from her time in North Korea's military. She would enlist at the age of 17, only to discover the disturbing levels of sexism that female soldiers would be subjected to on a daily basis. Male soldiers would be showered in praise and be given gifts for their loyalty, while the women would receive nothing. In fact, they would typically end up being punished as a result, as these gifts that the men would receive would come in the form of the female soldiers. The men would be allowed to take their pick of women within the military that they could have for the night to do whatever they pleased with the women not being able to say no or resist. And those who would try would be left beaten and sometimes even killed. Having been just a teenager at the time, the effects of this more than toxic work environment would take a toll on Lim's mind, as she would begin to realize that she could no longer continue living under such circumstances, and she knew she had to escape. In mid-April of 2014, Lim would attempt to cross the North Korean border into China by paying a broker the little life savings that she had managed to collect, which back then was a common practice for those attempting to defect, but one that didn't always work. Some wouldn't have enough money to leave, and they would be turned back to North Korean officials, who would then send them to the most brutal labor camps imaginable. Or if they were lucky, they would be given a quick public execution. Either way, it seems that in most cases, their lives would likely be over upon their capture. But as Lim would make her attempt, the stars had seemingly aligned, as she was able to cross the border safely, where days later she would arrive in South Korea, settling down in the country's capital city of Seoul. Now a free woman, her life was far from glamorous in the beginning, as she would work as a bartender to make ends meet, something she was supposedly quite good at, as she was known to have a charming personality and good looks, a combination that typically yields success in the field of bartending. But though it was a rather quiet start to her new life, it was a far cry from the regime she had left behind, and her newfound freedom would give her opportunities that she could only have dreamed of years prior, with one of which being publicly discussing the atrocities of North Korea. While living in the North, those who would criticize the way of life or the decisions made by officials would be viewed as traitors and enemies of the state, leading to incredibly harsh punishments, again involving labor and prison camps. But with Lim now in the South, she could openly share her traumatic experiences that she had been through, something that she would begin to do almost immediately through the use of social media, as she would frequently post to her blogs and other forums. On these accounts, she would expose to the world how disturbed the military system was there, and how the citizens of the country were literally starving to death. Given the constant propaganda and the lack of access to the region, there is many that isn't known about North Korea, so as Lim would share these stories, people would follow out of curiosity as to what life was really like over there. And quickly she would grow a following to the point where she became a small internet celebrity in Seoul. But as her following grew, one thing would quickly become clear, that it wasn't just fans who had taken an interest in her. Lim's social media accounts were booming, but as soon as she began receiving this attention, she would be thrust into a massive scandal. Multiple articles would be released exposing Lim as a sex worker and a former cam girl, claiming that she had taken part in multiple pornography shoots while in China. A claim that would cause an instant stir, as South Korea is ultra-conservative when it comes to sex, and it's considered very shameful to do any type of work in that industry. And these articles appeared to be far from baseless, as they would even include photographs and videos that seemed to show Lim fully nude, performing these lewd acts. Almost as quickly as Lim would become a star, it would all be in jeopardy as fans turned their back to her out of shame. But the problem was, none of these articles were true. Instead, the images that were shown would feature a mix of Photoshop, along with other women being used that simply looked like Lim, and the articles would include information that could only be considered as blatant lies, as it was clear that whoever had made them were also behind the Photoshopped pictures. But that begs the question, why? Well, despite making major waves within Chinese and South Korean news outlets, neither of these regions would prove to be responsible for the fake articles. And instead, they had come directly from North Korea. The nation is known for its intense propaganda within its borders, but in this case, they had orchestrated a smear campaign against Lim in a completely different country. And it's not hard to understand why, as she had been openly exposing their many wrongdoings, and the fake news story would be the perfect way of discrediting her and ruining her public image. The incident would prove to affect Lim's public perception, but many would end up catching on to North Korea's deceitful ways, and Lim would end up continuing to grow her following during the next year. But now she was doing so, knowing that the evil she had left behind was watching her, and that she now had a target on her back. After the scandal would start to blow over, Lim would receive a huge break that came in the form of an appearance on a popular South Korean television show. The show would give Lim a larger platform to share her stories and would prove to be an incredible opportunity for her at the time. One appearance would quickly turn to 2 and then 3 as Lim became a fan favorite nearly instantly, to the point that she had become a regular on the show, once again using her charm and looks to win people over. It had seemed that Lim had found her purpose, as her love for life couldn't have been more obvious, something she would even mention on her birthday in April of 2017. Having just turned 23, Lim would take to social media to say, "This is possibly the happiest birthday of my life. Thank you to all the fans who love me. You give me the courage to keep speaking out." Lim was on top of the world, and her life was at an all-time high. But this is something that wouldn't last long, as this post would prove to be one of the last that she would ever make. In the days following her birthday, Lim Ji-hwan would inexplicably vanish, leaving her once active social media accounts completely silent. Authorities would visit her home only to find everything left as it was. Lim had not taken her valuables, and her savings of over $20,000 were left untouched in her bank account, with there having been no activity since the last day she was seen. Wherever Lim had gone, she had left in a hurry, without taking so much as a change of clothes. Lim would not be heard from for days, which would roll over into weeks as speculation grew like wildfire. Some believed that Lim had been the victim of an attack or a kidnapping, likely at the hands of someone who had heard the vile news reports about her, unaware of the fact that they were actually fake. While others believed that somehow, someway, North Korea had managed to take her back, as it was already apparent that they were watching her and actively trying to silence her. But this all seemed just too far-fetched, as Seoul was a safe haven for defectors, and North Korea had no reach in the region, making this kidnapping practically impossible to pull off without detection. There was no easy answer to how or why she had vanished, but as the weeks became months, it was safe to assume the worst. That was until July of 2017, when the missing celebrity would suddenly reappear out of the blue, being shown on a place that many were used to seeing her: their screens. Lim would appear on a television interview that would be posted to YouTube, letting the world know that she was safe and that there was no need to worry about her. Only, there was something very wrong with the clip, as it didn't come from the regular show that people were used to seeing her on. In fact, in the clip, she wasn't even shown in South Korea at all, or even China for that matter. And instead, the interview was taking place in North Korea. In the video, Lim would explain that she had made the choice to go back to North Korea, a decision she made as a result of hating her life in South Korea. She claimed to have been lured into escaping her homeland at the promise of money and food. But when she got there, she described life as being hell, further stating that, "I wept every day missing my fatherland and my parents," also adding that South Korea had coerced her into saying all of those negative things about the North. She would continue by saying, "I committed a terrible crime. I am worthless. I do not deserve to live," before begging Kim Jong-un for forgiveness, as well as calling herself human trash. It was a shocking twist. Lim had been seemingly so happy, and in her short time in Seoul, she had managed to amass a good amount of money, along with thousands of adoring fans and supporters, as well as a good home. Yet here she was, back in North Korea, telling the world how horrible her time was in South Korea. The interview was certainly strange, as nothing seemed to be adding up about her story, and along with this, fans would notice that her face appeared to have been swollen, her hair was cut short, and her eyes looked as if she had been crying. The bubbly and cheerful Lim had seemingly been reduced to a shell of herself. Plus, the idea of Lim returning to the North voluntarily was one that just didn't make any sense. As mentioned previously, those caught fleeing North Korea were subjected to brutal punishments, typically equating to a death sentence. Yet here we have Lim, who not only escaped, but also publicly put the whole country on blast for the whole world to see on numerous occasions. And we're supposed to believe that she had just went back on her own and didn't face any punishment. In reality, returning to North Korea was going to be a death sentence for Lim, and would likely mean years of the worst torture imaginable, and this is something that she would have known for certain going in. So realistically, it is more than unlikely that she would have returned voluntarily, and instead, it seemed that somehow, North Korea had managed to take her back. But how? Maybe Lim had gone to China in an attempt to smuggle her family members out of the country and was subsequently captured upon doing so, where she would have been returned to North Korea, something that China does quite regularly as the nations are allies. Or maybe Lim had been told that officials in North Korea were going to slaughter and torture her family as a result of her fleeing, and in order to stop them, she would sacrifice her life and return to the nation. Whatever case was true, the only certainty seemed to be that Lim's return to the North was forced. Upon her return, Lim would be used as a propaganda tool, spreading misinformation to citizens about the supposed horrors of living in South Korea, while also stating that she had not been kidnapped or coerced into returning. She'd also claimed that she was treated well, and that defectors can always safely return home. A note that is far from the truth, as those returning would almost certainly be killed. But just the idea of anyone falling for this and actually returning is honestly terrifying. Lim would be shown in 3 separate North Korean propaganda videos, and her deterioration throughout them is obvious, as she looks frail and withered by her final appearance. And from that moment on, she has not been heard from or seen again. leading many to believe that she was only kept alive as a means of spreading propaganda. And what they did with her from there is anyone's guess. How much torture did they put her through? How brutal was her death? And though we don't know for sure, I can only imagine how horrible it really was, as the way she had spoke against North Korea would have likely left her to face the most extreme punishments imaginable. Lim's story is one that is heartbreaking, but sadly it's not unique. In recent years it's been discovered that North Korea actually has a secret police force, whose sole purpose is kidnapping and returning defectors. And in just the month prior to Lim's disappearance, Kim Jong-un had actually ordered the group to ramp up their efforts, with Lim likely having been their first target. To this day, defectors will vanish without a trace now and then, with many never being heard from again, making it a constant reminder to those who escape the clutches of North Korea that you are never truly safe. Lim Ji-hwan's life was filled with both pain and triumph, and it's the latter that she should be remembered by. The courage that it took to escape her country, and then to subsequently share her experiences with the world, knowing that it would put a target on her back, is unfathomable. And whatever it was that happened to her once she returned to North Korea, I just hope that it was quick, and that she's in a much better place now. I want to give a
that the doll was actually gifted to my cousin and was originally bought at a thrift store. But the doll ended up scaring my cousin so badly that they had to get rid of it. And it wasn't just scary because of the way that it looked, it was scary because she said it was haunted. Now, after that little prank video, things started to get really weird. So seeing my dog react in that kind of way, and knowing the possibility of dogs being able to sense different forms of paranormal life, that was the first red flag, let's just say that. And that actually inspired me to film the original video about Katie. If you guys haven't seen that video, things got crazy. All in all, filming that video about Katie turned out to be one of the scariest experiences of my whole life.
On the off chance that even ghosts in general are real, or spirits, or whatever this is, if they are, then maybe I just brought something into my house. I literally just brought something into my house, and I feel like I feel like I made a mistake.
I was convinced that this was at least a spirit, an evil something. There was something wrong with this doll. But nonetheless, a couple weeks later, I decided to film another video. You might be wondering, well, I didn't see that video on your channel. That's because it never made it there. So my original plan for the video was to do a 30 minutes alone challenge. And I did that in my own room with Katie. After 10 minutes, I started to feel weird. Not like scared or not like dread, but I just felt weird. I felt like lightheaded, and I started sweating and overheating, and I couldn't finish the video. Like, it had gotten to that point where I couldn't even film anymore. Now, the more logical approach would be to say, I just wasn't feeling it. But part of me believed, what if it had something to do with Katie? Now, lately I've been thinking, like, how could a doll become haunted? How does that even work? So I decided to do a little research. And there are a couple of theories that I kind of came to. And one of the theories was the doll actually belonged to someone who passed away. And that person cherished Katie so much that her soul actually attached to it. But I also thought of another theory, and this one is a lot darker. So there are all sorts of paranormal games out there that you can play. Paranormal games that involve possessing a doll. Part of me thinks, what if somebody went and actually did one of these rituals, played one of these games, and it actually worked, and weird stuff started happening around their house. The doll started doing creepy things, and they started to believe that this doll really was possessed. And so what do you do with a possessed doll? You drop it off at the thrift store. And the frustrating thing is, these are only just theories, and they'll probably always be that way. I really have been on the fence about making this series, and the first video that I made literally had such an impact on my life. Like, I had trouble sleeping for weeks and weeks after that, and I feel like that's where my life is heading now after this series. But there's something also in me that's telling me to do this. But before I even go any further with this, I want to make sure that this isn't a fluke. I want to make sure that Katie actually is haunted, and the only way I know to do that is to run some tests. So I was doing a little bit of research on the possession of dolls and other inanimate objects, and I came across a little test that we can do here at home to give us some sort of indication whether or not Katie is haunted or not. And it is literally the simplest test ever. So here's my life right here, this organization.
A mess.
Fuck you. So the test is
about Rice Krispies.
I fucking wish. Can our next series be light and about Rice Krispies, please? Rice Krispies? Hit you, boy. Okay, so literally this is the simplest challenge you can ever do. So you pick up the doll that you think is haunted and just hold it. Now set it down and pick up another doll that you're sure isn't haunted. How can we be sure? You literally just repeat that 3 to 4 times. And it said that you can feel the difference in energy. Here's the 3rd time.
Do you feel something?
That's weird. That is actually weird. You're gonna need to try this. It could be a psychological thing though.
I mean, I don't really like touching Katie. I don't know, I just generally feel uneasy holding Katie. There's just something about her. And
right?
And maybe it's because we thought that before, but we thought that before because she feels weird.
That was one of the first things that I noticed before any of this happened, before the first video ever happened, just holding her, it's just
like a weird feeling.
It's a weird feeling. I don't know if it's energy, I don't know if it's something dark. So I feel like we're no farther than we were originally. But I'm definitely more creeped out. What the heck? Okay, so this is a spur of the moment test that we just came up with, or Allison just came up with. Major shout out to her. Go check her channel out. I think it's at Trashhole96. So originally I had mentioned how Winston, my dog Winston, reacted in like a crazy way when he first saw Katie. Well, I wonder how he would react to seeing both of these on the ground.
He's sleepy right now, so I don't know if it's gonna affect him.
He's more interested in the camera than any of the dolls.
So maybe this test was a fluke.
This has proven nothing.
He chooses.
Oh, he chose. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's gonna rip up toes.
Well guys, there you have it. Katie haunted confirmed 2018. This one is more of a legit test. And it kind of deals with orbs, which is something that I've mentioned on my channel before. Not something I totally believe in, but I think if we took some pictures around Katie and some orbs appeared, that could be telling. Alright, we're gonna do lights off. We have Katie set up here, and I'm gonna take some flash photograph photos. I'm gonna try taking some more, but nothing on those pictures, like not even anything close. Okay, we're about to take a couple more pictures, but I'm extra scared about this one just because of the location. Directly on my bed, and that's scary enough for the reason that it's literally where I sleep. But also, this is the first spot that I ever met Katie at.
What is this?
I got chills, dude.
Oh.
Like everything's like distorted.
But it's not like the kind of distorted when you like shake the camera.
Yeah.
It's just like everything's slightly blurry.
Oh my god, look at her face. I have an idea, and it's crazy, and it's stupid. What if we set it up like an interview of her? Like set it up with like a microphone in front of her, and just me and her talking. I'll ask her questions, maybe we'll get a response. Because I feel like the stuff we've done so far, it's barely scratching the surface. We need to go for something deeper. Okay. I'm ready. Katie, how did you die? Is Katie your real name? Where did you come from? Are you... I don't know, I'm afraid to even ask some of these questions. Are you evil? Do you want to cause me harm? If you can hear me, and if you want to communicate with me, can you make a noise? Can you make something happen like you did in the basement the first time I had the camera on you? Did somebody hurt you? I want to know, if you are a spirit, why are you trapped inside this doll? Do you have a problem that we're making this video?
It's focusing on something by the basement door.
Are you serious?
But it's not like focusing, it's blurry, but it's...
That's where the original video was filmed. Do you want us to go down there? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Part of me wants to get something creepy, like catch something really terrifying. But another part of me is like, this is my house. It'll be bittersweet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it'll be cool if you do catch something. It'll be okay if you don't.
Yeah, right? How did you die? Is Katie your real name? That sounded like a breath.
I heard
That sounds like shh. Is Katie your real name? You okay?
I just kind of like, I don't know, it's like a weird...
Like lightheaded?
Yeah, and like my stomach was like doing like flips.
Okay, things are starting to get a little weird. That feeling that Allison was describing was literally the same feeling that I had when I attempted to make a video alone with Katie. And I felt like lightheaded, and I started sweating and overheating. That lightheadedness, the queasiness, like my stomach doing flips, like literally that was the exact same way that I felt. It's just like, I don't know, it's making me think. I mean, the camera was literally focusing in on the basement door. You know, that's where all the stuff went down in the first video, but I literally never wanted to do that again. But maybe that's what she wants. Maybe that's what she's trying to tell us. I guess we're gonna have to do it. Part of me is...
On February 17th of 2020, a message was posted to the subreddit Deep Into YouTube. The post simply read, "I'm worried about these two narrators who act like this in every video." This was accompanied by a link to a video posted on July 27th of 2019 by a YouTube channel called Court K. The video was entitled Human Heart Visualization, Understanding Heart Failure. Here is a brief excerpt from the video.
Hello, my name is Court, and today I'm going to talk about the cardiovascular system. You might have heard of exploratory abdominal surgery, when something's wrong in a person's abdomen, but the doctor's not sure why or what it is, so they cut open the abdomen and do a surgery to find out what's wrong. That's why we often give them a diuretic to help them get rid of excess water. It will also help them breathe better.
Now, just initially watching that video, one glaring detail sticks out, and that is the fact that these two women featured within it appear unwell. For starters, they both seem to be having major difficulty speaking.
Many diseases will
Their words are slurred, rushed, and are said in a way that makes them sound as if maybe they're scared or just kind of out of it. And along with this, neither of them really look into the camera once, and are instead seen staring off camera very obviously at a script. And this is potentially showing us that these girls really aren't experts in this field, and are instead reading off something that someone else wrote for them. I mean, you really don't get the sense that they know the subject well, as they are 100% dependent on that script. And not to mention the fact that they appear totally disinterested in the topic, and the fact that both of them just seem kind of spaced out. Like physically they're there, but mentally they are worlds away, almost as if they were using drugs or being drugged. One video in, and it's clear that something strange is going on here. Like, I don't know about you, but something about this video gave me incredibly bad vibes upon first watching it. And as I explored more of the content on the Court K channel, things only became stranger. After watching bits of pieces of the channel's videos, there appears to be three main presenters. Janessa, who was only shown a few times, Grace, who is more prevalent, and Court, who the channel is named after, all of whom display the same strange on-camera behaviors throughout each of the videos. None seem even close to comfortable, and it appears that they really don't want to be there filming these videos. Which this is strange, like especially for Court. Like, this is supposed to be her channel, and yet it's almost as if she's forcing herself to make these videos, or maybe someone else is forcing her. Now, the strange behavior aside, the actual content of these videos is very off as well. Their uploads are all over the place, as they range from topics from medical lessons to the anatomy of the universe, all the way to video editing tutorials. And what is displayed in each of these types of videos is that, again, these girls are no experts in these fields. It's almost as if they were hired to read these scripts, which actually makes no sense considering their obvious flaws as presenters. And what is also off-putting about this channel is its thumbnails. I mean, just take a look at a few of these and tell me that they aren't some of the most random that you've seen. Like in one of these videos, Court talks about how Grace almost died due to a bacterial infection, and how her friend actually did die from this same supposed type of infection. And with a video this sad, you would expect a more mundane thumbnail. Except this is the photo they used. Like, that's totally weird, right? And they include a lot more weird images within their videos that seemingly don't fit at all. They're just so random and they really don't sit well with me. So I think that we can all agree that at a glance, something not quite right is going on here. And the more you analyze the footage, the more disturbing it gets. I'm going to play you a part of one of their videos now and let you notice the next detail for yourself.
And about a month ago, I developed an infection that was about a 2-inch hole in my leg. And since then, I've been healing it at home self-sufficiently, and it's about shrunk a 1/2 inch.
So yeah, this is terrifying. Not only does she have a strange hole in her leg that was apparently caused by a spider bite, but all over Court's body are bruises, all up her arms and all down her legs. And that's no natural amount of bruising. Like, that is definitely consistent with potential physical abuse or maybe drug abuse, which is why I really thought this situation is so dire. And Court isn't the only one with physical injuries. Some bruises can also be seen on Janessa's arms, along with the word bitch, which appears to almost be drawn with a marker. But rather than physical abuse, the bruises seen on her arm are more consistent with heroin use, which actually causes bruising in that very area when you miss the vein. But out of each of the girls, Grace seems to have the worst of the injuries. These images were included in a video that showed the effects of a supposed bacterial infection in Grace's arms that was caused by, yet again, another spider bite. The only issue with that is she claimed that it was a brown recluse spider that bit her, which are not found on the West Coast where the girls supposedly live. Plus, this type of injury doesn't even seem consistent with an infection caused by a spider in the first place. And many are convinced that Grace is simply lying about the origin of her wound. Now here's where things get even more dark. All of these girls show clear and obvious signs of drug abuse, not just from their actions and the way that they speak, but from their injuries as well. I mean, Court's hole in her leg is consistent with sepsis, which is caused by drug abuse. Janessa's arms clearly have marks that she shot up heroin, meth, or something along those lines. And as for the spider bite excuse that Grace used for her arm, well, blaming spider bites for physical signs of heroin and meth use is the #1 excuse almost all of the time. Like, this is a well-known thing with drug addicts at this point, so the fact that both Court and Grace use this as an excuse for their injuries really says something, especially because, yet again, the spiders they claim bit them aren't even found where they live. So what we have here are 3 girls who seem to be dealing with substance abuse. The signs are there, in their actions, their words, and on their bodies, and they all look sickly and just not well. So what is with these videos? Well, it's being theorized that these girls are being forced by someone to film these videos. This is why they seemingly know nothing about the actual content. It explains the rapid cutting and the script reading, and also why they very obviously have no interest in anything they're talking about, not to mention why they look so miserable. I mean, I really just get prisoner vibes when I see these girls. But who would force these girls to make such strange videos? And maybe more concerning, why? Well, this is when the situation yet again takes another dark and twisted turn. So searching to find out who is behind the camera, our first clue is the titles of some of the earlier videos. As you can see, some are in Chinese, and actually quite a few of them are dubbed over in Chinese as well.
And today, I'm going to show you a few features on the Apple products.
And in one of the creepier videos, Court seems to be reading off a script about Chinese politics.
In loving memory of Mr. Zhao Zongxiang. I know he was the voice of China for many, many years, and also a celebrity and a billionaire.
Like, it's obviously forced, and it just comes across that she's, again, like a prisoner being told to say this stuff. Like, maybe she really is invested, but you tell me, like, does this sound genuine to you? So I think obviously whoever is running this account is either Chinese or is involved in Chinese politics or something along those lines. Like, it became instantly clear to me that there is some kind of tie there. And this is something that can actually be all but proven by examining the email address linked with the YouTube channel. When you type the email address into Google, one of the first results is a medical report published by someone named Dr. Yan Yarn. And when you look his name up, you discover that he also goes by the name Edwin Zong, who is a Chinese doctor that lives in Lancaster, California. So basically what I'm saying is this account is most likely run by this Dr. Edwin Zong, not by Court K and not by any of the other girls featured on this channel. So one would assume that he's the one who was writing these scripts for these girls, and potentially the one forcing them to film. Now there's something so weird about all of this. Guess what Dr. Zong specializes in? Addiction medicine. So people go to him in order to help with their addictions, which is likely how he met these 3 girls featured in this video. But this is concerning because it is very obvious that these girls are still using. Like, I hate to jump to that conclusion, but I don't see how I could view this in any other way. They really seem like they're still on drugs, or at least they were at the times that they filmed. So here's the theory. Could Zong be having his patients, or former patients, film these videos for him, in exchange for drugs? Think about it. Zong could easily be shoveling them drugs through his practice and feeding their addictions, and in turn basically making them slaves to him. I mean, I know that sounds extreme, but it appears that these videos are being done against their will, and drug addicts will oftentimes do anything they can to obtain their drugs and to avoid withdrawal. Like, addiction is really that powerful, and Dr. Zong could really be using it to his advantage to control these girls. But where's the proof? Well, the story gets even more complicated from here, as there is one more piece to an already dark puzzle. Now, I believe as we speak, Dr. Zong owns a private practice in Bakersfield, California, and when he gets prescriptions for people, they are obtained through the pharmacy at their local Walgreens. This is important because it was revealed by a pharmacist working at that Walgreens that Zong's prescriptions were suspicious, as staffers noticed odd quantities of pills prescribed, 43 to 46 he says, Usually doctors call for 30 or 60 to match a daily dose for a 30-day month. So the fact that he was overprescribing medications that these girls are potentially addicted to is crazy and terrifying and is such a red flag in all of this. And I view this as legitimate evidence that Dr. Zong could be controlling these women by holding these drugs over their heads. Now in 2017, something strange happened at Zong's addiction help practice, because on April 25th of that year, Dr. Edwin Zong shot and killed a man within the very building that his business was ran. That day, 33-year-old David Lang entered the building and started yelling and swearing at Dr. Zong in his office. He then leaped over the table and started punching Zong. A patient came running in and yelled, "Hey," at Lang. This distracted Lang for just long enough for Dr. Zong to pull a gun from his drawer and to fire 3 shots at the irate man, killing him instantly. It was determined that Zong was using self-defense, and he was interviewed a day after by a local news station. He was still wearing the bloody clothes from the day before.
And then he was so fast. I didn't even see like his face or his hand. And all I know is I feel like my head get a hit.
As far as I'm concerned, it was never really specified what Lang had been yelling about and what provoked him to attack Dr. Zong, but there's a plausible theory out there. If all is to be believed in the story so far, then who is to say that Zong wasn't screwing with this man's recovery efforts? Maybe he was holding drugs over Lang's head too, and was trying to bribe him or force him to do something. And maybe Lang snapped. Either way, it just seems too convenient that something along these lines happened to such a seemingly sketchy guy. And even the fact that he was wearing his bloody clothes the day after the shooting, I don't know, it just appears so disingenuous. Not even to mention why he had a gun in his drawer in the first place. And for now, that's all we know. 3 women likely suffering from the effects of drug addiction, potentially being controlled by someone who can provide a means of obtaining those drugs, and all to push these strange videos and his strange medical beliefs. Dr. Zong's views on medicine are different, and they aren't something that I really wanted to get into in this video. But I think having these girls portray his information for him means that he can push his theories hard without having any real blowback. I mean, I'm not really sure, but it's certainly a motive for him to force these girls to film for him, as strange as it is. Now, whether all this is true or not can't really be said for now. After all, this case is literally a day old at the time that I'm writing the script, so lots can come forward from here. But I certainly don't want you guys to go over to this channel and harass these girls or try and contact Dr. Zong, because for all we know, this could be a misunderstanding or something along those lines. But from my point of view, I've seen a lot of fictional horror stories and fake accounts designed to scare people like this, but something about this channel seems very real, and we have to keep investigating and trying to discover the truth.
Oh, someone left it unlocked. That's not good. Inside, okay. Pan to the other side.
Seemingly making a point of mentioning every minute feature in the otherwise dim and empty home.
Here's my big screen TV. It's my computer, couch and chair, they match. Dining room set, shoebox full of old pictures.
To anyone who may have stumbled upon this strange video or Sadini's channel in general back in 2008, it would likely come off as entirely uninteresting and far from anything disturbing. However, to those who find it today, this couldn't be more different, as the account carries with it a layer of disturbing context due to the events that transpired after this first video was published. Events that have since transformed the MOS B46 PGH page into one of YouTube's darkest channels.
Please meet every woman's dream.
Do something so she remembers your name.
Keep your mate with you. Make sure he's someone you can trust. Be careful, is all I can say.
I'm going to post this and see what comes back.
After the messages, be right back.
I'm sure most of you guys have heard about the TikTok ban at this point. And honestly, there's something about it that's been bothering me. You or I could do a simple Google search and in a matter of seconds find countless different data broker websites where you can buy pretty much anyone's personal data for just a few bucks. And not only can anyone do that, but it's also perfectly legal. If you watched the news at all last year, you were bound to see countless different big companies with terrible security getting hacked and having their data leaked. But as much as those companies claim to be the victims, it was our data that was leaked onto the dark web. Data like your phone number, your email, your home address, and even your social security number. So if the government could ban TikTok over data privacy issues, then why aren't they doing more to protect us from these shady practices that are actually affecting our day-to-day lives? The reality is it's on us to take care of our own safety. And that's why I use Aura, today's sponsor. They identify these data brokers that sell my info online and submit opt-out requests on my behalf, as well as keeping an eye on the dark web for me, sending me alerts if they find out my personal information has been exposed. They'll even immediately give you a heads up if someone tries to use your data to access your credit or bank accounts. That kind of proactive protection is literally priceless nowadays. So if you're ready to take control of your online safety, go to my link at aura.com/NeoCrowley to get your first 14 days completely free, which will give Aura more than enough time to see if any of your personal information is floating around out there on the web. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect yourself today.
Now, back to the story.
Little hallway, 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms. To the right is my bedroom.
Without any context, it's hard to know what the purpose of George Sidini's first video was, if it even had one at all. The entire thing just felt so random. But within the footage itself was one clue that hints at the fact that George actually had a very specific reason for uploading this, with that clue coming in the form of a book on his coffee table.
Okay, come over here. There's some reading material that we're all familiar with.
It was called How to Date Young Women for Men Over 35, which was about as creepy as it sounded.
My first guest today is a 51-year-old bachelor who says if you're a single woman over 30, you're a dating has-been. Please meet every woman's dream, Don Steele.
Its author, Don Steele, had made a living as a dating counselor and life coach, creating various books and programs that were geared towards socially awkward men, exploiting them with a promise that someday they'll be able to get the younger girl of their dreams, even after they reached middle adulthood, and all that they had to do was pay for his course, pay for the book, and dedicate themselves to becoming more desirable. And George Sidini was the perfect target. Despite having a successful career as a systems analyst at a law firm, he struggled to maintain any relationships with the women that he met. It had been well over a decade since he last had a girlfriend, and despite desperately wanting one, George just seemed to lack the ability to connect with women on any level, even as just friends. And as his isolation began to grow, so too did his obsession with finding a girlfriend. George had nearly given up these pursuits too, until he was introduced to Don Steele's course, viewing the program as his last real shot at human connection, obsessively reading the book to the point that he was supposedly able to recite passages by memory alone. On top of this, he would also attend many of this supposed guru's in-person seminars, with some of his visits even being captured on camera and later posted onto Don Steele's YouTube channel.
It used to be down here. It was called a codpiece, and it's gradually over the years moved up here. So it's read like an erect you-know-what.
And it was in these courses where George was subjected to all sorts of bizarre and unsettling ideology.
Turn around here, look at me, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to do today more than anything else. We're going to do this. Nice guy must die.
But despite agreeing with this man wholeheartedly and following all of his work, George was still making very little progress, which was evident by the footage of him attending these seminars, as he appears incredibly nervous and kept mainly to himself. And so, recognizing that George had much to improve on, he was given an assignment by one of his instructors. He was told to film a video of his house, so that the instructors and everyone else in the class could see if he was really making himself and his environment desirable enough to any woman who might come over.
Okay, couch and chair, they match. The woman will really be impressed.
Knowing this, the footage feels so much lonelier, as it was almost like he was trying to sell his way of living as being good enough for a partner that he was really no closer to finding. There's something so depressing about it. And this wasn't his only video.
It is easy for me to hide from my emotions for one more day. Take a long drive in the car, listen to some music, daydream, or just do some mundane task around the house that really doesn't need to be done, that's not too important. And there you go, one more day, and one more day turns into one more year.
Months later, on June 23, 2008, George would return with an upload he had filmed inside of his basement, and in it we get more insight on just how severe his isolation had become, though he still held on to a sliver of optimism thanks to Don Steele's course.
Now, RDS says that I have approximately maybe 15 more years to be successful at this, and when I heard that, I wanted to continue immediately to start moving on this. I didn't realize I had that much time. So what my objective is to be real and to learn to be emotional and to be able to emotionally connect with people.
Before he eventually reverts back to talking about his uncanny desire to find a younger woman.
Because when I'm 10 to 20 years older than she is, she has to feel good about this thing.
Ending the video with hints of an uncertain future.
I'm going to post this and see what comes back.
He would never upload again. And soon after, it appears George gave up trying, essentially accepting his life of loneliness. But while this would be the last video made to his channel, he wouldn't leave the internet entirely. Soon after this final video was posted, a website was launched called GeorgeSedini.com, which served as a place for George to blog about his emotions. And while something like this could have been beneficial for him, this website would instead only serve to capture his descent into madness. An immediate red flag was raised by the very first text you see on the website, as George wrote, "Why do this? To young girls? Just read below. I kept a running log that includes my thoughts and actions after I saw this project was going to drag on," with the line serving as some sort of bizarre disclaimer, though with no other context. George's entries began. December 22nd, 2008. Time is moving along. Plan to have this done already. I will just keep a running log here as time passes. Many of the young girls here look so beautiful as to not be human. Very edible. After joining this gym, started lifting weights and like it. This early post encapsulates what this blog would be focused on. The young women he would see throughout the day, his time at the gym, and his plan. This plan was never expressly stated on the website, but it was something he obsessed over, mentioning it in every single one of his posts and dubbing it the exit plan, even going as far as to provide a date and time for it, January 6th, 2009 at 8:15 p.m. Before this day would come, however, he would provide further insight into just how lonely he was. Moving into Christmas again, last Christmas with Pam was in 1983. Who knows why? I'm not ugly or too weird. No sex since January 1990 either. I was 29. No shit. Over 18 years ago. I actually look good. I dress good. Am clean shaven, bathe, touch of cologne. Yet 30 million women reject me. Over an 18 or 25 year period. That's how I see it. 30 million is my rough guesstimate of how many desirable single women there are. With several other posts of the same nature, the day eventually came for his big exit plan, January 6th, with George writing one message that afternoon. I can do this. This log is not detailed. It is only for confidence to do this. The future holds even less than what I have today. It is 6:40 p.m., about an hour and a half to go. God have mercy. I wish life could have been better for all, and the crazy world can somehow run smoother. I wish I had answers. Bye. Despite this appearing to be his final post, George Sedini wasn't quite finished, as he would come back only hours later, writing simply, "It's 8:45 p.m. I chickened out. Shit. I brought the loaded guns, everything." Whatever George Sedini had been planning that day, it was clear that his exit plan was something incredibly disturbing. And based on his use of guns, plural, it was likely not just an exit plan for himself. But thankfully, he didn't go through with it. In fact, he seemed to have dropped the plan entirely, as months would go by without any update to his blog. Though this wouldn't last, as in April of 2009, he began posting yet again, with these entries being even more disturbing. July 23rd, 2009. Wow, I just looked out my front window and saw a beautiful college-age girl leave Bob's house, across the street. I guess he got a good lay today. College girls are hoes. I masturbate, frequently. He is about 45 years old. She was long-haired, hot little hottie with a beautiful bod. I masturbate, frequently. The strangest part of this entire website was, according to those he worked with and the neighbors, they all thought George was normal. A little off, sure, but it appeared that these disturbing thoughts and plans were kept solely in his blog, and solely in his mind. But on July 28th, 2009, this would all change. George had boarded a Port Authority bus that day and took a seat, carrying with him some sort of duffel bag, and as the ride commenced, he unzipped the bag and began to fiddle with something inside of it. An anonymous man sitting next to him noticed this, and curiously leaned over to see what he was doing. In George Sedini's hand was what appeared to be a grenade. The stunned passenger ran off at the next stop and immediately alerted the police. But bizarrely, nothing actually came of this. No explosions happened that day, and upon police eventually tracking down Sedini 2 days later, he was searched, but there was no sign of this supposed grenade, and the man who had reported this incident was unable to positively identify him. And so, George was released, allowing him to continue on with his day, and to continue on with his posting. August 3rd, 2009. I took off today, Monday, and tomorrow to practice my routine and make sure it was well polished. I need to work out every detail. There is only one shot. Also, I need to be completely immersed into something before I can be successful. I haven't had a drink since Friday at about 2:30. Total effort needed. Tomorrow is the big day. Last time I tried this in January, I chickened out. Let's see how this new approach works. Maybe soon, I will see God and Jesus. This was the final update made to GeorgeSedini.com, and unlike his previous attempt at carrying out this exit plan, this time, he didn't back out. On August 4th, 2009, George Sedini would enter an LA Fitness in Bridgeville, Pennsylvania, and walk directly into a woman's aerobics class with a duffel bag in his hand. He then dropped his bag on the floor with a loud bang, before he closed the door and shut off all the lights. In a moment of darkness and confusion, one witness recalled that she felt the presence of someone who didn't belong there. Before total panic would ensue, everyone was just screaming so loud. At first, I didn't even think shots were being fired. It was so surreal. At that moment, George Sedini had brandished 2 guns from his bag and opened fire on the group of 30, all of whom were women, which was entirely the point. In that dark, cramped room, George would discharge his weapon 52 times, striking 12 different women and then himself. Of the injured, 49-year-old Elizabeth Gannon, 38-year-old Jody Billingsley, and 46-year-old Heidi Overmeyer would tragically lose their lives, while the others were left with permanent injuries, both physical and mental. It wasn't hard to find a motive. George had spelled it out right there in his blog. He desired women so much that his inability to ever gain a real connection with any of them turned his infatuation into pure hatred. And this is how he wanted to make them pay. And the ironic part is that this was all so avoidable, as these plans were heavily implied on his website, which had been publicly available online for roughly an entire year, yet no one cared enough about him to ever look.
It is easy for me to hide from my emotions for one more day.
Knowing what we know now, George's channel is highly disturbing, as it shows us a glimpse into a mind on the verge of completely snapping, and a last gasp attempt at achieving normalcy by a person who would go on to become a monster when he didn't get what he wanted.
Just everything I need. Well, that about sums it up.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis. Just having a little drink.
Mark Williams always dreamed of being a YouTuber. He had grown up watching parkour content on the site, becoming attached to both its many talented creators and the hobby itself, eventually becoming so inspired by it that he launched his own channel in 2019, at the age of just 15, with Mark hoping that someday this channel would make that dream of his come true. The page went by many names over the years, but eventually Mark would settle on the moniker Displace, and depending on who you ask, his videos were either extremely impressive or extremely irresponsible. They showed scenes of Mark high atop buildings, jumping rooftop to rooftop, climbing on massive abandoned cranes, and fleeing from security guards and the cops on more than a few occasions.
Police are on the way already now. Yeah, they'll catch me then, won't they?
Often seen with him was his younger brother, who he had grown incredibly close with, which was due in part to the fact that Mark was somewhat of a loner and didn't have many friends in his own personal life. Though according to his mother, this wasn't necessarily by choice, as she explained that he did desperately want friendship, and he was incredibly caring. He just had a habit of making the wrong friends, describing Mark as trusting to a fault. Mark's longing for camaraderie became especially apparent not long after the launch of Displace, as his brother slowly began appearing less and less in his videos, forcing him to do these free runs by himself, which he implied was something he didn't enjoy nearly as much.
My brother, who was part of the channel, Ben, he's not now. I don't think he's coming back at all. He ditched me, leaving me by myself, and I've got a problem with talking to myself as well.
This, coupled with the fact that he was dealing with the tribulations of growing up, led to his uploads on the channel becoming more and more sporadic, as he would often go dark for a few months, only to return with the promise of more consistent uploads.
Alright guys, don't know if you can see me or not, but I promise you Displace is coming back.
That often never came. It was clear that he still longed to be a YouTuber, he just needed some sort of a spark. And sure enough, at the end of 2020, he would find one right in his own comment section. In a since-deleted video, Mark would receive a comment from a man named Lewis Ashdown, who explained that he was a big fan of Mark's content and that he would love to join him in an upcoming video, as they both just so happened to live in Uckfield. It was exactly what Mark had been needing, a friend. And not only a friend, but a friend he could make videos with. And so that's exactly what he would do.
Hi guys, I'm back here with Lewis. And we're going to do the water treatment facility in Uckfield on the industrial estate. See you in a sec, guys.
From their first meeting on, Lewis became a core part of the Displaced channel, leading to the two growing closer by the day, with Mark speaking about this bond on a live stream in March of 2021.
If you're going exploring at an abandoned pub, yeah, keep your mate with you, make sure he's someone you can trust, you know, and be careful is all I can say. Because in the video where me and Lewis climbed the college, you know, I was constantly looking out for him because he did get dangerously close to some of the edges, but you know, that's what life's about, isn't it?
But despite finding his new parkour partner, Mark still had other issues getting in the way of his uploads, as he was now 18 years old and was facing the reality of having to get a job, forcing him to put his channel on the back burner. Mark discussed this struggle and the many others he was facing at the time in that same March livestream, with his tone about Displace's future sounding less than optimistic.
I've been doing some talking with Lewis, seeming like he wants to get back into climbing and stuff. I haven't actually done it since Christmas, and I've got a bad back, right? It's been getting worse and worse lately. Don't know why. I need to go to the hospital and have myself checked out. I am not sure where my channel is going to go. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing these videos. I don't know if I'm going to be doing different videos, or whether I'm going to stop completely.
But unlike other times when he had gotten down on his channel, this time he wasn't alone, and his friend Lewis was there to have his back, as he pushed Mark to continue his work, even showing up in the comments of this livestream under the name Moral Unknown, where he went as far as to offer up a potential location that they could film their next video in order to get Mark re-inspired. We'll do Buxted Hotel first video back? And sure enough, just days later, the two would arrive at Buxted Hotel to begin filming yet another video.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis. Just having a little drink.
This would be their last on the Displaced channel, as not even 2 months after it was uploaded, both Mark Williams and Lewis Ashdown would vanish without a trace. It was the waning hours of Saturday, May 29th, 2021. Mark met Lewis at the Maresfield Recreation Ground to have a few drinks and discuss their next potential video. Though once there, it was the drinks that took priority, and very quickly Mark had become intoxicated, leading to him calling his house to tell his aunt, who he had been living with, that he would be heading back now. On the call, his aunt could tell that he was drunk, but Lewis chimed in to assure her not to worry, telling her, "I'll get him home safe," which made his aunt feel slightly better. After all, it was only a short few-minute walk back to the house anyway. Instead, 12 hours would pass, and Mark still hadn't made it back, while Lewis himself also failed to arrive home. At some point during their short walk back, both boys had disappeared. They were reported as missing the very next morning, and the area they were last in was combed thoroughly, though very little was uncovered. Around them had been large pockets of forest and murky bodies of water, leading to some questioning if perhaps the boys had gotten lost, or even had fallen into the water. Though regardless of the theories, as a full 24 hours passed, many began to fear the worst, until something strange happened. Reports began pouring in from witnesses claiming to have seen Lewis. Some thought they saw him leaving a local pub the morning after he supposedly had gone missing, while others had seen him at a local movie theater, seemingly completely unaware that the whole town was looking for him. These sightings introduced the possibility that the boys were perhaps runaways, causing several pleas to be made throughout the press, begging them to come back home. But it would be the police who would find Lewis first, tracking him down at his friend named Liam Hansen's house. There, the cops fired off a barrage of questions, as they not only tried to get answers as to where the boys had been, but more importantly now, they needed to know where Mark was. Throughout all the sightings, it was only ever Lewis that had been spotted, and even now, after searching this friend's home, Mark wasn't there either. So where had Mark Williams gone? Well, Lewis himself offered very little, outright refusing to speak on the boys' whereabouts, but his friend Liam wasn't so quiet, as when he was questioned separately, he claimed to know exactly what had happened on the night of May 29th, 2021, the day in which both boys had disappeared. And he knew because Lewis had told him. According to the boy, the night that Lewis and Mark had met at the park, Lewis poured a cocktail for his friend, and then another, and then another, each one stronger than the last, causing Mark to become drunk almost immediately. Realizing he was drinking too much, Mark told Lewis that he had enough, but Lewis persisted, outright demanding that he keep drinking, leading to Mark begging Lewis to let him stop. At one point, Mark's pleas finally caused Lewis to back off, as the boy instead agreed to make him a non-alcoholic drink, only for him to fill the cup with even more liquor when Mark wasn't looking. By 11:30, Mark could barely stand, prompting him to make that phone call to his aunt, letting her know that he would be back soon. Meanwhile, Lewis had been so preoccupied with getting his friend drunk that he was still fairly sober at this point, and in his sober state, he promised Mark's aunt that he would get him home safe. Seconds after that phone call ended, Mark hunched over to vomit, which is precisely when Lewis pulled a large kitchen knife from his pocket and plunged it directly into Mark's back. Mark stumbled and asked Lewis to call him an ambulance, being unable to comprehend what had just happened, to which Lewis responded by laughing, before doing it again, and again, and again. This is what Lewis had told Liam in the days after the alleged attack, but as Liam recounted the story to the police, he made it clear that this wasn't just a tall tale, as he had actually seen it for himself. When Lewis had told him the story, he pulled out his phone and put it up to Liam's face, revealing that he had filmed the entire ordeal. And sure enough, when police searched Lewis's devices, they would find that footage, though it was far worse than they ever could have imagined. On Lewis Ashdown's cell phone were 7 total videos depicting the attack, with the footage spanning nearly an hour in total, during which Mark had been stabbed 107 times, on top of having a number of other sadistic things done to him. And all the while, it was said that Lewis was giggling manically. When asked about what he had seen in those recordings, Liam provided further detail on just how awful the attack was, recounting that he f***ed Mark's eyes out. Proper psychotic stuff. I was going into shock. I was shocked how he came out with it. I wanted to run and tell someone. This was clearly not a normal crime. It displayed a level of evil and hatred that goes past human comprehension, and due to its brutality, police assumed that surely something must have happened between these two to breed so much hatred inside of Lewis. But according to Lewis, this wasn't actually the case. Instead, he stated that he had simply found Mark to be annoying, and that he had been wanting to kill him for some time because of this, and had just been waiting for the right moment. Plus, he always wanted to know what it was like to kill someone. And that was it. That was his entire motive. Lewis Ashdown would be arrested the day he was found, and later sentenced to life in prison, with parole eligibility in 25 years, while Mark's body was found dumped in a nearby body of water, and eventually given a proper burial.
Hi guys, I'm back here with Lewis, and we're going to do the water treatment facility.
With this context, Mark's channel is utterly devastating. All he wanted was a friend to film videos with, but sure enough, as his mother had warned, he was trusting to a fault.
If you're going exploring at an abandoned pub, yeah, keep your mate with you, make sure he's someone you can trust, and be careful.
Which brings us to a disturbing revelation. Just months before he would kill Mark, Lewis was the one that encouraged him to get back out there and film with him, and based on his testimony that he had been wanting to kill Mark for a long time, it makes it very clear that he was doing this not to be a good friend, but to get Mark alone in an isolated spot, so that he could carry out his plan. And adding more weight to this theory, when they visited the Buxted Hotel, which Lewis himself had suggested during the livestream, Mark was uncharacteristically drunk.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis. Just having a little drink. Okay, so we'll smash this after we smash these.
Which was never really part of his channel before that upload. And Lewis was uncharacteristically nervous.
We're going to do a couple more bangers. Can't tell you what they are in case anyone's watching that shouldn't be watching. Who's watching? Well, no, I mean watching the videos. Because I know that the police do watch my channel sometimes.
Paranoid even of being caught by the cops, despite being totally unfazed in previous videos, where in some he was literally being chased by security guards. And coincidentally, by the end of this video, we get an indication as to why Lewis was so nervous. Because he had been carrying a knife. All this leads me to believe that that night, Lewis pushed Mark to film a video in an abandoned location, then got him drunk, and was going to carry through with the murder, before eventually backing out for unknown reasons. And all the while, Mark was completely unaware. never once suspecting that the man he had been filming with had secretly been plotting to kill him, and one day would actually go through with it.
Okay, I'll wrap it up now then, guys. Yeah, I'll see ya.
I think I'm gonna try and stay on this side and go across. Oh, this should be quite amusing. Enjoy!
Joshua Brown started his YouTube channel back in 2010, a time when many individuals, including himself, used the site to upload random videos offering momentary glimpses into their lives. Joshua was in his mid-30s at the time and had recently finished serving in the Navy, before eventually settling down in Canton, Ohio, where he focused on his many passions. He loved driving, he loved technology, and he loved a little bit of danger. And soon, he became infatuated with a product that was essentially the sum of all three. For Joshua, these electric vehicles were a technological marvel and the future of the automotive industry, and he dreamed of one day having one, with that dream eventually coming true in 2015 when he would purchase his very own Tesla Model S that would eventually become his life and his YouTube channel's primary focus. He began uploading videos of his new car immediately, but rather than these focusing on the vehicle itself, it was its most controversial feature that interested him the most: autopilot. The feature had become available for Tesla drivers in October of 2015, which is exactly when Joshua purchased his car and began uploading these videos showcasing its possibilities.
It takes all the stress out of it. Get to your destination slightly slower, but hey, at least now you don't have to worry about anything. It's just let it go.
He wanted to essentially be a pioneer, providing an overview of what self-driving was really all about, breaking down the specifics and showcasing a variety of unique situations that you might find yourself in if you were to use this driving mode yourself.
This section in here is going to be very, very difficult for the car to handle. We're filming this just so that you can see scenarios where the car does not do well, so that you've got something to judge off of it when you're driving on your own.
And he tried to make a point of doing so safely, as he never used the camera behind the wheel, and always had someone helping him to avoid any accidents. But despite his focus on safety, it was clear that he was pushing the capabilities of this brand new technology, as at this point it was still in its infancy, with one of the more glaring red flags being the placement of his hands.
Here we are, stop and go traffic on 271, and geez, car's doing it all itself.
When Joshua was shown driving, he hardly ever had his hands on the wheel, as he said he wanted to get the true experience of self-driving. This was something that Tesla had actually adamantly advised against, and even had visual and audible warnings if it detected that your hands were off the steering wheel. But Joshua seemed to find a workaround, as he instead used his legs to avoid tripping the sensor, while keeping his hands close by, ready to grab the wheel in case of an emergency.
How I actually do it is so that it is really actually hands-free, is I keep my knees up, because the tack works pretty good, but I can still get my foot down to a brake, and just keep it like this, because you can react so quickly.
It was clear that Joshua truly believed that this car that was driving him was safe, and this belief was only strengthened on April 5th of 2016. That day, Joshua had been driving his car on the interstate when a large truck suddenly merged into his lane, with its driver not even seeing his car. And before Joshua could even react, the autopilot kicked in and veered out of the way, avoiding what would have been a certain collision. Amazed by the event, Joshua would upload dashcam footage of the close call to his YouTube channel, where he praised the vehicle's response. "Tessie did great. Excellent job, Elon." This video would immediately go viral, exploding to over 4 million views between the two versions that Joshua had posted. But while the response to this video was overwhelming, especially for a channel that was accustomed to getting just a few hundred views, there was one response in particular that impacted Joshua the most. As Tesla's owner, Elon Musk, would repost the video on Twitter. Stunned by the tweet, Joshua would later state, "For something to catch Elon Musk's eye, I can die and go to heaven now." He had no way of knowing then, but this would not be the last time that Elon Musk would tweet about him, though his next feature would be under much different circumstances. It happened just 1 month after Joshua Brown's video had gone viral. He was driving on Highway 27 on a clear sunny day at approximately 4 p.m. With open road ahead, Joshua turned on his trusted autopilot, and it stayed in autopilot mode for over half an hour, as at this point, his trust in the car was higher than ever, causing Joshua to seemingly lose focus on the road, as he was quickly coming up on an intersection where a massive 18-wheeler had been turning left, blocking Joshua's entire lane. Joshua was seemingly so unfocused that he didn't even notice it. Even stranger, the car itself didn't detect this either, despite the entire trailer being horizontal in their lane. This was due to its pure white body, as the sun was shining so brightly against it that, for whatever reason, it became invisible to the self-driving AI. And with neither Joshua nor the car registering the danger that they were in, the vehicle would strike the trailer, going 74 miles per hour. There were no attempts by Joshua to even move the steering wheel, and the brakes hadn't so much as been tapped. The collision happened at full speed, and it happened so fast that the car drove straight through underneath, shearing the entire top of the vehicle off, and continuing driving full speed down the road, before it would eventually crash to a halt. When the driver of the truck rushed over to see the damage, Joshua Brown was already dead, and the truck driver could hear nothing but the sound of Harry Potter.
You can own it on DVD and video. The adventure is bigger. The magic is stronger. Harry Potter, Harry Potter.
Discovered in Joshua Brown's car was a DVD player, which many believe Joshua had used to watch Harry Potter while on that drive, thus explaining why he never reacted to the impending collision. Now, this is something that has been disputed by his family, and ultimately it doesn't seem to have been fully proven or disproven. But in the end, the fault of the accident was placed mainly on the driver of the truck, who had made that left turn, and Joshua Brown, who had failed to pay attention to the road, as it was revealed that during his 37-minute drive, he only had his hands on the wheel for just 25 total seconds. Joshua Brown always wanted to be part of the innovation of Tesla's autopilot, and in doing so, he wrote himself into the history books as being the first person to ever perish in a self-driving accident. And while this is no doubt a tragedy, his death has led to numerous safety improvements and a better understanding of the self-driving technology that he had given his life to study. I just wanted to hop on here at the end and give a quick shout out to my friend's new podcast called Redacted: Declassified Mysteries with Luke LaManna. A lot of you probably already know who Luke is, but he's the one behind the Wartime Stories channel. He's a good friend of mine, so honestly, falling into the void that is YouTube and settling into the endless depths of this site, presumably never to be seen again. Or at least that's how it should have gone. In reality, these videos would eventually be put on display for the whole world to see, as nearly a month following her very first upload, Talika Patrick would disappear, leaving behind a minute trail of clues, the most prominent of which coming from her previously unknown channel, as it would quickly be discovered that things within these videos were nothing like how they seemed, giving rise to what would quickly become one of the strangest internet mysteries of all time.
This just gets stranger and stranger.
The very strange new wrinkle in the case of that missing doctor in Michigan, Talika Patrick.
Just imagine that you were here with me, even though I know that you're not.
Before we fully dive into this, I want to first thank our sponsor, Manscaped, the global leader in men's grooming tools and hygiene solutions. Proper hygiene is, or should be, an imperative part to all of our lives, and with Manscaped's new Premium Package 4.0 grooming kit, it's never been easier to look and feel better than ever. Included in this package is Manscaped's new and improved Lawnmower 4.0 electric trimmer, which provides a smooth and comfortable shave, with the best part being that it's actually waterproof, which means you can take it right in the shower along with you. Along with this, they also offer a variety of deodorants, shampoos, and conditioners, each of which I am completely obsessed with. And to make it just that much better, they are all cruelty-free and vegan. And if you go over to manscaped.com/Crowley and use the promo code Crowley, you'll not only receive 20% off your purchase plus free shipping, but you'll also receive 2 free gifts as well: the Shed Luxury Travel Bag, which is perfect to take on the road or fit in a suitcase, and a free pair of boxers, which are extremely comfortable and breathable. So go over to manscaped.com and use the promo code Crowley to check out these great deals and to step up your hygiene today. December 5th, 2013, Talika Patrick spends her day at the Borges Medical Center in downtown Kalamazoo, working there as a first-year medical resident. The young doctor was described as being incredibly bright by her colleagues, with an extremely promising future ahead, and to those who knew her, she was a fun-loving and just overall great person to be around. However, for whatever reason on this particular day, Talika's personality seemed different. Upon her shift coming to an end, Talika would ask a coworker for a ride to the Radisson, a hotel located just a few miles away. Her request seemed strangely frantic, almost pushy, and sensing that something may be wrong, the coworker agreed to take her there, dropping her off at the entrance before driving away. From there, cameras show as Talika attempts to rent a room, only to be turned away as she didn't have enough money or a proper ID, with the young woman having left her wallet back at her job. During this conversation, the employees at the front desk noticed that Talika appeared on edge and slightly incoherent, prompting a receptionist to ask if she was okay. But Talika brushed aside the concern and eventually left the hotel. Outside, Talika entered the hotel's complimentary shuttle, asking the driver to drop her back off at the Borges so she could retrieve her wallet, return, and then pay for her room. But when the driver eventually pulled into the parking lot of the hospital, Talika nervously turned to him and said, "I can't go back there with you," before rushing off, ducking her head between parked vehicles as if she was attempting to hide from someone. The driver then watched as she got into her car and pulled off into the night. He would be the last known person to ever speak to her. On the road, Talika began driving frantically at extremely high speeds, weaving in and out of traffic, displaying signs that again seemed to indicate that she was potentially being followed, and that she was trying to evade someone or something. Her driving became so erratic that a concerned motorist would call the police and report her vehicle. But before the authorities could arrive, Talika's front left tire on her 1997 Lexus would burst, forcing the car off the road before it came to a stop in the dead of the night, stranding her 100 miles away from her home. Talika then grabbed the keys from her ignition, exited the vehicle, and was never seen again.
911, what was the exact location of your emergency? Just turn it now.
It's on I-94, the westbound lane. There's a car off the road down to the ditch.
Within minutes, police officers would discover her car parked alongside a ditch, and upon searching the vehicle, all they would find were her personal belongings like her wallet, cash, and a cell phone, but no sign of Talika herself. Authorities would go on to search the entire area for miles around, including the shores of a nearby lake, but found nothing. And with no sign of the young doctor, Talika Patrick was officially declared missing on the 6th of December. Leading up to her disappearance, everyone who came into contact with Talika that night all shared a similar story. Something was clearly off with her. She seemed nervous, even terrified, prompting some to immediately conclude that foul play was involved, and that perhaps she had somehow been hunted down. To address this theory, police dogs would be brought in to track her scent trail, which bizarrely led them from her open car door directly to the side of the road before coming to an abrupt stop, seemingly insinuating that someone had picked her up, willingly or unwillingly. Adding to the suspicious nature of her disappearance, the night prior, Talika had called a friend of hers named James Davis, who was living in St. Louis at the time, and explained to him that she believed someone was trying to kill her, and that she needed to get away from Kalamazoo to go visit him. And it's believed that she was driving to St. Louis to meet Davis immediately before she vanished, perhaps confirming that her concerns were in fact warranted. Given the nature of her vanishing, the story of Talika Patrick immediately became a viral news story, with a search effort quickly being launched to determine what had happened to her. But early on, this would yield little to no results, as much like the air on that winter night, her trail grew deathly cold. However, on the internet, a new trail was forming.
Hi love, it's me.
Frustrated by the lack of answers in person, investigators started digging into the online history of Talika Patrick, which led them to their most important discovery yet, her YouTube channel. Going by the name of Sandra3000KC, Talika would publish a series of 9 videos within the span of 1 week in early November 2013, with one of the most infamous being a clip titled My Awesome Day, where she sits in front of her camera and addresses someone she refers to as Baby.
Hi baby, good night. It's Talika. I am just coming to you to say hi and just to tell you about my day.
The video certainly wasn't without its strange moments, as at one point she stops and touches her chest before saying,
Baby, I felt that.
While also going on to randomly burst out into song, which seems to last the majority of the video.
And now I'm home, finally. Yes. Put it up a little bit of fight, it's alright.
And these somewhat unusual moments continue from here, as each of our 9 uploads follow this same exact format, serving as almost unscripted love letters to this unnamed man. In various clips, Talika even alludes to the potential relationship troubles between the two, referencing how she didn't really know what was going on between them.
I don't know what's going on, you know, in your life and stuff. I have an idea, but I don't know everything.
But still adamantly reaffirming the fact that she wants to make things work, and that she is still deeply in love.
You do your best, and I do my best, and we give each other a chance.
So in love that she even filmed herself cooking extravagant meals made for 2, going as far as to set the table for both of them, despite the fact that this date wasn't actually present.
Here are all my raw materials. I don't even eat chicken. I'm vegetarian. But I want that for you. That's just potatoes so far. If you were here, this is what it would be your plate. Broccoli and tomatoes and peppers and cheese.
And within these videos, a few key moments make it clear that the two had actually met in person quite recently, as she points to a bouquet of flowers that she states,
"And here are the flowers from last time,"
insinuating that the two had likely gone on some sort of date within the days prior. Viewing her content as a whole, despite some of the more unusual moments, it's nothing all that jarring, and it really just seems to show a woman who is desperately in love. And whether she was going through some relationship issues or perhaps just in some sort of long-distance relationship, it didn't really matter, because these clips were clearly never meant to be seen by anyone but the man they were made for. And at first, investigators likely thought that they would do little in the way of helping to solve this case. However, upon questioning Talika's family and friends about these videos, a glaring red flag began to emerge, and the channel was thrown into a far different light. As according to all those close with her, at the time these videos were released, Talika Patrick should have been single.
Patrick's family issued this statement in response to the new video. To our knowledge, Talika was not in a romantic relationship, and it's unclear to whom she is making reference in this video.
Not once had Talika, a woman who was said to be quite open and talkative, mentioned to anyone that she was in a relationship. Friends, families, colleagues, and even neighbors never once heard about or saw her with another man, and even digging into her phone records revealed nothing in the form of romantic texts or frequent calls to an unnamed lover. By all accounts, Talika Patrick was undoubtedly a single woman. But if that was the case, then who was she talking to here?
Bye. I love you.
Who were these loving videos for? And if Talika's words were true, referencing previous in-person dates,
"Here are the flowers from last time,"
then how had no one known about this relationship? And most importantly of all, why had she coincidentally gone missing under suspicious circumstances just 1 month after these strange videos were made? Putting all this into consideration, the suspicious activity on the night of her disappearance, moving as if she was running away, and the videos made for someone who seemingly didn't even exist in her own life, one theory began to emerge, a theory that pointed straight to foul play. Perhaps Talika had gotten involved in some sort of ill-fated secretive relationship, only for things to turn sour, leading to Talika being hunted down and kidnapped, thus explaining why she seemed to be fleeing on the night of her disappearance. With this in mind, investigators began to dig deeper into Talika's online footprint in a desperate search to uncover who this man truly was, believing that he may very well have some involvement in this disappearance, though nothing could have prepared them for the drastic and highly unusual turn that they were about to face.
Tonight, yet another twist in the mystery of the missing Kalamazoo doctor.
Tiger 8 uncovered hundreds of tweets allegedly posted by Talika Patrick in the weeks before she went missing.
To those who knew her, Talika was a well-put-together, extremely intelligent woman who was clearly of sane mind, but the discovery of her Twitter accounts began to paint a slightly different picture. In total, investigators would find 5 accounts that had all been active at different times throughout 2013, each of them belonging to Talika, and each of them having thousands and thousands of tweets, showcasing incoherent ramblings as if she was posting every single one of her thoughts. oftentimes even having conversations with seemingly no one at all, constantly saying things like, "Hi my friend, how are you?" and "Everything okay? Just woke up, sorry," to which no one would be specifically tagged and no one would reply. And the deeper you scroll, the stranger things get, as much like her YouTube channel, she spends most of her time referencing her love interest, stating, "Well, I felt you a little bit yesterday. Last night after you messaged, I felt you thinking about me. And hope you have a wonderful day. Love you." Much like her previous videos, these tweets would fail to gain any semblance of a response, which seemed to push her more and more into madness, creating more accounts and tweeting out even more frequently, typing messages as if she were expecting someone specific to find her. "Should I start another page? Look for your friend. Let me know when you find her. Did you find me? I have been messaging you for the past 2 days from another Twitter account. I thought you'd find it, sigh." And this is just a minuscule glimpse into her posting, as these accounts hold an impossibly vast amount of information, with so many unusual moments. But by far the most bizarre detail to come of all these tweets was one name in particular, one of the only specific names mentioned across all of her pages, which she brings up over and over and over again. Marvin Sapp. At Marvin Sapp, good morning. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Again. Marvin Sapp, good morning. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. At Marvin Sapp, good morning. Don't be sad. God never puts more on us than we can bear. All 3 of these messages were posted within the span of 24 hours, and they were far from the only mentions of the famed Grammy-nominated gospel singer. Sometimes she would make blatant references to him and his music, oftentimes using his lyrics to point to a supposed connection between the two. And though it's hard to prove outright with her tweets alone, it quickly became apparent that Talika's love interest, with whom she had seemingly tweeted to thousands of times, was in fact Marvin Sapp, introducing the possibility that Talika was perhaps just a crazed fan, which would make a few of her next tweets all the more disturbing. "I have relocated to be with you, so I really hope you want me, so we can be in love and get married and have a couple babies. And, as you may or may not know, I attempted to visit you yesterday." Her messages were obviously concerning, as it began to grow apparent to investigators that this relationship Talika had mentioned was solely a one-sided affair. After all, most would have assumed that someone as famous as Marvin Sapp would have no idea who this woman was. But this actually wasn't the case, as Sapp did in fact know of Talika, only for all the wrong reasons. Around the start of 2013, Talika began obsessively messaging Sapp and tweeting out to him in some sort of code, believing that the two were somehow spiritually connected and that he would eventually come to her, even claiming on her social media that she and Sapp were actually married, something that Sapp would eventually take note of, but never respond to, assuming that the woman may have been mentally unwell. However, when this failed to get a response, Talika then began to message Sapp's children, further angering the singer and increasing his level of concern. And when that too failed to get a response, Talika would pack her bags and relocate from California all the way to Kalamazoo, which just so happened to be the exact location of Sapp's congregation, as well as his home, a home that Talika would eventually visit in the dead of night, confirming that her tweets referencing the matter were in fact true. Talika's behavior had gotten so serious that Sapp himself convinced authorities to issue him an order of protection against her in September of 2013, pointing to over 400 pages of unwanted correspondence coming from her. Sapp would also ban Talika from attending his church ever again. This, however, only heightened her delusional state and would lead to her posting these videos on her channel, as by this point she was so far removed from reality that she truly believed that the two were lovers and that Sapp was communicating with her telepathically and was somehow always with her. By the time December had rolled around, Talika's tweeting grew increasingly dark, as she began to write about demons and how they were affecting her, writing on the 4th of December, "You reach me through a demonic portal. That gives demons power over me and dilutes my spiritual authority. Please understand that I must protect myself spiritually." The very next day, Talika would go through each of her Twitter accounts, delete everything, and vanish alongside of the road. The discovery of these accounts adds a whole new element to the case and seems to point to one obvious conclusion, that at the time of the disappearance, Talika was likely in the midst of some sort of severe psychotic break. But this still fails to explain what exactly had led to her actual disappearance. This question spurred on 3 prominent theories. One, that she had simply gone off into the woods alongside of the road attempting to hide from someone that just wasn't actually there, and instead was merely a figment of her delusions. And when hiding in the woods, she then succumbed to hypothermia, as wintertime in Michigan is notoriously cold. 2, that in the midst of this psychotic break, she decided to leave all her belongings aside and essentially run away, hitching a ride to somewhere far away, possibly to start a new life. And finally, 3, the theory that she truly was being followed, and that someone had grabbed her alongside of the road leading to her disappearance, as after all, that's exactly where police dogs had lost her scent.
Later, a bloodhound tracked her scent directly from the car to the side of the road, and from there, the trail goes cold.
Some would even further theorize that perhaps the victim of Talika's stalking may have had a hand in it, as by this point, Sapp was well aware of the woman and highly concerned with her behavior, which alone gave him a clear motive to protect his family. While others pointed to more scandalous affairs, that the two had actually been romantic in a time past, only to suffer from a major breakup, thus causing Talika's mental health to spiral, with the relationship potentially putting his career in jeopardy, as who knows what Talika might say or do, and given his wealth, he certainly had the means to make this happen. However, this theory never really went further than mere speculation, and police would adamantly state that Sapp was merely a victim of stalking, and was never considered a person of interest in this case.
The pastor is nothing more than an innocent victim of an apparent stalking.
And on a similar note, there was another early suspect that would emerge in the public eye, Talika's ex-husband, Ismail Calderon, to whom she had been married to for 4 years before splitting up in 2011. Immediately after the two had separated, Talika had gone onto an online nursing forum and accused Ismail of emotionally and verbally abusing her throughout their relationship, leading some to question whether he too had a hand in Talika's disappearance, perhaps as a means of silencing her, or getting revenge for their relationship ending. But much like Sapp, Calderon was never actually labeled as a suspect. In fact, it appears that there was only ever one real person of interest in the minds of police, with that being James Davis, the last known contact that Talika had through her cell phone, as he was the one that Talika had called explaining that she was fearing for her life. Though given that he had lived so far away in St. Louis, he too would be cleared of any wrongdoings, and instead was eventually labeled as just a concerned friend. And with no suspect, no body, and no real concrete clues, speculation is really all we'd be left with. At least until April 3rd, 2013, when everything would change.
First tonight, the developments continue to come in about a body found in a small Indiana lake.
This was not the answer anyone wanted. Investigators are certain the body found in an Indiana lake is that of Talika Patrick.
Nearly 3 months after her disappearance, a fisherman would come across the body of Talika Patrick floating in Lake Charles, in the general vicinity where her car was found abandoned, with an autopsy eventually confirming her cause of death, drowning, with no signs of trauma evident on the body. Putting the pieces together, investigators theorized that Talika had suffered from a manic episode, causing her to believe that she was being followed and even hunted when she hurriedly drove off. And perhaps the shock of getting a flat tire led to her believing that someone was attempting to attack her, causing her to immediately grab the keys and flee from the car, fearing for her life. Without a flashlight and running in complete darkness, it's believed that Talika accidentally ran straight into Lake Charles, which is a body of water located directly parallel to where her car was found, just a few hundred feet away. And tragically, that night the water was incredibly cold and could have caused almost immediate hypothermia, with the lake actually completely freezing over that very night, hiding her body in an icy tomb and forever sealing her fate. And as for the trail she left behind on the internet, well, despite being initially labeled as a profoundly disturbing internet mystery, with these videos being considered key pieces of evidence within her case, law enforcement now believe that this was all just merely a coincidence. As though her uploads and tweets do show evidence of her stalking, this stalking to them seems unrelated to her actual vanishing, and rather than being viewed as clues pointing towards foul play, police now view these videos as apparent signs of Talika's fractured mental health. This was the official explanation given for the disappearance of Talika Patrick, a tragic accident triggered by untreated mental illness. Although, of course, some are still skeptical, including Talika's own family, who point to several unexplained inconsistencies, like her scent trail leading directly to the road, which was the opposite direction of the lake. And the fact that the body of water where Talika had been found was supposedly thoroughly searched on the night of her disappearance, and later even probed with sonar technology on 2 separate occasions, all of which yielding absolutely no results, despite the fact that that body of water is so small that most in the area actually consider it to be a pond, as it's so minuscule that it's not even labeled on Google Maps or Earth, which makes it all the more unusual that she wasn't discovered there sooner, prompting some to believe that she may have been kidnapped and killed elsewhere, before her body was later dumped in the water to give the illusion of an accidental death. Another unknown in this case is what actually triggered her manic episode, as many would assume that something must have happened that led to her believing she was in imminent danger, with some believing that it may have been a threat from her ex-husband or even Marvin Sapp. But according to all witnesses around her that day, nothing at all out of the ordinary was reported that may have sparked this fear, and nothing would be found on her cell phone as well, leaving the true cause of her episode to be unexplained to this day. The family was so distrusting of the initial investigation that a second autopsy would eventually be conducted, which would go on to show that Talika had water within her nasal cavity, a detail that to the pathologists proved for certain that she had in fact died by drowning, which officially ended the police investigation for good, with one investigator stating that,
"I do believe it's probably as solved as it's going to get."
Though to this day, we're still left with many unanswered questions, and for some, the mystery lives on.
Well, I hope you have a good night. Bye. I love you.
I want to give a huge shout out to my gold tier patrons and my god tier patrons: Alexander Duran, America's Grumpy Uncle, Bazoo42, Biznacker, Bray, Karen S., Sierra Hammond, Charles Roble, Daniel Binge, Dark GJ, Desiree Livingston, Donovan Aaron, Doom Degree 25, Emmanuel